Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 PA Preferred Culinary Connection at the 110th Farm Show. It's a special year as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the start of our great nation, and most of the recipes this year have a special story that reflect our chef's history as well as the nation's. And we're going to get into some really fun stuff here in a little bit, like this maple demonstration. But first I have to do some housekeeping. We have a massive operation this stage and back behind here in the kitchen, and it wouldn't be possible without our sponsors, so we really need to talk about them just for a couple minutes. PA Preferred is the official state brand for PA agricultural products, established by law to help consumers easily identify products grown and produced in Pennsylvania. So when you shop for food, I want you to look for that logo, look for the yellow check, and then you'll know that it's produced or grown in Pennsylvania. We want to thank our friends at Giant. Without them, none of this would be possible. There is a full-size trailer parked out back, 53 foot long, filled with food that we're going to be serving all through this week, and they donated it all. So thank you to Giant for that. Yeah, absolutely. The Pennsylvania vegetable growers have sponsored all of today's cooking demonstrations, and Pennsylvania-grown vegetables are the main ingredients in all the recipes you will see being demonstrated on stage today, which means all kinds of vegetables and all kinds of samples that you get to taste. We can't do what we do without the talented chef instructors and students from the Pennsylvania College of Technology. They're here in the back, busy preparing the samples and working with and supporting all of the chefs that you're going to see on stage today. They're amazing. They're located in Williamsport. They're part of the Penn State education system. And if you're interested in culinary school or talking about them, the chef instructors, I'm sure would be love to talk to you about it. Thermador is who provided us with these appliances. So you see these really cool induction cooktops and also a refrigeration and these convection ovens, and Thermador provided them, and we are in debt to them for that. They're amazing. These really cool induction tops, they don't get hot when you touch them. You can cook on them and there's no open flame. So go to thermador.com and check out the latest lineup of state-of-the-art appliances. We would like to give a big thanks to Christiana Cabinetry for these awesome cabinets. So it looks like a standard facade out here, but back here there's your all custom cabinets with custom built refrigeration, drawers, pot holders, all kinds of crazy stuff all through here. And they're a family owned and operated business down in Lancaster County, and you can go to christianacabinetry.com to see what else they can do, maybe for you, something in your kitchen. Located just across the river in Camp Hill, the restaurant store has everything you could need for your kitchen and ours. Industrial quality kitchen equipment, from walk-in refrigerators to spatulas. Membership is free, so you can go and get industrial quality kitchen equipment and cook at home with it. Last but certainly not least, we want to thank our friends at the Pennsylvania Winery Association. Every recipe in that recipe book that we have over there for you has been thoughtfully paired with a Pennsylvania wine. So you'll see the Pennsylvania wines out on the counter today throughout the day, and every single demo will have a wine that's paired with it. If you would like to taste Pennsylvania wine samples or purchase Pennsylvania wine, if you head past that Pennsylvania hardwood sign in the corner of this hall, you can taste and sample Pennsylvania wines. All right, that's it for the housekeeping. Let's get our first demonstration out here. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome from the Pennsylvania maple producers, Andy Dewing.
Well, thank you. And I am Andy Dewing. I'm from Dewey Meadows Farm, and we're in Bradford County. The state association is made up of 6 different maple syrup producers association. We have about 2,000 taps, and some people think we're a really big maple producer, but in the maple business, we're not all that big. We're a little more like average. But some people like to make it as a hobby, and you can do it in your backyard. The process is no different than we use. We just use some more sophisticated equipment maybe. But the process is very simple, and we'll go through that. But all the syrup that can be purchased down here at the farm show is made on local farms, but it's finished to the very same standards of the industry. And so I just assure you that the quality is good, and we'll explain how the syrups are a little different because they are different color, and that does affect the way they work. But I want to start today by just saying we work with a maple tree, and kudos to the leaf, because the leaf is the factory of the tree. When that green leaf starts to grow, The sun shines on the green leaf, it puts oxygen into the air, which how it fits into our ecosystem that we desperately need, but also it's manufacturing sugar and storing it in the tree. So the sugar we get out of the tree this spring will be sugar that was made last summer when the sun was shining on the leaf. We've even noticed in our industry that if you get a particularly sunny summer, you might have just a little bit of boost in the sugar content. And the other thing that really affects that is a tree in your yard will have leaves from the bottom all up over the top and back to the bottom again. And that tree will probably have more sugar in it than the tree in my woods, where it has a very long trunk and a smaller top, because there's fewer leaves on it. So this is the manufacturer, and when you're trying to develop a sugar bush, you want to put a little more distance between the trees so the sunlight can penetrate a little deeper. And that's a little different than you would manage if you were trying to make hardwood lumber. Because lumber, you don't like the branches, that makes a lower quality board. But when you're managing for sugar bush, you're kind of looking for a few extra leaves, because that's what'll give you more sugar. And that'll be important, because when you get down to the finish point, it's how much sugar's left rather than how much you start with, how much sap you start with. So the leaf is the big deal, and it's fascinating because as long as the leaf falls off, when the leaf falls off, the tree will create sucrose. And that's what makes it taste good, and that will be in every bit of sap you get. Whether you get it from the broken branch at the top or right out of the root, it's in all the woody part. There's not one. I've had people come down here and say, well, if you tap it right under a branch, you're right in the vein. There's not vein, it's just the last 10 years growth is where the sap will flow. That's called the sapwood. And so when we're going to get the sap out of the tree, after the leaf has already put the sugar in the tree, we do what we call tapping. And the tapping method for 100 years was to use spiles like these. And these took a 7/16 bit. They were anywhere from copper. This is a cast iron one. This is a rolled tin spile, very common, and they were used with a bucket. And you would drill your 7/16 hole about 2 inches into the tree. And as what happens is there's gases inside the tree that as the thawing process occurs, those gases expand and it builds pressure. Sometimes there's only about 5 pounds of pressure in a tree, and other times it can be as much as 25 pounds of pressure in the tree. And the more pressure in the tree, and depending on the pressure gradient outside the tree, you might get a real heavy run or you might get a very weak run. And you cannot control that, you can't change that, you can only work with it. Now we do have a lot in our bigger systems, especially we have vacuum pumps, because when you use this, you would put this on here and you could hang your bucket on here and it would hang on the tree. And when the pressure would get in the tree, the sap would drip. It never runs faster than drip, drip, drip. So sometimes you think it's like turning on a spigot and it dribbles out. Well, it just drips, but when you get, like in our operation, we have 2,000 of them. When 2,000 of them get to dripping, it does run out the pipe it looks pretty impressive at times. But that's the way the sap runs. And what we do now, most all the sugar bushes gather their sap in a plastic tubing system. Because when you use the open bucket, it's open to the wind blowing leaves in. Mice can get in there, the bugs can get in there. We try to get all that stuff out before we make the syrup, and you don't need to worry about any contamination, because during the boiling process it's boiled for hours, and that will kill anything that might harm you. And so you have a confidence that what you're getting out of your evaporator is very, very safe. But with this system, the tree now drips. We drill a 5/16 hole. For 100 years, 7/16 was the standard. And here in the last 15, 20 years, they've come up with, if you use a 5/16 bit, it doesn't take near as much torque to drill a hole, so you can use a cordless drill, and it works very well. But the same thing, you drill about 2 inches into the tree, because when the pressure builds in the tree, you're going to get the sap that's leaking out of that tree. And they nicknamed this the health spout, because this will heal over 1 year earlier. Now I have up at education booth at the Maple display. Tree that's about 170 years old, and it was tapped for over 100 years. And it's interesting to see the tracks it leaves in there, and they cut it down eventually, not because it was unhealthy, because they had tapped it so much that when they drilled in there 2 inches anywheres in a handy place to reach, you were going to get into that dried wood, because when you cut those fibers off, you literally scar the tree. You don't hurt the tree. It will recover because it'll heal over. But this 5/16 will heal over a full year earlier than the 7/16. So they nicknamed this spout the health spout because it's a little healthier for the tree. And you can see, I guess you could say damage it does to the tree, because when you drill into the tree and you get into an old dried up wood, you're not going to get near as much sap out of the tree, which is going to harm your production for that year. And if you do too many, because the book will tell you when you get a tree this big, you can put 4 or 5 taps on it. But if you do that every year, you're going to scar that much more wood, and it could make it difficult. So I found it interesting, because when I saw what went on inside the tree, because you can't see that from the outside, but when we cut that tree apart, you could see. And so it changed the way, because I'll not put more than 1 tap on any tree, because I have a vacuum system which does help me gather sap out of there, and it changes the gradient from the inside pressure to the outside pressure. And so I can sometimes get sap even when the pressure isn't in the tree. Because as what happens as it's been above freezing for 2 or 3 days, capillary action will keep the sap going up the tree, so the pressure just goes away until it freezes again. When it freezes, the reverse happens. Those same gases in there contract. It draws the excess moisture out of the tree until it thaws again. And when the pressure's building in the tree, that's when we call the sap run. And when you had the buckets, that's the only time it would drip into the tree. And so some days you would come and the bucket might be this full. Other days you come and the bucket's running over, just because some days it runs very hard and sometimes it doesn't. And we can't control that, but with a vacuum system, sometimes you can extract some sap even when the sap pressure is not building in the tree so fast. It will never run as hard as it will when the pressure's in the tree. But we extract the sap from the tree, and the amazing thing is the sap, some people think it's ready to use on the pancake from there, but the sap when it comes out of the tree looks a lot like water. It's clear, and my grandkids still love it. When I get ready to go gather sap, they say, "Wait, Grandpa, I got to get my cup," because they want to come, because when we gather sap, they love to get a cup and drink the sap. And if you tap, I've had people come down and say, "Well, I only have 1 tree." I said, if you tap that 1 tree, you do have to get the sap while it's fresh, because if you let it set out there for a day or 2, it'll start to do funny things, especially if it gets warm, because bacteria will grow and it will sour. And if you try to make maple syrup out of sour sap, you'll have bad taste in syrup. So in our industry, when the sap runs that day, we take care of it that day. A lot of people like to do it in their backyard. They like to save it till the weekend. And if it's cold, that'll work. But if it's very warm, that sap will start to sour. And it will never make as nice a syrup as it does when it's fresh. So because it's water, the process we use to make maple syrup, it's simple evaporation. And there's one thing that I've fascinated. I've now made syrup for over 50 years, and I've learned so much that I didn't need to know. But it's fascinating. So I share some of that with you, because if you can boil water, you can make maple syrup, because that's what the process is. You find a way to heat it. Now, they make reverse osmosis machines, and a lot of people have them right in their house. You put your drinking water through the reverse osmosis machine, and you drink the pure water, and you let the concentrate that's got all that stuff filtered out. Well, in maple syrup, if you're going to use reverse osmosis, you throw the pure water away and you save the concentrate, because that's where the sugar is, because the sugar will filter out. And so you save the other half and you can still drink the pure water if you want to, but the concentrate is what you're focused on. And sometimes you can get rid of some of that water without even boiling. And if you're doing it in the backyard, they make a RO bucket that fits in a 5-gallon bucket. You can take some of the water out, because especially in the backyard, if you don't know, at my farm we have a 4x14 evaporator. and that we'll be able to evaporate about 250 gallons an hour with that, and that's pretty efficient. If you're working in the backyard, a lot of people say, well, I can only get about 2 or 3 gallons an hour. And if you start with 50, 60 gallons, you're going to be there a while. But that's the process, because you're taking something that's about 2.5% sugar in the sap to something that's about 66.5% sugar in the syrup. And as where you're taking it to a saturation point. You're going to saturate your liquid with as much sugar as you can without any of it turning to crystals. Because as what happens, if you've got one water molecule for every sugar molecule, it will stay liquid a long time while it's in this jug. Now, I had a friend bring me, he cleaned out his grandmother's house after she passed, and he found some mason jars of syrup made in 1922. And he brought it to me, and he said, would I dare eat this? I held it up. I said, it looks pretty good to me. If it tastes good, I'd go ahead and eat it. Because sugar, it doesn't spoil if you can keep the air away from it. And so it will keep a long time. But if you get the air mixed with it, moisture and bacteria will grow. I've had people say they buy a jug of syrup, they go home and they have it on their pancakes, and then they forget about it in the refrigerator, and they go get it out next fall, and there's mold in there. They say, I had to throw it away because it got moldy. I said, you didn't have to throw it away. If you take it out and put it in the dish, bring it back to a boil, you've killed anything that's trying to grow in there, skim anything that's on the top off, and your syrup is just fine, because it's a very stable product. And when you buy this, there is different grades. And the grades are pretty much by color. This is an old grading machine. You would put your sample in here, and you would compare these 4 colors with the sample you had. And that's the only thing you're going to have to go by as a consumer. When you go, you're always going to find the labeling law says we have to label our syrup as to what's in the container. Now, if you're buying it in glass, you can pretty well see. But if it's in here, you can't see that, but you can read on here. And what's in here is a dark, robust syrup. And that means it's more in this color range. Because it used to just be light, medium, and dark, and then we called a B-grade syrup, and then we had a commercial-grade syrup. And some people in our industry was very offended that we would call any maple syrup a B-grade or C-grade, because some people assumed it was just poorer. And it's not, it's just different. And it's what happens, and I didn't learn this. I started making it to sell, and I didn't even understand how the syrup got darker. But as what I finally did understand is, because in our industry we're tapping the tree, and we're going to leave it tapped for 6 to 8 weeks and gather the sap from it daily, as we get temperatures that get up to 60 and 70 degrees, bacteria is going to grow. There's nothing you can do to stop it. It's just going to happen. Well, it affects that sap, and if the sap gets warm, bacteria will grow. As what it does is change some of those sugar molecules from the sucrose that the tree actually makes. And sucrose is very stable during the boiling process, so mostly what you have is sucrose. That's going to stay fairly light during the boiling process. But when you get more of those invert sugars in there, they're not as stable, and the longer you boil it, the darker it's going to get. And they did a taste test in Boston with 12,500 people, and 87% preferred the dark amber. Now, why is that? Because the darker it gets, a little stronger maple flavor comes through. Sometimes you can have this and it doesn't have much flavor at all. It's just very sweet, which isn't bad, but if you're looking for the maple flavor, so people that like to bake, they like to buy this very dark. And if you're going to use it for flavoring something, now sometimes when we make this, at the end of the season, we're making something and we come in the sugar house and it smells like dirty socks smell in the air. And we know we're making something that's going to be very dark, and sometimes that has a little bit of an off flavor. And that's what we will not put in a jug to sell to a consumer, because we don't want you to put that on your pancakes and think, that didn't taste quite right. But there's plenty of people that love to buy that just to use. I mean, you know, some people like that strong molasses flavor, and they'll put it in their baked beans. You can drizzle it over vegetables. My wife loves to take this crumb sugar I make and put it in her coffee, and she uses that for sweetener, but it's got that little bit of maple flavor in there. And when we make the cotton candy you can buy down here, it's 4 parts regular sugar, and then 1 part, for every 4 pounds of regular sugar, you put 1 pound of this maple crumb sugar in there, and it flavors it up with that delightful maple flavor. And so that's kind of, you can use syrup to these other products, but the color you're going to get is going to always be on the label. That's part of the labeling law. And so when you go down there, you can request, and they changed the labeling structure. Instead of light, medium, dark, B grade, and C grade, it's all A grade syrup now, but it's golden with a delicate taste, amber with a rich taste, dark with a robust taste, and very dark with a strong taste. So they're a little more descriptive about what the color is in the labeling now. And it's helpful for the consumer, but it's, you know what you're getting. They still call this the highest grade of syrup because if you're making something you want a sugar crystal to make, the lighter syrup will make a higher quality sugar crystal. And so when we make the cream and the candy, we quite often like to use the lighter syrup just because it makes a higher quality sugar crystal when you're making that. Because the sugar crystal will make itself, but we can control that. And it's fascinating because I know when I started making syrup, because I've made syrup ever since I was a little boy, we've always made it. But about 1979, I decided I was going to build a sugar house and start making syrup that I would sell to other people. And I said, I want to make all the products. So I had to learn how to do that. And to make the cream, we have products like, this is a refractometer. You put your shield of syrup on, put your glass down, and you can read through there, tell you what the sugar content is. And I have this little gadget. We have hydrometers that you can measure in floating syrup. And as long as your syrup's right at 211 degrees, everything's perfect, it'll work well. But I got this little gadget here, which only takes about a ½ teaspoon of syrup to put in here. You close the cover and you push the button, and it will give me a readout exactly what the sugar brick is. And when it gets to 66.5, that's where I want to be. And if I go any farther than that and I put it in a jug like this, I'm going to get sugar crystals starting to make in there. If they can't find a water molecule, it will not stay liquid. It'll find another sugar molecule and make a crystal. And when we make the maple cream, that we want to make that happen. So I use my thermometer and I take it to like 232 degrees. Now I'm not going to take it far enough for making the candy, but when I take it, now if I stir that warm, I'm going to evaporate more water as I stir it. And it'll set up into candy kind of thing. But if I let it cool thoroughly and then I stir it, the motion starts to activate the sugar crystals making. And as it makes those crystals, I keep it moving, and it will make a spreadable product, kind of like peanut butter. People are sure I add something to it because it looks like this when I start, and when I get done, it looks like a cream. It's a very creamy substance. You can usually get a sample of that down here at the booth. But you put that on your toast, you use it like you do jelly. And one of the fascinating things that has happened to me over the years, people ask me questions that I can't answer. And then when I finally find out what the answer is, I'm excited. I learned something. And because I've had people with diabetes come and tell me, I have to check my blood sugar after every meal. And can you tell me why when I put jelly on my toast, it spikes my blood sugar, but when I put your maple cream on my toast, it doesn't? I used to say, I don't know. I don't put anything into it. It's all sugar. That's all that's in there. It's pure, it's natural, and it's maple, but it's all sugar. And then I had a holistic doctor talk to us at our annual meeting one year, and she was talking about the complex sugars. The darker the syrup, the more complex sugars there are in there. And each one of those, when you got a complex sugar, each one of those sugars hits your bloodstream at a different portion in the digestion process, so you don't get the blood sugar spike. And I thought, golly, that guy was right. He figured out something I didn't know. And so it's fascinating to think that people with diabetes, and we have a lot of requests now, people wanting the darker syrup because it's got that complex sugar. You don't get that sugar spike that you do with just a sucrose intake. So that's how you make the maple cream. but that's still got enough water in it that's spreadable. When you make the maple candy, it's kind of like you're making fudge. You cook this at about 242 degrees, or would be kind of a hardball stage, and then you cool it, let it cool back a ways, and then you stir it. As you start to stir it, you'll see the sugar crystals starting to form. And if you don't get it molded before it's set up, it'll set up in a big ball. But when you put it in the mold, it'll stay in that shape. It's still somewhat soft, and it's a delightful taste. And but that's the maple candy. And the maple crumb sugar is one of the most fascinating things, because I remember we always give a tour to people who want to come tour the sugar house. It's a fun thing to do. If you've never done it, it's a fun thing to do. If you can find a maple farm somewhere that's open, you walk in there, because the sap's boiling, it smells wonderful. And usually you can treat, when people come, we always have some syrup heated up to the right point, and we'll put it in a little cup, and they can stir their own little cream. Because they're stirring it hot, sometimes it sets right up, but they don't mind. They just lick it off their stick, and it's wonderful. But when you're making this, we do tours, and I had a lady call me from a private school in Binghamton, New York, and she says, we're a private school, we pay, and we expect a little more. I was a little intimidated, because I thought when we gave a tour, we were just helping educate, but she was asking for a little more. Well, she called me in April, and we're done making syrup usually by April. And so I said, well, no guarantees we'll be boiling, because we're about done. And she was doing it later in April. Sure enough, when they came, I didn't have any syrup to boil. And she was a little disappointed, but I said, I can make some crumb sugar. And so I started a batch of crumb sugar, a batch of syrup boiling. And when you make the crumb sugar, you cook it to 250 or 60 degrees. And if you try to cook it any hotter than that, it's going to burn. So what happens, it gets really thick, and the bubble comes off the bottom, and before the liquid can get back to the bottom of the bubble, it starts to burn on the bottom of the bubble, and you'll see puffs of smoke come out. Well, that'll start giving your syrup a whole new flavor if you continue that. So you have to stop at that point. You pour it into a bowl, and you immediately start to stir it. Now, I do it with my cream machine, because it's very, very hot. It's 260 degrees. But as that starts to stir, it looks like it starts to boil again, and then the steam pours off, and it just dries. And then I usually have to end up with some spoons and just kind of fluff it to keep it drying down. But it ends up being very dry sugar. And with no water in it, this is shelf stable indefinitely, whether you put it in a plastic bag, in a jar, or whatever. And matter of fact, when I do this, I do bigger batches. So I have some that doesn't get in the granular form, so I sift that out, and I have little nuggets that I sift out. I can turn that back, I can put that back in there to melt it down again. The next batch, which I do sometimes, but I save a bunch of them, and that's what I eat on my oatmeal every morning. And I have learned to just fall in love with that, because they're little nuggets. I make my oatmeal and I stir it in there, and it doesn't all dissolve. So every now and then you get a little bit of maple candy in your oatmeal. And so I've learned to love that. But that's the products you make. And I have this chart here, which is kind of hard for you to see, but it compares maple sugar or maple syrup with corn syrup, with honey, brown sugar, and white sugar. And there's manganese, riboflavin, zinc, magnesium, calcium, and potassium. They're all trace minerals, because you can find somebody that has paid money to be certified as an organic maple producer. I decided not to do that, because where I live, everybody knows that there's not much you can do to make it not organic, because it's something that comes through the ground, it comes through the tree, we capture it at the tree, we bring it down, and we boil it down to make syrup. There's nothing we do that can make anything but organic. So I don't think I would get any more money for my syrup if I wanted to pay $1,000 a year to be certified organic. But there's people, because you're out there, you don't know. And so there's people that pay, and people will pay more for organic maple syrup. But it's a very organic product. And because of that, it has these trace minerals in it. And there's nothing we can do to take them out. but it's something your body needs anyway. And not that you consume maple syrup by the gallons. Some families do. But when you're going to use sugar, if you use sugar, use something that's very natural and it's got things that your body's going to be craving anyway. It's good to be using that. So that's the process we do as we make the maple syrup. And if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. As one thing I've learned after doing this for 50-some years, that I've learned more than most of you have, just because that's been my passion. And I love to come down to the farm show and share it, because at the farm show, all the food commodities that are grown or raised or manufactured in Pennsylvania are represented down here. And one thing the farm show has asked us to do as an organization, if we'll have one place that people can go and get their questions answered, they could learn without having to spend any money. And that's what we do. So I kind of run the education booth, and I love to talk to people about maple. I find there's a lot of people who like to make some syrup in their own backyard, and they appreciate it more than most people do, because they really value it. And so I love to come down here and share my understanding, and I've got a little handout. If it's something you want to do, I've got a little one-page handout over at the education booth I can give you that will have all the information, because some people worry about trying to get it finished right. Well, there's a pretty simple method. If you take a candy thermometer, you do need to stick it in boiling water, because the water at my house will boil a different temperature will boil at your house, depending on the barometric pressure and your level above sea level, your height above sea level. That will vary. But if you put your candy thermometer in boiling water and note what the temperature is, if you go 7 degrees higher than that, you're right at this saturation point. And you don't have to get it perfect, but if you go a little too far, you'll have sugar crystals in the bottom of your jug. If you don't go quite far enough, it might not keep. So it's kind of important that it get to be close, but if you're happy, that's the most important thing. If you like what you're making, that's when you appreciate it. And you will never appreciate it more, because for every 10 gallons of sap I get, I'm going to get 1 quart of syrup. Now, you might do a little better than that if your tree's in your yard and it has leaves from the top to the bottom, because you might have twice as much sugar in your sap as I will in my sap, where my trees are tall with a small top, because they don't have as many leaves making the sugar. But that's the process we make. That's what you're going to get. You have confidence when you come down here and buy it. Some of the syrup I've sent syrup down here that's for sale. It comes from my farm. And there's dozens and dozens of other producers that do the same, but we use the same standard for finishing it. So you should get a very similar product. And that's something you have to have confidence in. And other than that, if anybody has any questions, I'd love to try to answer them. Sure. Well, the question was, how does Pennsylvania syrup compare, or the production of Pennsylvania syrup compare to other states? Vermont is the #1 producer, and I find this fascinating. It's something I've learned since I've been making it. Thomas Jefferson, it goes back that far. Thomas Jefferson visited all the states at the time, and he strongly encouraged every state to use its natural resources. And when he went to Vermont, he says the maple tree is your natural resource. And now, in today's time, almost 95% of every maple tree in Vermont is tapped. I mean, that's pretty amazing. In Pennsylvania, I saw a statistic, and it's just somebody's guess, but they said less than 5% of our trees are tapped. So we have a lot of potential, but it is a bit of work. You do have to have land that has trees on it. You can't. And I planted 200 sweet trees from the Cornell Sweet Tree Program. And somebody was there one day, and they says, well, when will you tap them? And I simply said, somebody else will. Because it takes about 40 years for a tree to get, when a tree gets to be 8 inches in diameter, you can tap that tree for the rest of its life, and you'll not harm it. Now, if the bugs chew the leaves off and you have a severe drought and you've tapped it, it might be another stress, and some trees do die. We can't keep them all alive. But it's fascinating to know that there is is a potential. People want it. They come and they say, well, how did you know to plant these trees? I said, well, Mother Nature did that. We're fortunate in the northern, in our state, we have, that's what it's called, Penn's Woods was where it got its name. And the rich history is we have those hardwoods on those ridges. And so it's something we have naturally. And when we go out there and put these out there, you just build a line. You go from this maple tree to that maple tree to this maple tree. And you get all going downhill. My 2,000 taps come into one tank. So the collection process is much simpler than it used to be when you had to go to 2,000 buckets, dump every bucket every day, and gather that sap and bring it down to the sap house. That was a lot of work. So the industry has gotten pretty ingenuity with things like the maple pipes, the tapping lines. And is there another question? Any other questions? Yes. The maple cream what? I didn't catch. Yes. The maple cream, because this stuff right here, when we jug this, the labeling law says I have to heat, because I keep my, when I make syrup in the spring, I put it in stainless steel barrels. Well, nobody's going to come buy a barrel of maple syrup. So the labeling law says I have to take that out of the barrel, heat it to 180 degrees. That way I've guaranteed when I put this in there, I've sterilized the inside the jug. And when I seal it, it's got a good seal and it's shelf stable indefinitely. But the maple cream, because when I make it, if I stir it warm, it's going to set up too much. So I let it cool thoroughly and I stir it, and then I cold pack it. It's got a seal in here that will seal the top, but it's not sealed it has to be refrigerated. And when I make it and I bring a container, I usually put mine in a cottage cheese container to bring down to the house because I don't spend money on a proper container. But if I bring it down and put it by the toaster, it doesn't make 2 weeks, so it's not going to go bad quick. But when we sell it, we have to keep it in refrigeration. And for that reason, we make some gift packs, especially for some occasions and some shows we've did. And I made a gift pack in the fall, and a lady bought it, and she called me at Father's Day and wanted to know why that candy had a funny color to it. Because she had put it in the closet from October to the next June, and the candy, this candy, when it gets high humidity, it will sweat a little bit, and I think it had grown mold, funny colored mold on in her bag. So now that was a learning curve for me. So now if I put a gift pack together, I'm going to put something that's very shelf stable. I can put cream, I can put the mustard, I can put other things in there that are very shelf stable. They'll last for a year or two, no matter what. And I do make some gift packs that I put cream and candy in, but it's people that request that they're going to give it right away. But the maple cream is about the only one, and the candy. The candy has a shelf life. Because especially when you get high, I don't try to keep candy in the sap house during the summer. I can keep it in the refrigerator. We make a batch and it's in the refrigerator, but if I leave it out, it'll start to sweat and get sticky and go bad within weeks. Are there any other questions? Yes.
After I filter and bottle, I always have coloration cloudiness in the bottom of the food. Is that a function of my bottling it in hot temperature that makes it filter?
You just make it in your backyard. Yeah. Well, that's one of the biggest questions I get down here is how do I filter that out? Because we have a filtering process that we actually, when I filter my sap, it's something we got from the wine industry. I buy a big bag of food grade diatomaceous earth. And when I get the syrup finished right where I want it, it's still hot. It's not boiling anymore, but it's still very hot. I mix this food-grade diatomaceous earth with it, and I put it through a filter press. And the filter press has papers, and if I don't use this diatomaceous earth, those papers will clog up, and it will not work well at all. But if I use this diatomaceous earth, that catches on the paper, and then that sand actually is what filters it. It comes out crystal clear. Now, people in the backyard, they do make a little hand pump one that you can do the same thing with. It's just a small scale. But the thing that I think I've heard people say they do, and it works the best, you got to heat your syrup again. But if you take it and put it in a container and let it set for 24 hours, all that stuff will settle to the bottom. And you pour it off very carefully. You leave that sediment behind. Now, that sediment's not going to hurt you, but I've tasted it. It tastes like chalk. So you don't really want to put it on your pancake. It's probably going to go right through you and not hurt you, but that it doesn't look as nice. And when you get it in glass, you like to be able to see right through it. But that is one of the challenges of getting because you can strain it through cheesecloth, you get any chunks of stuff that's in there out, but that cloudiness, because it's because of these trace minerals that are in there. Because sometimes when we're making it, and you get a lot of natural sugar sand, and that will work just like the diatomaceous earth does for filtering it, because that will filter it clearer when there's a lot of that in there, but sometimes there's not near as much. But when you're boiling it, you're turning some of those trace minerals into a little bit of grit that will be in the bottom of your jug if you don't filter it out. Very good question. Are there any other questions? Well, thank you for coming and listening and learn a little bit about maple today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together one more time for Andy Dewing from the Maple Producers of Pennsylvania. Please stick around. We're going to have Mike Ditchfield doing a demo here shortly. And while you're on your way through, if you wouldn't mind, like this gentleman's doing right here, scan that QR code, take a survey. You can win that gift basket down there. It's just 2 questions, super easy. Thanks a lot.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Mark O'Neill with the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture. Want to welcome you to the 110th version of the Pennsylvania Farm Show and let you know that our first cooking demonstration will be getting underway in about 10 minutes or so. So everyone out there, if you want to, there's plenty of seats to come on here and watch the next demonstration. We'll also have a trivia question to, give a prize away as well. Opportunity for that. And today is Vegetable Day here at the Culinary Connection stage. So the various chefs in the demonstrations will be doing all types of good dishes with vegetables. And then you'll also have an opportunity afterward to get free samples over here. So you not only get to see what they're doing, but then there'll also be free samples for you to try as well. Again, Vegetable Day, we're going to be getting about 10 minutes or so. So again, everyone out there, if you're looking to take a seat, take a break, come on, join. There are plenty of seats here and an opportunity for free food at the end, which we all like. Also, I have a trivia question for you here, an opportunity to win a prize, and we're going to see how much you know about vegetables. Here's one. Carrots, onions, and sweet potatoes are from what part of the plant? Up, first hand over there. I'll have to come down. I can't hear it from you. And if not, I'll come back here. But the first hand was over here. The root is correct. So you do win a nice prize here. It's an insulated PA Preferred bag. Of course, PA Preferred sponsoring much of this event with many other sponsors. But keep things nice and cold there. And it wraps up. It clips around. It's an efficient bag. Thank you very much. We're going to have one more trivia question a little bit later on, but again, about 8 minutes or so before the first demonstration. And again, everyone out there, if you want a seat and want to come in, plenty of seats right now. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Pennsylvania Farm Show, 110th edition of the Farm Show. Want to let you all know that right in here we have plenty of seats. We have some food demonstrations coming up today. Plenty of seats here. Our very first demonstration of the day. And we're going to have plenty of opportunities to watch chefs perform various dishes. Today is Vegetable Day at the Farm Show. Again, plenty of seats available. And at the end, free samples. So you get a free sample of whatever the chefs are making with vegetables today. Once again, plenty of seats in here if you want to take a break and watch a food demonstration, and we'll be having them throughout the day with some well-known chefs as well. So make sure to come on in. We also have another trivia question for you with the chance to win a prize. This one is what we'll call a dad joke. So, think in that type of mentality. It's a dad joke for a prize today, dealing with vegetables. What vegetable has ears? Anyone? Yes. Corn, of course. The dad joke. Are you a dad?
No, not yet.
Not yet, but you've already figured out what it takes to be a dad right there. But, all right, once again, we'll be getting away just in a couple of minutes with our first demonstration. And again, free samples afterwards right over here, right down here, and an opportunity for the free cookbook as well. All of the recipes and everything that's being done up on the stage, the recipe for them is available within the cookbook. And again, that is also free, right available over here. We also ask if you want to fill out a survey, you just take your phone, click on the image, and 2 extremely easy questions, and an opportunity to win a free gift bag as well. And each one of them will be given out 1 per day throughout the farm show. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 PA Preferred Culinary Connection at the 110th Farm Show. It's a special year as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the start of our great nation, and most of the recipes this year have a special story that reflects our chef's history as well as our nation's. And we're going to get to some food demos shortly. After that, of course, we're going to have some samples for you. But we have to do a little bit of housekeeping. Of course, we're going to introduce all of our sponsors because without them, we wouldn't be able to do anything that we do here. So PA Preferred is the official state brand for PA agricultural products established by law to help consumers easily identify products grown and produced in Pennsylvania. So when you go food shopping, look for the PA Preferred logo on the product that you're purchasing, and that yellow check helps you to realize that it's grown and or produced in Pennsylvania. We also want to thank our friends at Giant. Without them, none of this would be possible. So there's a 53-foot trailer out back filled with food that we're going to be using all week, and it's a huge help to us, and they donated it all, and it's incredible. So thanks to Giant for that. Pennsylvania vegetable growers have sponsored all of today's cooking demonstrations. So you'll see all different kinds of vegetables in all the different demonstrations you'll see, as well as, of course, the samples that you'll be able to get over here to the side of the stage after the demos conclude. We also can't do what we do without the talented chef instructors and students from the Pennsylvania College of Technology. They're here in the back. They're busy all the time. They're always running around. They do a great job, great sense of urgency. They are preparing the samples and supporting the chefs that come out on the stage. So they're located in Williamsport, and they are part of Penn State education. We'd also like to thank the folks from Thermador. Thanks to them, we have these incredible appliances. So we've got these amazing state-of-the-art tabletop induction burners. And burners is really not what they are. There's no open flame whatsoever. In fact, this pot's on right now, and you can put your hand on it. It's not very warm. They're safe to use in an environment like this without the open flame. They cook incredibly fast, and they're just amazing. If you go to thermador.com, you can check out their latest lineup of state-of-the-art appliances that you can put in your home. We'd also like to give a big thanks to Christiana Cabinetry for these awesome butcher block countertops and custom cabinets. So these butcher block countertops are the backbone of the work we do here out on the stage. And then down below, all of the cabinets that you can't see out there are custom built for us to hold all of the product that we need. So during the competitions, during the demos, we've got all the stuff, including custom refrigeration, all provided by Christiana Cabinetry. They are a family-run business located in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, and if you go to christianacabinetry.com, you can see what they could build for you in your kitchen at home. Located just across the river in Camp Hill is the restaurant store. I shop at the restaurant store probably once a week, and you can too. Membership is free, and you can come out of the restaurant store with some industrial, awesome, amazing restaurant-grade cooking equipment like we have. And cook just like we do. They provide all the paper goods, all of the pots and pans, ladles and things like that we use, plateware, glasses, wine glasses. And you can get stuff like that in your home if you shop at the restaurant store. Last but certainly not least, we want to thank our friends at the Pennsylvania Winery Association. So every single wine that you see on stage is part of a pairing. And every recipe in our recipe book, which is available for free right over here, has a thoughtfully paired wine. If you like Pennsylvania wines and or are interested to sample them, if you head in that direction past the Pennsylvania Hardwood exhibit, you can sample PA wines and purchase them. All right, so that's it. Are you guys excited for this first cooking demo? Yeah? All right, so Mike Ditchfield is our next presenter, and he honors decades of culinary education, hands-on learning, and a deep commitment to Pennsylvania's food system. He's part of Pennsylvania College of Technology, which is a national leader in applied technology education and an affiliate of the Pennsylvania State University, offering more than 100 career-focused programs across industries, including hospitality, business, health, and the skilled trades. At its main campus in Williamsport, Pennsylvania, culinary students in the Culinary Arts Technology program prepare for professional careers in hotels, resorts, and restaurants through hands-on, real-world learning. Representing Penn College today, Mike Ditchfield, a longtime culinary educator who retired after 28 years of teaching at the college and continues to serve as adjunct faculty. Chef Mike has been a familiar and respected presence at the PA Farm Show for more than 25 years, accompanying the Penn College team and leading cooking demonstrations year after year. He holds degrees in culinary arts, technology, hotel and restaurant management, and education. He studied exclusively at the Culinary Institute of America. Recipient of both the Penn College Distinguished Teaching Award and the Pennsylvania Association for Sustainable Agriculture's Lifetime Service Award, Chef Ditchfield is deeply committed to regional American cuisine, food sustainability, and partnerships with organic and sustainable farmers. Today, he brings that passion, experience, and dedication to education back to the PA Farm Show. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the amazing rock star that is Chef Mike Ditchfield.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, and welcome to the Farm Show Culinary Connection. Before we get started with our stone soup demo today, I'd like to introduce to you Madison Osenchik from Food Safety. And we're going to do just a little preliminary quiz and whatnot, and just to get ready to do the demo. So I'll turn it over to her.
Thank you. So I am representing the PA Department of Agriculture's Bureau of Food Safety and Lab Services. So thank you so much for having us here today. We're just going to start by asking our students and our chefs some food safety questions about the process and demonstration they're about to show you. So before we even get into your actual cooking process, I wanted to ask about your personal hygiene procedures.
When we prepare our vegetables, we would like to wear gloves during that or preparing anything. We always wear gloves and make sure you wash your hands after every task.
Thank you. So then now that we get into the cooking process, first question I have, with your soup, what temperature are you cooking your soup to?
At least 130 degrees.
Perfect. And that's also because you'll see it's a vegetable protein-based soup, not a meat, poultry, or beef. So that temperature would have been different, but correct. So thank you. And the next question I have, after we're done cooking, what cooling methods can you use then to bring your soup down to cooling temp?
So you can you can get a stainless steel pot and you can put it into a ice bath. And another method is you can put it into some stainless steel containers and put the soup in there so it cools a lot faster.
All right, and then what temperature is your target temp for cold storage in your refrigerators after we do cool the soup down?
71 degrees at least.
41.
Perfect, 41. So also then, after the soup is prepared today, you'll date mark it because it's prepared today. How many days do you have to use that if it's date marked today?
About 7 days.
Perfect, yep. So after date marking, you have 7 days to use it in a refrigerated storage. So those are all the food safety questions I had for our awesome students and our chefs, so.
Can we ask you a question?
Okay, sure.
Fair's fair, after all.
Yes, it is.
Well, what would you say are some of the things that the average person might overlook? So, like, for example, this is flu season or whatever, but, you know, a lot of times you might have a foodborne illness and not necessarily have the flu. So
I think a big thing that does get overlooked in the common household is reheating after we cook a food and then we put it back into like our refrigerator or refreeze it. I don't believe that we always reheat it to the temperature that it needs to be reheated to, so just bringing that back up to the original, at least 135 degrees, so that way if there is any cross-contamination that you're making sure it is getting eliminated after we cold storage in our refrigerator or freezer. So I think that definitely the reheating, especially with the soup specifically.
all right, nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Madison. Madison Osenchik from Food Safety. Okay, we're going to get started here. I have Kira and I have, you go by Jay. I was going to call her by her formal name, Jalen. But anyhow, with everything going on, this is the 110th Farm Show. This is the 250th anniversary of our great nation. And I was thinking, every time I come down here to the Farm Show, I think about community. I see old students. I've got some alumni and graduates doing demos later today. Maria and I have been working together for many years here at the Culinary Connection. It's and I just get caught up in the whole spirit of community and the amazing bounty that we have here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It would be a shame if the truck stopped running. There's no reason our grocery stores should be empty because we could provide everything we need. It could all be grown right here in the Commonwealth. And so we're celebrating community, we're celebrating agriculture, and those are the things that are, you know, I just get, and plus I'm retired and I get a little reflective and yeah, we have some amazing things going on and we often overlook that. So we have, this is kind of a neat contraption here, this induction burner. Our friend Wes Trout from Thermador, he provides that in Christiana Cabinetry. But I always like to do this. We were talking about kitchen safety and how dangerous an open flame could be. What's really cool about this is you have to have the right pot for this thing. Over here, nothing. This pot's getting warm. Now, when Wes is here, I always get a 20 from him, but he's not here. So I'm going to put $1 under here. And so the nice thing about this is great if you got kids running around the house, these induction burners. So anyhow, let's get started. That's an L. Your recipe is just like a shopping list. And then we could just change the cooking method to plug in the ingredients. And what I like about making a soup, it's just we build it. And it, are we sauteing? In a way, I call it sweating. Everything we do has to have a reason or a purpose. Do I want the veggies all nice and caramelized or maybe not, you know? Because it's all going to impact the flavor of what we're doing. So, and I have them, everything lined up here pretty much in the order that we're going to do things in. So we'll start with our oil here. You guys, I know how to do this. You guys do it. All right. Start with the oil. And what do we look for? How do we know when the oil's hot enough?
When it's like bubbling at least.
Yeah, or we'll see a little haze or we'll see some ripples. It'll be a little bit yet. See how it's starting to flutter just a little bit? I like to put the things in that take the longest. And the name of this recipe is Stone Soup. And it's all folklore, but the whole idea is about community. And a couple guys were strangers in town, if I got the story correct. And they were hungry. And they were like, how can we get something to eat? So they encouraged the whole community. They planned this event that really probably wasn't going to happen. And they encouraged everybody just to bring a little bit to contribute to the soup. And then they would have enough to feed the community. And for somebody that maybe didn't have much, they could bring a stone. And I saw other recipes. Somebody called it like axe head soup or nail soup, whatever. But I was thinking about a stone. When we're doing, all right, I can smell that oil now. You can go ahead and put the onions in, the celery in. When when we do kosher cuisine and all the equipment has to be blessed, ritualistic, it says everything has to be passed through a flame, through the soil, and through water. Well, I'm not going to take this and rub it in the soil before I use it, am I? So the stone would represent the earth. And so I would heat up some stones over a flame, and then they would go in the boiling water, and then they would come back out, go back on the flame. And I'd be doing this with the rabbi, and we'd be talking about the event or whatever, and then whenever he figured he was satisfied, then we were able to start boiling all the equipment we were going to use. But that was another use of a stone. Well, then I had an old friend of mine, Mr. Peter Hellerman. He was our manager. The college has a restaurant, and he was an old German fellow. And I asked him how to make sauerkraut once, and the cabbage and the salt and that part was easy. I said, well, what did you do? He goes, my mom would make me go look for a stone. And then I'd bring one back, and she said, no, Peter, that's too small. And he'd bring another one back. Well, that's too big. And she just kept me busy running back and forth to stay out of her way, looking for stones. And finally, when I got one, and when she was done, she's there, now go wash it real good, and that's what they use to weight the sauerkraut down. So those are a couple handy uses for stones in your cookery. So anyhow, let's get this in there. And I have a lot of fun stuff because I wanted everybody to contribute, and I wanted to use some things that came from, from around here. I got some filet gumbo powder that we'll be using. That came from the leaves off of a sassafras tree in my backyard. And something else that grows around here, I have a little sumac I'm going to sprinkle in the soup. And then some other spices that might not be considered savory. Like, what are you doing putting coffee in soup? What are you doing putting chocolate in soup? And some spices that are maybe considered, what's the matter with you, chef? All right? And, some simple knife skills. I take it for granted. I was watching somebody that maybe should have known better, and they didn't know how to handle a knife. So what I like to see people do is work safely. So I'm going to square this off so it sits on the board safely. And I can use these trimmings for stock or whatever, but I just want to keep, it's like a lever. You keep the knife on the work surface. I always tell these guys, no air guitar. With your knives, or whether you're up there on the sauteing, no air guitar. Work safe. And we use it like a lever. And I don't know how, I have a garlic press. I'm going to show you how to do garlic. Because I see it done so many different ways. I like it nicely minced. And what's nice about knife skills here too, I'm jumping around a little bit. What's going in here next? Let's put the let's put the potatoes in, because then things are going to start sticking. First we started out, my julienne's a little long, 1/8 by 1/8. This is like 3 inches. But then I can take that julienne and I can cut it by 1/8 of an inch again. And what classic cut is this now?
A dice.
Yeah, but what size?
Small.
Is that maybe a brunoise? 1/8 of an inch? About? Okay. So there's that. Everything's doing fine. How about our clove of garlic? I often like to trim it up a little bit, but I'm just going to flatten it with the side of my knife. And then I'm going to just mince it up really good. Because in a lot of my preparations, I'm just going to throw it in there. It's only going to be in there a little bit. And I want it to dissolve. I don't want to bite into a big chunk of garlic, right? And earlier we talked about gloves. Now I like these guys to wear them. They aren't a bad thing. When I'm up on the line or working around heat, I personally don't like them. And the whole rule about that is anything that's going to go from, as the food preparation person, from my hand directly to you, the consumer, I got to have gloves. All right? But if I'm going to heat it to a food safe temperature and then serve it with the utensil, I don't need gloves. And it's good to get these guys into a habit of wearing gloves, but I had to tell one student, the gloves are to protect your customer from you, not to protect you from the rest of the world. This guy wore them everywhere all the time, and it was getting a little crazy. So I'm just fooling around buying time. What's going in there next?
The squash.
All right, let's put the squash in there. Let's turn things down a little bit. All right. Let's do that. How's that?
Yeah.
Do you guys have any questions? Yell them out. Maybe I could hear them. As Kurt said when my introduction, I'm retired, and I've been coming here to the farm show so long, so it's a chance to get to work with the students again. Like, I didn't even know any of these guys till I knew a couple of them until we started working together the other day, so that's always good. But I was kidding them. I'm the ghost of farm show past, and these are the ghosts of the farm show future right here, because Chef Capista, did you come to the farm show with me?
First year, yeah.
That's right, he was here. Any of you guys come with me?
I did.
Oh, yeah, she did. There's another one. Oh my gosh, they're coming out of the woodwork. This is Old Home Week here. I love the farm show. All right, so we're gonna put some garlic in there. Stir that up. Keep her going. I'm only going to use one pot to make this soup. Now, we had to get the beans gone because of our physical limitations back in the kitchen, but I always tell these guys, I know how much you like to do dishes. Why are you going to make 10 pots dirty to make one batch of soup when we just keep building on it? We took the things that are going to take the longest to cook, and they go in there first, and then we just keep building. But here's something I like to do. This recipe is pretty tomato-y, and I take the paste and I like to brown that a little bit. And that really just takes that tomato flavor to a whole different level. And we'll leave that, we'll just try to brown that a little bit. Any questions yet? Are you getting hungry? The longer I make you wait, the better it's going to taste. Anyhow, so. Here you go. Next, we're going to put some nice tomatoes in, some diced tomatoes. That's thoroughly slowing down. Let's get the heat back up here again. I panicked. Okay. No questions. What's that look like? Huh? I know, it is fun. Oh, we got time. Hey, you guys don't mind, do you? I need some photographic evidence that I was really here. So everybody say, happy farm show. Happy vegetable day. We're glad you're here. This is so cool. I love it. Thank you. All right, we're going to get some beans in here. Now, we soaked these. These were dried beans, and we had to soak them, and then we had to cook them a little bit just to give them a little encouragement. And plus, we have, well, we're using propane gas, and we have a lot of things going on back there. So it doesn't really push as hard as some of the ovens, but we're grateful. It's such a nice kitchen. And then I'll have to go to confession using a artificial base, but I wanted to show you some things. This is a vegetable stock base. And you know, in a lot of my recipes, I just like having vegetable stock around. And our school has a visiting chef series where we've invited some of the most famous chefs in the world to come to our college and prepare a meal with the students. And we had the late, great Jean-Louis Paladin at the school from the Watergate, and he got 3 Michelin stars in France, and you know what his secret ingredient is? V8. He splashed a little of that into all his different sauces. That was everywhere. So V8 is just a kind of a thicker vegetable stock or broth. Now, you got to read labels. You guys are you good shoppers? Do you read labels? This has carrot, celery, onion, tomato, sugar, tomato paste, then some chemicals, onion, potatoes, but it does contain a little soy. But when I'm looking at the list of ingredients, if salt is close to the beginning, you're going to see I haven't seasoned anything yet. So I'm going to add that later. One of the most important things to do is taste as we do things. So I'm going to add some of this, and we didn't use a whole lot for the samples. Think that'll be enough?
Probably a little bit more.
She said more. More is better. All right, stir that in there. There's some cabbage. That big bowl will wilt down to nothing. Yep, stir it in there. Are we ready for our water now?
I believe so, yes.
Now in the restaurant, I would always have a batch of vegetable stock going all the time. Chicken stock, veal stock, maybe a fish fumet, whatever my menu required. They're gonna yank me off the stage here? Okay, right on time. I don't know if we need all that water. You know what I mean? We'll bump the heat up. We'll give her the boost. Keep an eye on it. All right, so now we're tasting. First, I want to see how salty this base was and see how it impacted everything. But you can try it. Now, this started out as a chili recipe, and then it took a little turn towards the farm show, and I picked some things that kind of went along with Southwest. You know, the tomatoes, the beans, and I thought, you know what? They have chocolate down there, don't they? They got coffee down there. Isn't that what grows down in that Central America, South America? So I thought, let's try some of that. Because one thing I like to do, if you cook with the seasons and you use local ingredients, you're probably a lot better off. You know what I mean? You've decreased the likelihood of error. Now this is instant espresso. All right? Chef Mike, don't screw that soup up with that stuff. And I'm just gonna use a little bit, because we can always add more. Where'd my cocoa go?
That's your cocoa.
There it is. I might start out with half of what I think is what I'd need, and then I can add more. It's kind of like once you're a pickle, you can never be a cucumber again. You know what I mean? So if I put a lot of that, and I don't, this is never a good idea. Going out of the big container, bad idea, right? Same with the salt and the pepper, just a little bit at a time. Ooh, you like that?
Hi, Michael.
Hey, what's going on, Chef?
How are you?
Be careful. You're going to be terrified when you look behind you.
Flash zone?
No, you're all right. This isn't, what's the name? I'm not Gallagher. But some of our old students are with us. You are getting off easy, Chef. Sorry. All right, I'm going to add, did you taste it? Do we need more cocoa?
No.
We don't.
I tasted not really much cocoa.
All right, she says no. All right. I learned to listen a long time ago. How about some cinnamon? Let's try that. Cinnamon? And then the cool stuff. This is clove. You just want just a little bit of that. And then I have some smoked paprika. Some sumac. We just have a little bit of that for this much, right?
Yes.
And last but not least, the filet gumbo powder. And this is, like I said, I got the leaves off a tree in my yard, and I dried it out, and then I ground it up. And it's just, you really get the, well, one day my granddaughter and I were doing this, and she was little, and she's pulling leaves off the tree, and she smells it, and she goes, "Hey, is this a herb or a spice?" And she's 8 years old. I'm like, "Why do you ask, Abigail?" And she said, "Well, they make medicine out of herbs." And I'm like, "You're pretty smart," because it smelled really medicinal. So the recipe from that point forward was affectionately called, changed from filet gumbo powder to Ab's leaves. And I think a little pepper. And then we're going to taste it, and then you guys adjust it from there. All right?
It's actually really good.
It's actually really good. I mean, you can be honest. You can't hurt my feelings. I'm retired. You can't fire me.
It needs a little salt.
A little salt. Oh, all right. If you say so. All right. Let's go. It's your party. I just came to dance. Come on, you put it in there. All right, so did we do it? What do you think? All right, I'll let you bombard our finished product with chives. Let me see the bowl. You'll put it back there on the X. Here you go. Served with pride. Our stone soup. Now, a nice piece of bread would be good with this, or a favorite cracker, or... Hello? There we go. And they've suggested a long shot Vidal Blanc. This is from Cumberland County. And this is serve it chilled. It's peachy and it has some melon flavor. So I thought that would bounce off this pretty good, don't you? I mean, that's the only thing we didn't put in there was fruit. We could have. We forgot the fruit. Yeah, they have tomatoes in there. All right, so there you have it. Let's thank my helpers here, Kira and Jay. And if you get a chance, stop up to Lejeune Chef Restaurant at the Pennsylvania College of Technology up in Williamsport. I'm going to try to get some reservations if I can. I don't know. But, yeah, we have a restaurant that serves the dining public. And we have a lot of other things that go on up there, too. But you guys want to eat? You want to try this? So thanks for coming out. Thanks for coming to the farm show. Big hand for these guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause, please, for the amazing Mike Ditchfield. Thank you, Chef.
Hey, 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 1 2 1 2, check 1 2 1 2 1 2, test 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2, check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2, check 1 2 1 2, hey, 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 1 2, check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2, test 1 2 1 2, hey, 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 1 2 1 2 1 2, test 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2, hey, 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 1 2, test 1 2 1 2, check 1 2 1 2 1 2 2, hey, 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 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2, hey, 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 right. Hey, 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 1 2 1 2, test 1 2, hey, 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 1 2. Hey, 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 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's still morning, 10 minutes to noon. Just want to welcome you all to Vegetable Day here at the Culinary Connection stage. I'm Mark O'Neill with the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, here to welcome you to the Pennsylvania Farm Show's 110th show, which is amazing in and of itself. 110 years and still going strong. As we said, today is a vegetable day, and there's been we've already had a presentation of the soup that was here, the Keystone Stone soup, and there were samples that were provided, and hopefully you all had a chance to get a taste of that. Next up, there's going to be another special soup, and it was with our own chef and Kurt Weaver. He'll be out here. He's been out throughout the entire program, and he'll be here all week. But he's going to be doing a demonstration of a special soup, which I'm going to let him talk to you about as well. We're going to be getting started in about 8 minutes or so. There's still some seats available here. If anyone wants to come in, there's still some seats available here to get a front seat view of the demonstration. And once again, after that, there are free samples that will be over there. You can see the young woman with the chef's hat on over there. There's also an opportunity to win a nice gift. If you go over there, get out your phone, do the QR code, answer 2 very easy questions. You'll know the answers to them. And an opportunity, really nice gift basket over there as well. So an opportunity for that. While we're waiting to go, we do have a trivia question with an opportunity to win a prize. I'm going to try to get down here so I can recognize, maybe the first person with the correct answer, raising their hand, screaming out, what have you. This one I think some of you will know, but we'll see. What vitamin gives carrots and sweet potatoes their orange color? What's it? Keratin. That's not the answer I have. Up. You both said vitamin A at the same time. Is keratin a derivative of vitamin A? I don't know. Vitamin A is correct, and it was such a tie, so I think I'm going to have to give a prize to both of you on that one, because both of you were right here and very quick. I was peering in my eye to make sure to be fair to everyone here, but these two were very close. So thank you very much for participating in that good knowledge, because I didn't know that either, so learn something new every day. Once again, be getting going in about 5 minutes or so, and I'll be down with some prizes for you. Hello, everyone. Once again, want to remind you that right here at the Culinary Connection stage, we'll have a cooking demonstration in just a couple of minutes. There still are some seats available in case your feet are a little bit tired. Come on in, a few seats available. Again, we'll have a cooking demonstration as well as free tasting afterward. We also have a free cookbook available over here. All of the different recipes that the demonstrations unveil up here, they're available within the book. So if you like it and you sample it, you can always take the book home and make it yourself. Once again, just a couple minutes left, and there are some seats available, so come on in.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 PA Preferred Culinary Connection at the 110th Farm Show. It's a special year as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the start of our great nation, and most of the recipes this year have some kind of special story or connection to our chef's history as well as our nation's. We're going to get to a demo here shortly. It's a venison demo with the Pennsylvania State Game Commission. But first we have to go through our sponsors because we wouldn't be able to do any of this without them. PA Preferred is the official state brand for Pennsylvania agriculture products, established by law to help consumers easily identify products grown and produced in PA. So when you go to the food store and go food shopping, I want you to look for that logo. It was grown or produced in Pennsylvania. We want to thank our friends at Giant. Without them, none of this would be possible. So there's a 53-foot trailer in the back filled with food that we've been using throughout the week and will continue to use for the rest of the week for all the samples and demos that you see on this stage. The Pennsylvania vegetable growers have sponsored all of today's cooking demonstrations, and so vegetables are the main ingredient in just about everything we do, you know, whether it just be onions or garlic. Some people forget their vegetables, you know, but they're in everything, and everything you have today is going to have something vegetable related in it, including all the demos and samples that you have over here. We can't wait. We can't do what we do without the talented chef instructors and students from the Pennsylvania College of Technology. They're here in the back. They're very busy running around, getting everything ready for all the samples and all the demos. They're amazing, and they do a great job. They also support all the chefs that come out on stage throughout the day. They're located in Williamsport, and they're part of the Penn State education system. We'd also like to thank the folks from Thermador. So thanks to them, we have this incredible equipment and large appliances for our chefs to use, like these cooktops. These cooktops here are induction, and they work via magnet. They're amazing. Even when you're cooking on them and you're searing a steak at high heat, you can actually, you know, slide a piece of paper in there, and it won't even char, nothing. You won't see any browning. They work completely with magnets, completely safe. Go to thermador.com to check out their latest lineup of appliances. We'd also like to give a big thanks to Christiana Cabinetry. So these custom cabinets were made by them. They did an incredible job with these butcher's block countertops. And then back here, what you don't see is all of this is custom cabinetry. We've got all the things we need to cook for you and also for the competitions later, including refrigeration, shelving, drawers. It's all back here, and it was all custom made just for us by Christiana Cabinetry. They're a family-owned business in Lancaster County. ChristianaCabinetry.com. Check them out, and they could build some cabinets for you. Located just across the river in Camp Hill, the restaurant store has everything you could need for your kitchen and ours. Industrial quality kitchen equipment, from walk-in refrigerators to spatulas. Membership is free, so go check them out. You can cook like we do. Last but certainly not least, we want to thank our friends at the Pennsylvania Winery Association. Every recipe in our book that you will see demonstrated today will have a wine pairing provided by these wonderful people. If you want to try, sample, or purchase any Pennsylvania wines, head in that direction past the Pennsylvania Hardwood exhibit. All the way in that corner, you can sample any of the wines. So that's it for the sponsors for the stage. And now my counterpart, I wouldn't be able to do what I do without her. Her name's Maureen Fowler, Chef Maureen Fowler, and she's going to come out here to introduce the next presenter.
Thank you, Chef Kurt. So today we have a really special presentation. It's going to celebrate Pennsylvania's wild landscapes, our responsible stewardship, and the deep connection between conservation and the food on our tables. So we have two presenters today. Our first is Tyler Strohecker. He is representing the Pennsylvania Game Commission. He works in wildlife conservation, public education, helping Pennsylvania's understand the importance of habitat management, hunting heritage, and the sustainable use of our natural resources. His work connects people more closely to the land and the role conservation plays in protecting Pennsylvania's ecosystems for the generations to come. Joining him on stage and making a delicious dish is Kurt Weaver, chef and owner of Central PA Chef Consultants. He is a South Central Pennsylvania native. He is a cook, farmer, forager, and hunter whose approach to food is rooted in seasonality, sustainability, and the waste not, want not philosophy. From cooking alongside his mother and grandmother to founding the Garlic Poet restaurant and bar, his work reflects the lifelong commitment to honoring ingredients and the landscapes that they come from. Together, Tyler and Chef Kurt bring conservation and cuisine together, showcasing how respecting Pennsylvania's natural resources can lead to thoughtful, responsible cooking and a deeper appreciation for all the food that we share. Please put your hands together and welcome to the stage, Tyler Strohecker and Chef Kurt Weaver.
How's everybody doing? I know I was just out here. It's kind of silly, isn't it? Like, who is that guy? Oh, here he comes. Why does he have two microphones, right? All right, so we're going to make some venison today. Tyler, where did this venison come from?
This came from a farm in Washington County in our Ag Tag program from last week. So we helped the farmer out and got this down last week.
So this is fresh venison. Was it dried in any way or aged or? I mean, this is fresh venison, right?
Very fresh, yeah.
Yeah, and
not dried, nothing.
What cuts did you bring us?
Yeah, so we brought pretty much bulk of the both of the hindquarters. We have a football roast there, is like I like to call them. Round roast there in the back hind. We have some back strap in on this and a couple of the hind shanks.
Awesome. So this cut right here is a nice piece. They've been working with it in the back. And I'm going to take a little bit of this connective tissue and sinew off before we start to sear it. And anybody who's worked with venison before, do we have any hunters in the audience here? Do we have any hunters? Yeah, all right. Yeah, there's a little hunter right there named Bo, I think, right? Yeah, I know you. I know you guys. All right, so some of this stuff has to come off. This recipe very specifically is in the Pennsylvania Game Commission cookbook, and it actually is a slow cooker recipe. Now, I didn't bring a slow cooker to do this recipe, and we're going to do it on the stovetop and kind of show you how it works. it can be done multiple different ways. You can cook it, put it in your slow cooker, crock pot, or you can do it on the stove and let it go really low and slow for a couple hours, or you can actually, you can start it in the pot, cover it with foil if you wanted to, and finish it in the oven, and that's kind of what we're gonna do here today. So I've got the majority of the connective tissue kind of taken off, and now we're just gonna kind of take it down into some nice pieces.
I'll ask you, Kurt, for my own education. Are we going against the grain, with the grain? Does it matter for this?
We're gonna do both. We're gonna cut these pieces with the grain to kind of make them a little bit smaller, and then we're going to flip the whole thing over, and we're gonna go back the other way. So we're doing both. This is gonna break down real nice, but first we have to get a sear on it, and we have to season it. So we're gonna season it and sear it with Lowry's. If you're familiar, we use Lowry's in this recipe. Also available at Giant. And while I'm cutting this down, Tyler, what is your position at the Game Commission? What is it that you do at the Pennsylvania Game Commission?
Yeah, so with the Game Commission, I'm our landowner engagement manager. I oversee different programs that we're building and expanding on for connecting hunters to our landowners, specifically with deer management issues. One of the goals of the Game Commission is to keep hunting as a solution for our wild game and managing the populations across the state. And with that comes a natural evolution of different programs. I mentioned our Ag Tag program. We have different programs where we try to connect with landowners that have wildlife issues and get hunters out on that landscape to help with the problem. So my role is to help be a bridge and foster that connection between the hunters and the landowners.
And so part of those new programs that you were talking about, there's a couple programs. What's one of the newest programs you were telling me about it the other day?
Yeah, Certified Hunter Program.
Yeah.
So we piloted a new program in the southwest part of our state called the Certified Hunter Program. It's new, we didn't market it, but I have to ask, anybody hear about that program or a certified hunter yet? We got one, all right, I'll count.
We have a certified hunter?
We do.
Yeah,
I might be cheating
fantastic.
a little bit, he works for the agency.
Congratulations. Hey, we know that guy.
Jake partnered with me on the hunt that was able to get this mature doe last week. But yeah, that program is for landowners. It's a way that we can vet hunters on the front end, so you ensure that you're going to have a safe and responsible hunter on your landscape.
Take your time.
A lot of the feedback we got from hunters and landowners, and landowners specifically would say, hey, if I have a hunter knock on my door, I don't know if they're responsible. I don't know if they're experienced. How could I know if they're going to follow the rules of my land? And we created this program where we vet the hunters. There's background checks, there's shooting tests, there's a written exam that they have to take, and then we can connect them with those landowners so they can hunt locally with these landowners, and the landowners know the folks that are going to be on their land have been vetted. They're going to be safe and responsible. So early on, the pilot's been great, and we're looking forward to expanding it in the near future.
I love that. I got to tell you, I hunt a 60-acre farm, and we used to plant corn and soybean on that farm. And the farmer himself said, I'm not going to plant it anymore because just so much of it gets destroyed by the deer, which I kind of like that. Obviously that's good. That's good for us. But I think it's an amazing program. It's gonna do wonders for hunting. I mean, it's not gonna completely solve the problem, right?
But no, not completely. But
yeah.
I mean, to your point, Kurt. I mean, how many farmers in here used to see their first row or two of corn or soybeans gone, and now they're going half acre in, taking out entire fields. So getting the hunters out there, keeping the pressure on, and increasing the harvest it's only going to help. And we've gotten some good feedback from farmers that say, hey, I didn't get anything out of that soybean field last year. I was able to get X amount of bushel out of it this year. It wasn't what I wanted, but it was better than last year. So a step in the right direction.
That's amazing, and it's also this is my term, not the Game Commission's term, but this program sounds like a freezer filler program to me. You know what I mean?
It works for that pretty well. Yes, your freezer can be full, and that's the good thing with hunters, right? I mean, many of our hunters want that local wild game meat, and that's why a program like this it makes a lot of sense on paper, right? We have landowners that have deer problems. We have hunters that have empty freezers. Let's marry those two. And we also take a very active role with these programs in promoting hunters sharing the harvest. So if any of you are familiar with that, it's a program where you can take your deer to a processor. They'll process it for you. It's free of charge as a hunter, and then they will donate it to your local food banks. So it's a great program. Pennsylvania leads the charge in it, and we're going to continue to help promote that program.
That's awesome. Yeah. All right, so let's talk about the food that we're cooking. Right now, we've got the venison in the pot with a little bit of vegetable oil in there. It's been tossed with some Lowry seasoning salt, which is kind of I'm sure everybody's heard of it. It's kind of a general seasoning that's used on all kinds of different meats, but it adds a good amount of flavor to this recipe. Oh, and I should say, this is a modified recipe from the Pennsylvania Game Commission's cookbook.
Nice.
And so what I changed a few things. I added some local cheese to it. I believe I changed the wine that was in it, but that's it. It's a fantastic recipe. We just have to change it for the ingredients that we have available to us, but it's a great recipe. And last year I did another recipe that was in there, and in a couple months I'm going to do another recipe. There's some great stuff from some great hunters. Not just your standard, chili mac or whatever, you know what I mean? There's actually some great recipes in there.
Yeah, we use that cookbook quite a bit in my house, and it's not just venison too. You're going to have, small game, other wild game, as far as big game, turkey, bear. There's all kinds of recipes in it. So, yeah, if you're interested, I'd recommend taking a look.
So I am searing this venison right now. You can probably see there's some brown bits in the pan, and that's the flavor. We really want the flavor. So we got what's called caramelization going on. It's the Maillard effect, I believe. And so what's happening here is the sugars in the meat are rising to the top of the meat, and they're caramelizing in the pan. And that's what you want when you're starting a long braise. My philosophy has always been to add flavor at every step of the way. So anytime you get a chance, and so at my restaurants, what we would do is we clean carrots and we clean them into a bin. When we clean onions, we clean them into a bin. Sometime during the week, all of those vegetable scraps go into a pot. And we add water and we make a vegetable stock. And so instead of adding plain water to a recipe when we're cooking pasta or a grain, we would use the vegetable stock that we made from all our scraps. It's just another way of adding flavor as you go. Today we're going to use wine and this awesome beef stock to add flavor, but there's amazing ways to do it. Caramelization is one. So French onion soup with venison in a slow cooker is what we're doing again. Once this venison gets to the point where we've got some browning on most of the sides, we're going to pull it out and we're going to let it rest. And when we let it rest on this pan, it's going to leak some juices, mostly proteins, out onto the thing. Everybody says, "Oh, that's blood." It's not actually blood. It's proteins and amino acids, and it's actually additional flavor. It's something that you would get out of that meat if you were boiling it into a stock. It's part of the flavor you would get there. And we're going to save that and we're going to add it back in. So we're about to that point now. Classic French onion soup usually has port or sherry. But in Pennsylvania, we've got some great wines, like I was telling you earlier. And today, we're going to be deglazing with this Pinot Noir, which is the 2022 Pinot Noir from Armstrong Valley Winery. The gentleman who made that wine was here not that long ago. I was speaking with him, and they have plans to do lots more fantastic dry red wines, which is news to me, and also it's delightful to me because I think we need a lot more nice dry wines in Pennsylvania as opposed to all the sweet wines, which we kind of already have, Let's get some variety is how I look at it. All right, so what else can you tell me about the Game Commission? What are we doing? What's the Game Commission doing here at the farm show this week? Do you have any updates on stuff that they're doing here this week?
Yeah, we have quite a few things. If you haven't stopped by our booth, we do have our Pennsylvania Game Commission booth that's in this hall. It's past the Pennsylvania Hardwoods trailer. So stop on by. But yeah, honestly, Kurt, I don't have the exact agenda in front of me. I know we have a few. I think we have a town hall here later in the week. We have there's that HSH annual banquet dinner. That's on Wednesday. We'll be here for that. But we'll be around and taking part in quite a bit of the farm show festivities. And then it's hard to believe, but we're 3 weeks away from the sports show, so everything kicks right back up for us for that.
That's right.
So a busy time of year for shows and events.
Who here's coming back for the Sportsman's Show? Anybody coming back? I'll be here. I'll be coming back for it. I'm not doing any cooking related, but I think
we should come back and cook something.
We should, yeah, we should. I'm going to come back just to wander around. I like to see all the new stuff that's coming out. Yeah. I'll check out probably. I might upgrade the sight on my bow this year. I don't know yet. We'll see. I'm thinking about it. I want to get one of those newfangled ones, but everybody keeps telling me with the lights to stay away from them. So I'm going to check them out.
Yeah, check. It's never a bad idea to upgrade your equipment. Never a bad idea.
I know. My wife would just.
Pins.
I think my wife would disagree with you, but yeah.
Sneak it in there.
Yeah, I know. That's it. Yeah, we got to sneak it in. So, so now we've got the onions added, and if you can see, there's browning. Some of those brown bits, the fond from the bottom of the pot, is what we call it in the fancy French kitchens, right, with the tall white hats. is coming up off the bottom of the pot, and it's kind of adhered itself to these onions, and we're going to keep stirring until they start to break down and kind of caramelize a little bit. I've said caramelize a couple times already, and caramelization is basically pulling sugars out of whatever you're cooking. You've had caramel, you've probably had candy. There's fudge right over there. I know there's different candies all through the farm show, but if you've ever had like something with brown sugar in it, you got molasses, that's kind of a form of caramel. You've got, like caramel sauce itself, any of those things. What happens is the crystallization of the sugars, and it gets nice and sweet and deep and dark. If anybody's familiar with molasses, you know what I mean. It's got that really deep, rich flavor, and that's what we're trying to pull out of the venison, followed by the onions. So what's the connection to food and hunting? Like what can you talk about there? Is there anything that you wanted to speak about specifically? Because it is really why we're here, right?
Yeah, I mean, food and hunting to me is everything, right? I wouldn't hunt if it wasn't for the connection to food. And, when you think how blessed we are in Pennsylvania for the diversity of game that we have and the variety of different seasons, I mean, you can be hunting for 6-8 months out of the year, not including turkey season kicking up in May. So we're really blessed in this state to have a diverse wildlife really slate that you can make from. So I mean, to me, there's nothing better. You get a deer, you get something, you process it, and then you get to share that memory around the table. And it sounds cliche, but you never go on a memorable hunt and then eat that meal and not talk about, oh, I remember when this turkey poked up over the hill, I didn't think it was coming in, or this rabbit or this deer. And it's just, we're real blessed to just have a lot of people that do that, and you have whether it's your hunting club or your friends or your family. And to boot, it's some of the healthiest and, chemical-free food you can have.
I'd love to talk about that with you. That's something that's one of my specialties. I definitely I stay away from a lot of the food with any of the antibiotics or anything like that added to it, and so I try to eat as much as I can from what I shoot. Is that something that you find that works well for your family?
Yep, absolutely. We're really blessed. My wife, who's here, she's a saint in hunting season for me because I'm out quite a bit. But yeah, we're fortunate. We don't have to buy a lot of meat. We raise some chickens. We have deer. We have turkeys. Small game hunting, fishing. That's our state has a lot there. So I'll tell us a little story. She was brave. I'll give her. I was trapping beavers the other week. So for Christmas, instead of a traditional ham or turkey, we had a beaver, and it was delicious. But it underscored just again the tapestry of game that we have in our state that you may not think of. But my mom ate it. She said it tasted like pot roast. It's good, I promise. But it was just a neat experience, right? And it's a shared memory that we'll have now.
Several times we've discussed our wives, hunters' wives. Can we have a round of applause for the hunters' wives, please? Because they really, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be able to get out there. I know, yeah, several here. All right, so we've got some good caramelization on these. Now we're going to add this Pinot Noir to deglaze the pan. We've got that up. Add that in. And then add some beef stock to it. We're going to try to get this thing rolling here. So beef stock, we got a little bit of Worcestershire sauce. It's going to add some flavor as well. It's another one of those things I was talking about that will add flavor to what we have going on. And of course, butter. Does anybody here enjoy butter in their cooking? Yeah? So we'll get a little bit of butter in there. Would you get me some fresh herbs? Just maybe pick a little bit of thyme and a little bit of parsley. Fantastic. Awesome. We're going to add that in as well. So what's your favorite way to make venison?
My favorite way is when you're butchering it and you get the hot plate out in the garage and you cook it up with some butter right then and there when it's coming right off the backstrap. That really is tough to beat. I was raised doing that with my grandfather, and no better bite of venison right there. But if I'm gonna make it for people coming over, I'll do a 18-hour marinade in the fridge. I make it a little bit different every time, but some Worcestershire, some soy, some different sauces, let it marinate, and then I'll cut it and skewer it, and I'll put it on the smoker and just smoke that till it hits maybe 130, 135. It's going to be plenty moist. It's going to be real good. It doesn't take long in the smoker if you put it on the skewers and it's backstrap, and that's my go-to.
Oh, I love that. I love smoked venison. It's one of my favorites. It's a tough one. You got to be careful. There's not a lot of fat. So, when you're smoking like pork butt or something like that, there's a lot of fat going through it. It keeps it moist. you can totally screw up a pork butt and nobody will ever know. You know, just think it's this great pulled pork. Throw some barbecue sauce on it, nobody will know. But if you overcook or oversmoke a piece of venison, you are not serving it. You got to turn it into dog food, which I've done. I'm not going to lie. It's happened. You know, sometimes it's what you have to do. It is a very fine line. It really is. I think my favorite way, and I feel like we would all say this, is what you already said, is when the deer's hanging in the garage, my son's out there with me, and I show him this is the tenderloin, and we're going to take that right off, and, you know, and we're going to put that right in the grill or wherever, whatever we're, yeah. Yep. So that's probably my favorite. Super simple, just salt and pepper is all it needs.
Tough to beat. Yep.
Yeah, but I do like to braise venison a lot. Blueberry and red wines with a little bit of rosemary is probably my go-to.
Okay.
That can be done in a crock pot. You can just throw a giant hunk of venison in your crock pot with some red wine, a handful of frozen or fresh blueberries. Frozen works better in this, and a little bit of rosemary, maybe some garlic and onion.
Sure.
It's kind of the same concept of where we're kind of going with this, where it's going to be braised and slow cooked. The difference is the flavor. Just the flavor is going to be a little bit different. So this would also go for several hours. In your slow cooker, you're going to put it on low, and you can put it overnight, and then the venison is just going to fall apart. We're actually going to do it a little bit differently today. Obviously, we're not going to be able to finish it completely. We're going to do a little TV magic, as we call, but I'm going to add this venison in now, and you see all the juice that's going in there. We want all of that. That's going to add a ton of flavor.
Now, when you're doing something like this, Kurt, can you overcook it in that slow cooker, or is there, as long as it's covered, are you good to go?
It's kind of tough to overcook it. The only thing that can happen is if you don't have it covered, you can reduce the liquid too far. If you reduce the liquid too far, then you could risk burning on the stove or in your oven. That's the only thing. But it's pretty tough as long as you have plenty of liquid. And this is a soup, so obviously there's going to be tons of liquid here. We can put all that in if we wanted to. We're not going to for time. But then the other thing we're going to do here is we're going to toast some bread for on top of this. So traditional French onion soup, a little bit of bread. And I've got this cheese that's called Tussie Mountain. I'm pretty sure they won an award this year, or they did last year here at the farm show. Clover Creek Cheese Cellars, they're amazing. They've been in Williamsburg, PA for 20 years now. They just 50 dairy cows on 70 acres. And this cheese is a raclette style cheese. So it's a nice melting cheese. It's got a little bit of funk to it, which we like in the kitchen. And it's gonna melt real nice on top. So we're gonna get, yeah, it's actually so soft that it tripped me up there, which is awesome. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna cut that. We're gonna take this, and we're gonna use this same guy and put it right in the oven for a minute. You're gonna get that for me in just a minute as soon as it starts to melt. We're gonna let this go for a little while. So what other programs can we talk about? And did you wanna do something with these here?
Yeah, we could do a little, I don't know, trivia or something.
Yeah, so does anybody want to answer some questions maybe for one of these? Can you explain what these are?
Yeah, they're just license holders, but they have a pen on the inside. That's what makes them special. So when you're filling out your tag, you have a little pen there, and you never lose it. If you're like me, my pen's always broken, or I can't find it, and then you're digging around, and then you find a pen, and of course it doesn't write on this paper.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Or it's been upside down in your pack since last season, and yeah.
It's 10 degrees out. You're there trying to lick it and get water on it. It doesn't work. So yeah,
Classic.
these are supposed to work. I have used them. They do work pretty well. So they got our logo. So we have some license holders here.
So can anybody tell me? In 2026, this year, when will the first opportunity be to harvest a turkey? Does anybody know?
I think we can allow that. May.
May? Close,
so.
close enough. All right, there you go. Here, that's for you.
So we have a youth hunt to kick that turkey season off.
That's right.
So the first weekend is you can take a youth hunter out, which is a great opportunity. These birds aren't pressured yet. They shouldn't have had a lot of guys calling, so it's a great opportunity to get the youth on a bird. And then general season comes in. I think it's usually the first Saturday in May, to your point there. So.
Awesome. All right, what else? So you want to do a points related question?
We can. Like antler restrictions?
Sure.
Does anybody know our antler restrictions in Pennsylvania in order to shoot
anybody familiar on them? Does anybody know? A little louder.
Not quite. Can I help her out?
Not quite.
What's that? Yeah, exactly. So 3 on one
There
side
you
is
go,
what
man.
he said. So you got to have 3. You know, we do have some special regs areas that are 3 up, which would not include a brow tine. So when you're looking at an antlered deer, the 2 right here, they're the brow tines. So for the bulk of our state, it's 3, including the brow tine on one side. But we do have some special regs where we call 3 up, which would not include that brow tine. It would have to be, you know, G2, G3, G4.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the special reg area or special regulations area. Is that what it's,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have some of that in there.
I don't think I hunt in 5B. I don't think we have one of those.
Around the cities,
Yeah.
there's some. I'm not exactly sure where it is. I don't have to deal with it in Schuylkill County myself, but yeah, we're.
Schuylkill County. I just realized you're a Skook. I didn't even know that until we got out here on stage.
Oh yeah, big time Scoop.
I didn't know that. That's awesome. What else we got? What else can we come up with? Something about pheasant hunting. That's going to be a tough one, though. Are there any pheasant hunters here? Do we have any pheasant hunters? That's a tough. Yeah.
Go back again.
Yeah.
I'd ask what the best bird dog is, but I think it's a little biased for my answer. So I don't know if we go. I used to have a German short hair, so that's.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
GSP.
Absolutely.
For sure. Does anybody know? Let's do like year the Game Commission was founded. Anybody got that?
Anybody want to guess? I don't know the answer to that.
We celebrated an anniversary 2025.
Okay. 2025.
What a huge anniversary. Anybody want to get close? 1990, a little before that, a lot before that.
A lot before that.
Earlier than the 70s.
Take this to the back. Thank you.
What do we got? 1895. She got it.
Oh wow! Come on up and have one. Yeah.
Have some license holders. Here, pass them out. But yeah, 1895 we got started. Can anybody name the 4 big game species that we have in our state? We have 4. Little man? Got them? There's one people forget sometimes. Deer, turkey, elk, and bear. Yes, yeah, we got it.
Go.
Good job. How buddy?
There you are. How about, what else can we do? We got some season-related stuff. I'm thinking white-tailed deer probably. How about...
Does anybody know what season's in right now?
Good one.
It's unique to Pennsylvania. We started it, I don't know, 40, 50 years ago. Flintlock season. Yeah, does anybody in here shoot a flintlock? A couple of us. Yeah, it's a great season. For those of you that don't know, it's pretty unique to Pennsylvania that we still have that season. So it's a flintlock muzzle loader. So traditional firearm, you have to put it through the muzzle, but then when you shoot, it actually has a flint on it. It sparks, and they call it a flash in the pan, but it hits the pan, and then it would shoot your projectile. So it's a pretty fun season. My friends and I call them boomsticks. We never hit anything with them, but they're fun to take out and have.
Just like in the Civil War, right? You couldn't hit.
Exactly,
Yeah. There was probably more lead balls in trees in Gettysburg than anything. Yeah.
I think I remember from high school something about seeing the whites of the eyes, but we never wait that long, and we just missed the deer, and then that's that. So, or the gun doesn't even go off, but. That's smelling pretty good there, Kurt.
So take a look. So at this point, we've got something that resembles French onion soup. Now, I'm going to say the samples that they're serving down here that you're going to get to taste are all completely cooked, finished French onion soup, ready to go. This isn't quite finished, but we're going to kind of show you what it would look like if we were to finish this all together, okay? So we've got the venison, and we've got the broth, some onions, and then... what you should do for classic French onion soup, of course, is finish it with this crouton here. And just because we can, we're going to put a little char on it.
Fancy.
Why not put a little char on the cheese, take our time, make it nice. Oh, yeah. So, how about another trivia question? Do we have anything else? Maybe something. If you purchase a hunting license in Pennsylvania, how many antlered deer can you take with that license? Does anybody know? Go ahead. Go ahead. He said 1.
I think you got it.
I think you got it. Yeah, come on up and grab one of these. They're for you.
We are a $1 state. We do have a lot of programs. Again, we talked about filling a freezer earlier. We have a lot of programs. If you want to harvest antlerless deer, we would encourage that. We actually, at our booth, have a our hunter access program that we are building up right now. So we did some evolution to that program where you'll be able to, as a hunter, see these properties a little easier in a mapping tool on our website, working with the landowners a little closer on that. So if you're looking for land to hunt, we're really blessed in Pennsylvania that we have the public land that we do, the game lands, the state parks, the DCNR land. But our hunter access program is really second to none in the nation too in a lot of ways. So we're here promoting that, and if you have any questions about it, feel free to grab me or stop by our booth and we'll be able to help you out.
Yeah, and the state game lands are huge. There's so many state game lands across the state. I spend a lot of time in them all over north central Pennsylvania, mushroom hunting, and it's incredible that we have what we have in Pennsylvania. It's an amazing state. I love living here. I love hunting here. I love cooking here, and I love using the product. We've got one more thing for you, folks. This is the Chambourcin from Happy Valley Vineyard and Winery. The Pennsylvania Winery Association provided us with all the pairings for all of our dishes in the cookbook. So you can make this exact recipe by grabbing one of the cookbooks right over here after the demo is over. And this Chambourcin is made to go with this dish. That looks great, actually. Look at that. Good color on there. And there is, so that's the final dish. And Tyler, thank you so much for coming.
Absolutely.
Can you guys give him a round of applause? And thank you so much.
Yep.
I really appreciate it. I'll be back a little later to tell you all about the next presenter, okay? So stick around, and I think you might know who he is. I think some of you might know who's coming up, right? Thanks again. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mark O'Neill with the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture here for the 110th version of the Pennsylvania Farm Show. I see that a lot of you are very excited for our next chef. He, of course, an American celebrity chef, restaurateur, author. You've probably seen him on TV, heard about his restaurants. And that, of course, is Brian Voltaggio. He'll be out in just a few minutes. We got about 10 minutes before the next food demonstration. There looks like we're almost full of seats here, but plenty of room behind and around to observe the latest demonstration. And once again, there are food samples afterwards, which we appreciate. They're all the way over there. And also there is an opportunity to win a nice gift if you like over there. If you scan the QR code right over there, answer 2 questions, put in your email. We're giving a prize away every day throughout the farm show. There's also the free farm show cookbook. All of the recipes and demonstrations that have happened all throughout the week, those recipes are within the cookbook. So if you want to try to make the same thing at home, you have the opportunity to do that as well. And again, that is free, another free option we have here. While we have a couple minutes, have another trivia question with a prize. Pick out a new one, and see if anyone has any thoughts on this one. I don't know if it's hard or easy. I didn't know it, but raise your hand, yell out. First one with the right answer gets the prize. And here we go. What vegetable is ground up to make paprika? What was it? You said red pepper? Okay. It's a bell pepper. I heard red pepper, I heard bell pepper, I heard peppers. That's a tough one. I might have to give prizes to the first 2 who had it right. So we'll give you the red pepper winner. And then the first over here, who was first with the bell pepper? Somebody said, oh, that's, you already won already. Yes, you don't want another one. Okay, I'm going to come out and let's see. Who did we say? There was another person who said pepper over here too, wasn't it? Was it you? All right. I want to be fair here. We want to make sure we're only supposed to give 1 prize, but we got plenty of prizes, so we can give more. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 PA Preferred Culinary Connection at the 110th Farm Show. It's a special year as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the start of our great nation, and most of the recipes this year have a special story that reflect our chef's history as well as our nation's. You can check out our recipe book available right over there. Every recipe in the book is paired with a demo on stage. PA Preferred is, I'm sorry, we're going to talk about our sponsors real quick before we get into anything. Of course, Chef will be out in just a minute, but PA Preferred is the official state brand for PA agricultural products established by law to help consumers easily identify products grown and produced in Pennsylvania. When you shop for food, I want you to look for that PA Preferred logo. That yellow check is what you're looking for. We want to thank our friends at Giant. Without them, none of this would be possible, and they've provided a full-size trailer of food for the whole week for us. They're amazing. The Pennsylvania vegetable growers have sponsored all of today's cooking demonstrations, and so there's vegetables in just about everything that we bring out here and anything you get to sample. We couldn't do what we do without the talented chef instructors and students from Pennsylvania College of Technology. They're all here in the back. They've been working really hard today. They're doing a great job. There's a couple standing right there. Great job, guys. Yeah, give them a round of applause. The students are fantastic, and so are the chef instructors. We'd also like to thank the folks at Thermador. So thanks to them, we have these awesome cooktops and the ovens in the back, as well as the ovens on the stage. They're amazing. Go to thermador.com and check them out. We'd also like to give thanks to Christiana Cabinetry. These cabinets and countertops are all made by Christiana. Family-owned business, Lancaster County. They do a great job. Go to christianacabinetry.com. Located just across the river is the restaurant store in Camp Hill. They do an incredible job. You can buy restaurant quality equipment for your home at the restaurant store. You just have to have a membership, and that is free. Last but certainly not least, we want to thank our friends at the Pennsylvania Winery Association. Every recipe in this book, as I was saying earlier, is paired with the wine. So every time you see something out here on the stage, or a demo, anything you see will be paired with the wine from the Pennsylvania Winery Association. So thanks to them for providing that. All right, our next presenter isn't just a chef, he's a generational talent whose culinary brilliance is revered by peers and cherished by food lovers everywhere. We welcome a chef whose influence has helped shape modern American cuisine, an innovator, a competitor, and a storyteller whose work continues to inspire chefs and food lovers around the world. Brian Voltaggio is a James Beard Award finalist chef, restaurateur, and nationally recognized culinary leader whose talent is revered by peers and celebrated by audiences everywhere. His acclaimed restaurant concepts, including Voltaggio Brothers Steakhouse, Volt Burger, Volcania, co-owned with his brother Michael, and the upcoming Y Oak Tavern, reflect a career defined by creativity, precision, and a deep respect for ingredients and craft. Many know Chef Voltaggio from his standout appearances on Top Chef Masters, and Top Chef All-Stars, where his discipline, innovation, and competitive spirit solidify his reputation as one of the most formidable chefs of his generation. Most recently, he captivated audiences as a finalist on Food Network's 24 and 24, Last Chef Standing, competing through 24 intense challenges over 24 hours against some of the country's most accomplished chefs. His cookbooks, Home and Vault, Inc., offer a window into the philosophy and artistry that drive his cooking. Beyond the kitchen, Brian is a devoted husband to his wife Jennifer and a proud father to their 3 children. He is also an accomplished pilot, finding inspiration and perspective while exploring the country from the sky, a reflection of his constant curiosity and drive to see the world from new angles. As our 2026 celebrity chef, Brian Voltaggio brings not only extraordinary skill, but also passion, humility, and a relentless commitment to excellence. His presence here celebrates the power of food to inspire, to connect, and to elevate us all. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause, warm Pennsylvania welcome to our 2026 celebrity chef, Brian Voltaggio. Thank you, Chef.
Am I on? Oh yeah, there I am. Good afternoon. Wow, quite a crowd. Thank you all for taking some of your time this afternoon to be with me. Thank you for being here. Thank you to PA Preferred for having me here. We're going to have a good time today. Today's going to be all about this fun guy. We're going to have a fun time with a fun guy. Hopefully I'm fun. I don't know. But we're going to be talking about some mushrooms, amazing mushrooms. We're going to be working on a dish that we've been cooking for a little bit in the restaurants. This is going to be sort of an adaptation of one that's going to be involving a bolognese that we're going to make using mushrooms. We're going to be extruding some pasta. I'm going to show you how to do that. And we're just going to have a good time. Does that sound good? All right, cool. So this dish is going to be based off of mushroom bolognese. So now, to not bore you, the cool thing is that all the recipes that we're doing today are in a recipe packet, and I believe that they're over there. Is that correct? Okay. So Chef just raised his hand over there, so afterwards there'll be a tasting and stuff, but also there'll be a recipe book where you'll be able to find that recipe in there. Because if I stayed here and made this bolognese, because I don't know how many people who have Italian grandmothers, if you guys stand there and you gotta like stir that sauce on a Sunday afternoon for a while. Also, it is Sunday gravy today, right? It's Sunday. So, so I had to make the pomodoro, which takes hours. Then I had to make the bolognese, but I can basically walk you through it right now. So the camera that you could see, oh, right there. Okay, cool. So this one right here, so here's the finished sauce. So what I did is I took cremini mushrooms, which is these guys down here. So these are a version of, these are button mushrooms, but cremini mushrooms are these small mushrooms before they become portobello mushrooms. And then what I did is I ground those. So I made them into a mince of the mushroom. Then I made a sofrito with garlic, shallots, onions, celery, and then cooked that down in olive oil until it gets nice and brown. It gets really aromatic. Then I put the mushrooms into it. Then I took my marinara and combined that with the base, with the sofrito and the mushrooms, and then I cooked that down for another additional hour and a half. To make sure that the mushrooms don't get red or purple in color, because I reduce wine down with it. I reduce the wine separately, bring that down to what we call au sec or almost dry, and put it all together. Done, sauce. See, that was a lot faster, because had I made that, we'd have been here for 3.5 hours. So we all get that, right? We know what's in there, right? Okay, cool. And we got the recipe, so I won't bore you there. So now what we're going to do is we're going to talk about extruding pasta. So we're going to make that next. So pasta, I like to do, like we have in our restaurants, we have extruders. It's a very simple recipe. It's 30% hydration. So here I have 600 grams of semolina flour, and I have, well, if I could turn it on here. Uh-oh, what happened to my plug? Technical difficulties. It is on. Is it my lid? Is it my first day? Maybe we'll make pasta today. Hang on one second here. This is... All right, I'll get to that in a second. All right, we'll talk about pasta. Hang on, let me try this. Yeah, let's figure out how to turn this on. It's powered, right? Yeah. Okay, so what I have here is rigatoni that we're going to make. Yeah, it's on. It's got a light. For some reason, it's not mixing, which is really odd. Don't worry, I've already made some. I really want to show you this process, so hang on, give me a second here. Let me figure this out. All the safety mechanisms are there. Cool. On. For some reason it's not turning. Okay. Maybe, is it this? I wonder if it's just a power.
Power source.
Yeah. Okay. You mind grabbing some of the pasta from the back? Oh, we got some. Okay, there you go. I made pasta. Thank you for that, because that was really embarrassing. The funny thing was, I just had a conversation with everybody in the back. They're like, do you ever get nervous when you do these anymore? I'm like, no. I've gotten accustomed to doing this until that happens. Like, I got totally set up there. That was pretty funny. I want to figure this out. You want to mess with that? Figure if we can get that thing going. Okay, so basically, we just cut down a little bit of time. He's going to get it to work, I guarantee you that. These smart kids these days, they know how to use technology. So what this thing does is it has an auger and an arm. And the reason why I wanted to bring this, because probably this is made in Pennsylvania. So there's a company in Lancaster that actually makes these machines that we use across the entire country. Like there's all kinds of chefs that I work with or colleagues of mine, we all use an Arcobolino pasta machine, which is pretty amazing. So I've used it in all of our restaurants, and what I did is I extruded rigatoni. So semolina flour, 30% hydration with water. So I use 600 grams of flour and 180 grams of water. I put the two together and I got pasta. It's fun to do when it works, okay? That's fine. Okay, so let's go down here. We're gonna talk about confit mushrooms. So over here, if I can get the stove to turn on now. Now I'm having technical difficulties. All right, that's on. So I have a pot here, which I wanna make sure you guys can see. Yes, you can. It takes a minute. Thank you. There we go. All right, so I'm just gonna warm the pot gently and I'm gonna add some olive oil. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pick some mushrooms. I'm gonna let Chef help me out here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna forage a little bit. So we have here some beautiful maitake mushrooms. Wait a minute, let me bring Giorgio mushrooms out here. David, can you help me out here? Because I might not know what all of your mushrooms are. So we have David, we have Heather, they're from Giorgio Mushrooms, Giorgio Fresh. So they're the ones who are providing all of these mushrooms here today for this demo. Do you want to walk through maybe and just kind of give me a tour of what you brought here today? Because you have some pretty incredible stuff.
What we have here is the Pioppino mushrooms, and then here we have the shiitake mushrooms. They grow on hardwood logs.
Okay.
Which we make the hardwood logs.
So you inoculate the logs and you do the whole thing, right?
Yes.
Nice.
And over here, this is the maitake mushroom, also known as the hen of the woods.
This is my favorite mushroom, by the way. Yeah. You know a way to a chef's heart right here with that one right there. Yes. Beautiful, beautiful mushroom.
This is the lion's mane mushroom, also known as the pom-pom mushroom. And like I say, there's not a supplement out there that doesn't have this in it for the health benefits. All mushrooms are good for nutrition, but like I say, these are high.
So if I need to make this dish healthy, I have to use this?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, gotcha. Okay, cool. We got that.
All mushrooms have the same health benefits.
Okay. And then some more shiitakes there. These are cool. I love these too.
These are the oysters. These are blue, and you can grow them blue, gray, and yellow.
Okay.
Just different spawns. Same as the white mushrooms. You can grow the portobellas and the white mushrooms in the same base. It's just a different seed. And then these are the royal trumpets.
And royal trumpets. Okay. So in the particular dish that you have the recipe for, we were just calling for portobello mushrooms to make a confit. But then David brought all of these incredible mushrooms. So we're going to have a little bit more fun than that. So feel free to, if you take the recipe home and you want to make that, you can substitute any mushroom for the dish. That's fine. So Chef, you want to help me out here? I didn't mean to point with a knife at you, but let's start foraging some mushrooms. So I feel like I'm in the forest right now, just in the forest of Pennsylvania, just, grabbing these beautiful mushrooms. So I got some pom-poms or some lion's mane. We got some shiitakes. Go ahead, grab a knife, Chef, whatever you want. So the cool thing is that these are regenerative too, right? So these will actually spore more mushrooms, or some of them will, right?
The shiitake
as you're
will come
harvesting
back 2 more times.
About 2 more times.
The others are one and done. And
Okay.
like I say, when you get your mushrooms at home in the grocery store and you find them, when we pull them off of the logs like this, so the root material's still attached.
Oh, I'm doing it the wrong way. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying, we do that because the mushroom is still alive.
Okay.
Because once you separate the root, it'll start to die and leak out. So we ship them so they're like alive, still alive.
So now I'm killing mushrooms on stage is what you're telling me. Okay, I'm gonna get in trouble now. All right, so I have some olive oil that's heating right here now. He grabbed some of the beautiful oyster mushrooms. I love these blue oyster mushrooms. These are a lot of fun. They got great texture. I need some more though. Let's grab some more. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna start out just by gently roasting these in some olive oil. I'm gonna turn up my heat just a little bit more. And I'm just going to go into the pan with a whole bunch of mushrooms, a whole bunch of different ones. I'm just kind of cutting them down just to improve on the cooking surface, meaning like just making them all more the same size, I think is a better way of putting it. In the original recipe, like I said, if you grab that, we're using portobello mushrooms, and we're putting those into the confit mixture and not necessarily having to pre-roast them. But these mushrooms here, they have such a great nutty aroma and flavor. I want to bring that out by roasting them lightly first. So I'm just going to start quickly sauteing them. We'll put a couple more of the pepinos in there. And then we also have the lion's mane or the pom-poms, which these actually, if you want to do something else with these, you know, I'm a Maryland guy. So our prized export or ingredient you come down for is blue crab. I think we all know that, right? I think a lot of nods there. Okay, good. So we know what that is. If you be one of those that want to like mimic the crab, you can actually use lion's manes. You can actually pull them, and it looks like jumbo lump crab meat. You can actually use an identical crab cake recipe and then fold this into it and literally make crab cakes that are vegetarian. That's something we do. It's a lot of fun. We make not fake. It's not fake crab. It's fun crab, I guess. But we've actually just made recently cannelloni with a seaweed pasta that we enveloped around with a crab filling in the center of it. Crab mushroom. So we have some lion's manes going in there. We have the king trumpet. King trumpet can also, that one I'm going to cut down a little bit more because what I like about this is really meaty. You can actually use this mushroom and actually marinate it really well. Like sometimes we'll marinate it in miso and soy and actually grill these mushrooms. So that, in this case, I'm cutting them down a little bit so they get nice and roasted in the olive oil. All right. So now I have those roasting right now. I'm going to smash some garlic and some shallots. And these you can just kind of smash with the side of your knife. It's going to go in with 2 of them. And I have some shallots. You guys can see this, right? Yeah, good. And the shallots I'm just going to actually just slice. I'm not going to mince these or anything because I'm going to want to pull them out. They're not going to be a part of the dish later. This is just to cook the mushrooms. And the confit, like as I said that a couple of times, just so we understand what that means, it means to cook in fat. Typically, classically, it means to cook in its own fat. Well, mushrooms don't have fat. So we're going to actually use olive oil to confit the mushrooms. And we're also going to build some other flavors with it. So right now I got some shallots going in there. I have the garlic. And I got a little bit of color in the mushrooms. I don't want to roast them too much because I still want them to be nice and tender and have some texture. So now I think it's at a good spot. So what I'm going to do next is I have some tamari. So if you're gluten-free, which you wouldn't be if you're going to eat the pasta, but I'm going to add some tamari to the pan. And then we're going to bring that up to a simmer. So I'm kind of deglazed it with the tamari. And then here I have some vinegar. And the vinegar is going to add a punch of acid to it, which works really well. So we got salty, we got sweet with the tamari, we got a little bit of savory, and I also have some white wine. Okay? So I'm going to start that base now. Then I have some bay leaves here, and we're going to crack some pepper. Oh, bay leaves don't come out with the holes, by the way. I don't know why they do that. It's the funniest thing. I know I get it. It's just like one lid for all, I understand, but it's really weird to have the one with the holes in it. Okay, so I got a couple bay leaves in there, and now I'm going to start cracking some pepper. And it can be nice and coarse. And right now I got it up to a hard simmer, and that's fine. But now I'm going to reduce it down a little bit. And at this point, a cartouche, which I know is a weird word, it's a French term for basically a cover or a pot or a lid. You would typically make it out of parchment paper. In this case, what we're going to do is we're going to use kombu. Kombu you can find in grocery stores. It's dried kelp. It's seaweed that you can use to flavor miso soup is started with this. We usually make dashi with kombu and bonito, which is 2 ingredients we use that's predominantly used a lot in Japanese cuisine. Kombu adds like a really rich umami flavor to it. It's going to work as a natural lid too while I'm cooking this, and it's going to impart some salinity to the dish as well. And if I go to preserve these, and if I want to like put them in the refrigerator, I can just kind of use this as a cover. So I'm just breaking up the kombu. I'm going to set that over the top. As you can see now, it's kind of working like a lid. So the mushrooms are going to sort of steam and cook nice and slowly in there. All right, I'm going to turn that down to a gentle simmer now, and we're going to let that cook. Did I miss that one? All right, perfect. I'll save that one for later. All right. So now we're going to come down over here. I have my extruded pasta. I'm going to try this one more time. I do not believe what's going on here because I really want to show you guys how we make the pasta. I'm floored by this. Is there another plug maybe? Oh, we tried that already. Come on, work, please. You're embarrassing me. All right, I've given up on that. Okay, all right. So now we got our mushrooms confit. They're cooking nice and slow. We've talked about the bolognese. So now we're going to talk about some mushroom hay. So how we did this is we took, I'll put it over here. There we go. Okay. So what this is, these are enokis. So it's another type of mushroom. You typically see them in the little cellophane packs. They look like, kind of like grass a little bit. I don't know how to explain it, but they're very tender. They're really soft. They're kind of like wiry in a lot of ways. And you know, if you cook them quickly and you saute them, they almost kind of represent like pasta noodles in a lot of ways. So you use it sometimes like that. In this case, what we did is we dehydrate them by drying them in an oven for 2 hours. So you set it at 225 degrees. Lay them on a silpat, which is you know, one of those fancy mats that you put on a sheet tray to make it non-stick, and then we dry them out for 2 hours. And then what we could do is we create this little hay that becomes, you know, somewhat preserved in a lot of ways. And then what we're going to do is we fry them. So we have a pot here with some oil, and we'll just drop them into the fryer, and we're going to crisp up the mushrooms. And what this does is going to add like this really great nuttiness to the dish. The aroma of these is really cool and fun. So we're just frying them to the point where they get nice and browned. So right now, I think for the most part, we've only used, you know, sort of the components we're using right now, if you're following along. We're leaning towards making this dish, like I said at the start of it, not only vegetarian, but at the end of the day, this dish is going to be vegan, unless I add butter or anything else to it to make it rich. But what is a bolognese or a pasta dish without cheese, right? So you're like, how are you going to do that, Brian? Like, how are you going to make that, like, who doesn't grate Parmesan cheese over their pasta, right? So, I got a trick for that one too, okay? So we're going to salt this slightly. Do we have salt out here? I got some right here. All right, so anytime you're frying something, if we get a little bit more salt, that'd be cool. Anytime you're frying something, pull it out on an absorbent towel. Always heat it or finish it with a little bit of salt. And so now I got this crispy mushroom, enoki hay, that we're gonna use to finish the dish. And I know you're like, oh, it looks just like that, Brian. This is kind of like soft still, like, because it's, you know, it's been dehydrated, but it's still soft. To get it crispy and to get it like nutty in flavor and like, you know, crunchy, you have to go into the fryer, okay? So like that's the magic of this. So I'm gonna leave that here when it's time to plate. So now let's get to that cheese thing that I was telling you about, right? I'm just gonna flip over my kombu here, let these mushrooms get all nice. So my pasta water's still going over there because we're gonna have to add some salt to that pasta water too. So over here I have a food processor, okay? And I have cashews. Everybody's like, what? That's not cheese. Maybe you've seen this before, maybe you haven't. If you're vegetarian or vegan, you probably have seen a technique done like this before. Because you're like, how do I get that Parmesan flavor, you know, onto dishes like this without adding dairy or meat? So what I have here is cashews that I'm going to pulse in a food processor. I'm using the pulse button. Now I'm going to turn it on and get it to a powder. I started off in a pulse just so to kind of break it up. And now I got it into a powder form almost. And here I have some garlic. So it's garlic powder. So I'm going to spoon some garlic powder into it. And the recipe is in the book. So the ratios that I'm using, I think that was, I can't remember, 90 grams of cashews to start. I did double it, so it's 180. I'm adding some salt to it. And I have nutritional yeast. So nutritional yeast you could find definitely in grocery stores. You find it in the spice aisle, okay? It has the aroma of yeast. It has a very rich umami flavor. It kind of mimics the aroma of aged cheese in a lot of ways. So that's going to add that, aged 36, 18-month sort of, aroma you get from Parmesan to this. And it's really flavorful and it's really beneficial to you. So I'm going to pulse that in there. And now, if I put this into one of those tall green cans with a shaker lid on the top, you'd be like, man, that's Parmesan cheese. Okay, I promise you that. So that's what I should have did. I should have brought one of the shakers and I should have put the cheese in there. Then it would have connected, right? So you're like, wait a minute, you just made it out of cashews. That's not Parmesan cheese. But I tell you, look at that. It makes a pretty big batch too. And you could keep this in the pantry, keep it for days, weeks, use it, sprinkle it on things. Mess with your friends, be like, hey, I got some cheese for you, and you sprinkle it on there, and they're like, that wasn't cheese, but it's fun. But the aroma of it's really cool. So we're gonna use this to finish our dish. So lastly, we're gonna come back over here, because I got mushrooms cooking, I got my cheese to finish, now we're gonna cook pasta. That's gonna take about 6 minutes. Hey Siri, set a timer for 6 minutes. Okay, so we always use our kitchen timers, right? So we're gonna let Siri do the work on that. And we're gonna cook that pasta. So you're doing fresh extruded pasta. Had it come out of this machine today, it would have been 6 minutes. This might be more like 7 because we extruded this at the restaurant before we came up yesterday. So as fresh pasta is made, it still goes through the process of drying. Like if I was to make this in Las Vegas or a desert somewhere, it would dry faster. Around here in the Mid-Atlantic, it takes a little bit longer. When we extrude or make fresh pasta, we like to let it age for like a day or two before we use it. And you're like, oh, well, that's not fresh. We do it so it gets the texture that we're looking for. We're very sticklers about like what the texture of the pasta is going to be like. So we want it to age and start to actually so you get that al dente texture you're looking for, that twosome that you're looking for. So we do that for at least a couple of days, if not up to 3 days is what we do. So this will probably take more like 7, but we'll let it cook and we'll see how we do there. So I got it at a boil right now in some salted boiling water, and we're gonna let that cook. And I'm gonna go back to this thing one more time. So I'm like, why are you doing this to me? Like, this is so embarrassing. I'm telling you, these guys make incredible equipment. It's not them, it's me. I will tell you, this did happen. When I was driving up here, I might have changed lane, I might have heard a machine fall on the side. I did, twice, actually. So I admit I probably broke it. So it's not them. There's probably a safety switch or something in here that probably broke. So that happened to me. But I came out here and we tested it, didn't we? So I know I tested it. It wasn't him, I did. I tested it, it was working earlier. So I'm still not nervous about that. I'm just trying to make dumb jokes about it because I feel really bad I couldn't show you how to do that. I am going to be doing another demo at 3 o'clock, though, if I didn't bore you on this one. There will be another one at 3 o'clock here, too. We're going to be doing a different dish. Don't worry, that thing's not coming back out. Okay? I'm done with that one. Done with that one. All right, so let's talk about all the components, because I feel like we need to run it back through. Okay, I do need to get a saute pan. So I'm going to grab a saute pan. I got one right over here. Because we're going to bring it together everything in the pan once the pasta is cooked. Yeah, that'll work. Let's go more sautoir. Because that sounds more fancy, doesn't it? Yeah, I like sautoir. All right. Yeah, but you can't toss it that way. Yeah, but it doesn't toss it. It's fine. We'll go sautoir. So now we're educating everybody on pans, the names. Sautoir, straight-sided saute pan. It's a fancy French term for that. All right, so does that one go on? No. All right, so we're going to come over to this one for this. Perfect. All right, so I'm going to start to gently heat this pan right now. And what I'm going to do is, even though I have some garlic in it, I'm going to bloom some garlic in that, some olive oil. So David.
Yes.
You want to tell me a little bit more about your mushrooms that we're using here today? And maybe where everybody can find you.
You can find the mushrooms anywhere. They're in all of your grocery stores. So we do have the mushrooms everywhere.
They are everywhere. Okay, how do these look, David? How about that? You know what, David, how about this? How about you tell me if I treated your mushrooms right or if I did the wrong thing? Let me taste them first, though, because I'm worried about this now, because now I'm challenging myself. So I'm adding some olive oil more to this. Because now the confit part. So now, see what I'm doing here? Now it almost looks like a mushroom conserva, like a preserve, right?
Right.
Yeah. So now this could stay in your refrigerator for days.
Well,
So you can actually make it ahead of time.
See, mushrooms, like these mushrooms here, they're like 90% water. All of them are in a high
Trying to
90%
preoccupy 'em
water.
while I
So
go over
when
here.
you cook your mushrooms and they start to evaporate the water, then they'll act like a sponge. They'll absorb all these flavors as soon as that evaporation starts. And like I say, you're at that point right now where they're at a sponge condition.
Yeah.
Where they're going to absorb all the flavors and keep it.
It did absorb a lot of flavor. I think it did pretty good. Here's a piece of the lion's mane right here.
This is great.
Okay.
That is
All
really
right. So the worst thing you do is mess up an ingredient that somebody has spent their entire lives like being a part of, right? So
The chew is perfect. I'll tell you, the chew is perfect. So they've
Okay.
evaporated just perfect enough.
because I didn't want to, yeah, if I would have messed that up, because then it would have been two things today. I couldn't have done that. There's no way. All right. So pasta's getting close. I got 1 minute and 10 seconds. So now I got to get some garlic into the pan. So I'm going to come back over here. And what I'm going to do is just to start the bolognese, I'm just going to smash a clove and just do kind of like a little quick mince. Even though there's garlic in the sauce, because I've already kind of gone through that, we got garlic in there too. I just like to start the pasta dish, just a little bit of fresh garlic right in a moment. So I'm going to come over to the pan, bloom that in my olive oil. All right, so I'm going to get that going. I'm going to turn the heat up now. I almost want that to start to brown. Oh, that's right. Don't shake the pan, I was told. Spatula right here. So I got a spatula here. I'm working on...
One thing I've noticed here is these knives are very sharp. I'm watching chefs just walk right through these materials with the knives.
Yeah, one thing is I definitely encourage everybody, if you're working with a knife, make sure it's sharp. The biggest thing you could ever do is actually hurt yourself by not having a sharp knife. It's kind of ironic in that way. It's kind of hard to cut through an onion when it's dull. For example, if you're mincing an onion and it's dull, it has a chance to slip off and actually grab you. So we always check our new students' knives. Their knives are all sharp, by the way. These kids are good. And thank you, by the way. Big round of applause. The entire thing is supported by the students that are here. There'll be some tastings that are going to be over here today that's completely supported by the students that are here helping us do that. So they're the ones who are going to be helping us with that later on, which is going to be cool. All right, cool. So now I got the aroma of garlic that's happening. It's starting to lightly brown. It's sizzling a little bit. So now I'm going to go into the pan with some of my bolognese. Okay? That should be about enough. And I know I have, a fair amount of olive oil in there too. That's going to emulsify into the sauce. Because remember, I said I want to keep this vegan, but I still want it to taste good, right? Still needs to be some residual fat in there. You can add, you could go and you could grab that avocado butter and all of that stuff and kind of pretend like you're using butter. Just use olive oil. Like that for me, I think that works better for a dish like this. There's no need to go buy something else, right? That's going to add the fat that you need. All right, my timer went off. I'm going to check the texture of my pasta. Yeah, it's just about there. So now at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let it finish in the sauce. So I'm going to bring the pasta out with some of the water. Not that piece, because that fell out. All right, so now I'm going to crank it up. Oh, there we go. So now I want my pasta to get nice and emulsified and nice and hot. So I'm going to crank the pan up all the way almost, and I'm going to let that all come together. And remind you that this bolognese, this meat sauce has been made completely without meat. So it has the flavor that's been, of a bolognese that's been cooking for hours. I just wanted to make sure before I had you try it.
Okay.
And I'm going to add a little bit of salt to it. And I'm going to add some salt to this. And I'm going to add some pepper. But I do want you to try the sauce on its own before you try the dish. So being a man of mushrooms, right? I shouldn't have told you what it was, because I could have convinced you it's meat. But here, go ahead and try that. Here, I'll let you try that. And what part of Italy is your family from?
Abruzzi, Italy. Abruzzi.
Abruzzi. Okay, so we have an Italian here who works with mushrooms, and I just gave him mushroom bolognese. I really hope it tastes good. Excellent? I get an excellent? Okay, good. Because I got real nervous right there for a second. Okay.
It's actually, you can never tell.
Did get an excellent. Okay, so that makes me feel a little bit better. It does help that my last name is Voltaggio, though, but it's okay. I do know how to cook some bolognese. All right, so next, what we do is, chefs, you want to come over? You kind of help us pick some nice basil leaves. Like find some that are like, nice and beautiful. Some of the leaves and a little bit of the buds too. Maybe we'll clip some of these pea leaves. We'll use it. We'll make it look like a little vegetable forest. So I'm just bringing the emulsification together in a pan here with the bolognese. We have the confit, which I'm gonna pull now. We'll bring that over to the dish. We have our gnocchi hay. Oh, we also have some wine too. I don't have a wine key. We'll get that open. So apparently we're going to be doing, we're just pouring a Malbec here from Star Hill. I have not personally had this, but definitely a Malbec would pair well with a dish like this. That makes sense to me when I'm talking about the varietal of mushroom, or varietal of wine. Okay, so now we got a nice emulsification. You could toss. That kind of helps emulsify the sauce together. But you can see now we have a beautiful rigatoni, coated in this mushroom bolognese. Then what we're going to do is we're going to come over to the plate. I told myself I was going to add more salt and pepper to this, so I'm going to grab my pepper mill and finish it with a little bit of pepper. Right at the last minute. And I like lots of cracked pepper in my pasta dishes. Just got that all over my hand.
And those noodles did take up all the sauce.
Yeah, they did, right? Yeah, so it's all nice and coated around the outside of the rigatoni. You can see, this looks like, a traditional bolognese in a lot of ways, but made, again, completely vegan. And I get there's plenty of, spaghetti sauce and spaghetti. I get it. That's vegan, right? I understand that. If you don't put cheese on it. So we've already not cheated. We've made a statement here that we can actually make it taste like the original, but using other ingredients in some ways. So here I have a lot of the confit mushrooms, and here the cool thing about this is that residual fat and the confit and all of that stuff, that all can help finish the dish over the top. So I'm actually spooning some of that liquid over top of the dish. And the thing is, if you actually go and you make this confit and you're like, oh, it seems like it's a lot, you can use this to slice over meats. And if you grill a piece of steak, or if you want to make a roasted chicken thigh dish, you can actually serve it with these confit mushrooms. They have a lot of versatility in your pantry, so something you can make and actually keep on hand. So I'm finishing with some of the confit mushrooms over the top. Then next I have some of the gnocchi hay. What we'll do is we're going to place that over the top like that. This is going to add a lot of texture to the dish. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take these cool little pea tendrils and leaves. We're going to stick that over the top, kind of sticking out of the confit. That's fun. This is going to add green, so you got your vegetables with your dish, right? See? There we go. And some nice basil. So we got this Thai basil leaves. Basil's going to add a lot of brightness and great flavor. And who doesn't like basil with their pasta? So I'm just kind of gently putting those in there, because as you're eating through it, you'll just kind of cut that up and tear it in there if you're having the dish. Oh, I'm going to find somebody who's going to eat this dish too. So many hands went up. I'm not going to be able to do that. I'm not going to be able to pick it up. Guess what I brought him out for? All right, and then we're going to finish with our Parmesan cheese. Okay, so you have our cashew parmesan to finish the dish. So we have here is our mushroom bolognese, with rigatoni pasta, enoki hay, and cashew parmesan. Made without the pasta extruder somehow. So David, I have no idea how to figure out who's going to try this dish. But that's your job now, sir. Does that sound like... I have to prove to my brother and my wife that I'm working today. They're like, oh, you're just up there looking at the fluffy cows. Because I was over there today, earlier. I was up there, I was in the, getting goats like all around me and stuff. Like, that was fun, right? Like, there's a lot of cool things going on here today. And I had a great time today. I hope you guys did too. Do you like mushrooms? Yeah. Do you like mushrooms? Come on up.
Right there.
Do you like mushrooms? Come on up. Okay, kids, and no allergies, right? Good? Okay, cool. Come on up, kids. I made it easy on you.
Thank you.
Because they can't argue that I'm bringing kids up.
Yeah.
I know how to do this. I'm a father. Yeah, I get it. All right, come on up, kids. Come up on stage. Come on, come on, come on. Let's get some forks and some spoons or something so they could try the dish. Okay, so you're only allowed up here if you tell me it's good, okay? Okay, let's see. How do we get you up here so you could actually reach it? All right, we're getting utensils now. Come on up. Don't be shy. Just don't go near this hot pot of oil over here, because then I'll get in trouble. All right, so we need one more fork. We got one? Okay, cool. All right, you guys want to try? Okay, remember, you can only say good things about it. Okay, come on in, kids. Okay, there will be some tastings over there for the adults, and that's fine. They can go over there and do that. But you guys smell, I'm sorry, can you say that louder?
It smells so good.
What's your name?
Andrew.
Andrew. Andrew says it smells so good. Thank you, Andrew. Do you have any, you want to give it a shot? Here's a fork right here. You like mushrooms? You do?
Yeah.
What's your favorite mushroom? Do you have any of these you like? Those are cool. Those are my favorite mushrooms. End of the woods. All right, go for it. Uh-oh. I don't know if I'm going to win this one. At least a thumbs up, something. Oh, I got a thumbs up. All right, yay. Who's going to win today?
You.
No, thanks. I was looking at your jersey.
I like the 49ers. He likes the Eagles.
Oh, they got, oh, you hear what's going on here?
And we're both together, so.
They're together, and they're also, one's going for the 49ers and one's going for Eagles. I want,
Together and apart.
all right, together and apart. All right, you want to give this a shot? That's a clean fork right there. Here, go ahead, go ahead. You can get to try. All right, he's got a piece of the pasta. He's going in.
Wow, that's really good.
Oh, immediate reaction. Okay, cool. I need to get another fork, it seems. Try. This one is clean. Yeah. Oh, you got one in your hand. That's yours.
Okay.
Step right up, kid. Right up to the plate. Who's going to win today besides me?
49ers.
The 49ers, he says.
That's one of the best pastas
We're in Pennsylvania.
I've ever tasted.
That's the best what?
That's one of the best pastas I ever tasted.
That's one of the best pastas he's ever tasted. I'm not sure if you're out there and you've cooked for him. I'm sorry if you've cooked him pasta. Okay, come on up.
Oh, where would you like me to?
Oh, I'll take that. Yeah, I'll take that one too. Go for it. What do you think it looks like?
It actually looks pretty good.
It looks pretty good, yeah? It looks like a forest I'm getting.
That's really good.
It's really good? All right, so I got 4 out of 5. I got 4 out of 5 thumbs up, I think. Okay? You got a fork in your hand too? Cool sweatshirt. What's your name, bud?
Bo.
Bo?
Yeah.
All right, Bo, dive in. You going for the pasta? You got a little mushroom. You got to get that perfect bite. Like, get some of the cashew parmesan. There you go. There you go. Got a big mushroom. It's getting a basil leaf. The only one who got the green, by the way.
I haven't had many mushrooms, and this is probably the best mushrooms I've had.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, your $5 is right over there. Thank you. All right, kids, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. Great job today. Okay, so I feel like 5 children were able to do this and they enjoyed it, right? So you adults, if you're afraid of mushrooms and eating vegan bolognese, I'm sorry, I don't know, because the kids love it. So definitely, I encourage you to grab the recipe book. Definitely try this at home. Grab their mushrooms, use it to make the dish. Thank you again for being here. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. And if you come back at 3 o'clock, we'll do it again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Chef Brian Voltaggio, please. Thank you. If you, folks, Chef's been very, very awesome. He's going to hang out for a little bit over here in this area if you guys want to meet him. He's going to be right over where that gentleman is standing with his hand in the air, okay? You want to form an orderly line about that, right in that general vicinity. The line's already started. If you're looking for samples of the food that he just cooked on stage, please head straight to this area where the chefs are standing with their tall white hats, okay? So the meet and greet line's all the way down there where the gentleman is standing, and the samples are here with the chefs with the tall white hats. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 PA Preferred Culinary Connection at the 110th Farm Show. It's a special year as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the start of our great nation, and most of the recipes you'll find here that you'll see demoed have a special connection or a special story to the chefs and our nation. So check out these recipe books. We're going to get to another demonstration here soon. We got a stage filled with all kinds of fun stuff. But before we get to that, we have to do a little bit of housekeeping and talk about our sponsors. PA Preferred is the official state brand for Pennsylvania agricultural products, established by law to help consumers easily identify products grown and produced in Pennsylvania. When you shop, we want you to look for that logo, the PA Preferred logo. Look for the yellow check mark, and you know it's been produced or grown in Pennsylvania. We want to thank our friends at Giant. Without them, we really wouldn't be able to do any of this. We've got a 53-foot trailer right back outside the kitchen that's filled with food that we use for all the demonstrations that you see and also all of the samples, thanks to Giant. Pennsylvania vegetable growers have sponsored all of today's cooking demonstrations. Very specifically today, all of the ingredients that you're going to see are going to be vegetable or vegetable related. Even if it's just onions and garlic, we know that there's vegetables in all the dishes, and we thank the Pennsylvania vegetable growers for sponsoring us. We can't do what we do without the talented chef instructors and students from Pennsylvania College of Technology. They're here in the back. They're also right down there handing out samples. They're really working really hard, super busy all day long, and they are amazing. They're located in Williamsport, and they're part of the Pennsylvania education system. We'd also like to thank the folks from Thermador. So these cooktops here, they're induction. They're amazing. They're state-of-the-art. The convection ovens back here cook really fast, which is what we need when we're on the stage or in a competition and you only have 30 minutes to cook. Thermador is incredible, and Thermador.com, they have a lineup of all kinds of crazy appliances you can get for your own home. We'd also like to give a huge thanks to Christiana Cabinetry. Christiana Cabinetry made all these custom cabinets here, as well as the butcher's block, and they are incredible. They're a family-owned business in Lancaster County, and they made everything custom for us all through here. Check out ChristianaCabinetry.com. Located just across the river in Camp Hill, the restaurant store has everything you could need for your kitchen and ours. So you can shop at the restaurant store, as a lot of people don't realize. They're just across the river in Camp Hill. I shop there probably once a week, but you can get industrial quality kitchen equipment for your home, just like we use. Last but certainly not least, we want to thank our friends at the Pennsylvania Winery Association. Every recipe in this book you will see demonstrated today and sampled over there will have a thoughtfully prepared and paired wine from the Pennsylvania Winery Association. And if you'd like to taste wine or purchase some wine, if you head in that direction past the Pennsylvania Hardwood exhibit, you will see the Pennsylvania Wine Station, and you can purchase or sample. All right, so that's it for the sponsors. Next up, we have a presentation that is a celebration of family, tradition, and a shared love of cooking with Pennsylvania mushrooms. David Santucci is the regional sales manager for Giorgio Fresh Mushrooms and comes from a family whose mushroom growing roots in Avondale, Pennsylvania date back to 1908, when his great-grandfather immigrated from Abruzzi, Italy, and helped pioneer early mushroom cultivation in the region. Raised in a multi-generational Italian-American household, David developed a deep appreciation for good food and an early passion for cooking, especially dishes that highlighted the rich, savory flavors of mushrooms. Joining him today is his daughter, Heather Santucci, who grew up cooking alongside her father and sharing in the family's culinary traditions. Together, David and Heather enjoy exploring new and creative ways to prepare mushrooms, whether roasted, sautéed, grilled, braised, or stewed, celebrating their versatility, flavor, and connection to Pennsylvania agriculture. From developing recipes and cooking demonstrations to sharing meals at home, David and Heather represent a true family partnership built around food, learning, and tradition. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for David and Heather Santucci.
Hello.
Hello. Let's give it up for Brian.
Yeah.
Brian was just here. Fabulous food. He'll be right back here at 3 o'clock. So right after this show, he'll be right back on here.
Yes.
Heather and I are excited to be here today.
And I'm blessed to be here. I'm blessed to come up at the farm show, and we cook mushrooms all the time. And I do cook mushrooms. You'll see me in a local grocery store at Redner. Sometimes you'll see me in the aisle on a Wednesday night cooking and sauteing all the new packs and everything we do. So I cook mushrooms all the time. So I run into people, and I found that they fall into two different groups. Either you love mushrooms, and they're picking them off the logs and eating them as I'm cooking and demoing, or they walk by and they smell the garlic, they stop, and they see it's mushroom, and they don't know, get away, get away. But on this stage, I found a third about 3 years ago, and I polled the audience. Do you guys love mushrooms?
Yeah. Good. You're in the right spot.
We're in a good spot so far. Does anyone here hate mushrooms or avoid mushrooms? I got one over there.
They're out there.
3 years ago, a lady was sitting right over there, and she said, after I polled the audience, she said, they're okay. That was the first time. Her name was Michelle, because you talk to me, I'll talk to you, okay? So does anybody think mushrooms are just okay?
No.
No? So we got the two different sides. We're going to go shopping with mushrooms. So the first thing that we do, this is what you'll see in your grocery store. And if you're wondering what we have new from this year from last year and what to look forward to next year is all the new things that we have with the stuffed mushrooms. We came out with stuffed mushrooms several years ago, but now we're up to 5 different varieties and flavors. We also have grill packs, stuff like that. You just put on a grill while you're grilling your steak. It's already got the seasoning in it, or put it in your oven. We're trying to find more different ways of you to use mushrooms. When I shop for mushrooms, I always buy the biggest bulk packs to use because I use a lot of mushrooms. And what we're cooking here today is we're going to blend mushrooms. Now, a lot of people talk about blending mushrooms, and they blend it 20 to 30% with their protein, you know, to put it in their hamburger or their ground chicken or their ground veal to make their meals go further. When I blend, I'm not real good with math and arithmetic, so I blend 50%. So if I get a pound of potatoes, I'll mix it with a pound of mushrooms, because I go half and half. And that's what we've done here today with what we're making here with the Yankees. Now, I picked Yankees because growing up Italian, my grandmother would make Yankees out of the leftover potatoes. So what's in the refrigerator drying out on potatoes, you know, she made Yankees. So I have a lot of memories of that. So I wanted to incorporate mushrooms by using mushrooms 50% inside of the Yankees. So go ahead, Heather.
All right, I'll take it from there. So with the gnocchi recipe that we have, we start with russet potatoes. What I recommend for boiling these is boiling these with their skin on, and when you do boil them, put them in cold water and then bring it to temperature. It takes a little bit longer, but then after you get them out, they do just peel right open, which is nice. So after boiling them, these are already done. I peeled this one, and what I like to do is I like to grate it. So I actually use like a cheese grater and just grate it to get it into more of like a dough consistency. And then while I'm doing this, I'm gonna talk about how I do the mushrooms as well. So with the mushrooms, I rinse the sliced mushrooms, and we use Giorgio white mushrooms.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to tell you here first, we get our mushrooms, and you don't want to wash your mushrooms until you're ready to use them. So, you know, there's a lot of things about washing mushrooms and not washing mushrooms. I just wipe them off with a paper towel before I use them, because what we're wiping off is the peat moss. These are the mushrooms I brought from the farms, so you can see the plants. These are the plants under the ground. You see the white that we have in here? That's what the mushroom plant looks under the ground. And even though out in the wild and everywhere that you're at, you don't see mushrooms, but mushrooms are beneath the soil. When things start to break down, like you ever mow your yard, leave it out there for a long time, and you peel the grass up and you see these white veins going through, that's mycelium breaking everything down for compost. So these are what the plants look like when they're in the ground. Underneath here, what you see, which is white. So if you ever see, when you're digging in the woods and you see the white strands, that's what it is. It's a variety of mushrooms. Now, you won't always see mushrooms, because mushrooms won't reproduce unless they totally colonize, which is top to bottom for the energy to go up, so they reproduce.
Perfect.
We don't boil some mushrooms here?
So they have actually already boiled our mushrooms for them. So we do 2 cups of water, we rinse and then boil the mushrooms. I'm going to use this for our gnocchi at the end.
Okay.
And then after we are done boiling them, we like to strain it and actually keep the mushroom juice. Do you want to talk to them about that?
Okay.
See,
This is a delicacy in our house.
Yeah. Once we boil the mushrooms, we'll boil them with 2 cups of water. We'll boil the mushrooms. The mushrooms will have this broth. Now, with this broth, a lot of people just toss it and throw it away. We don't. We'll keep it because you can use it. We put carrots and celery, reboil it, blend it up, and it's your own vegetable stock. Okay, so we keep this as stock. And if we're not going to use it in a dish, I'll put it in little ice cube trays and freeze it. So then you got it, and you got it for over and over. That way you don't throw this out. It's like throwing a baby out when you're done washing.
Baby out with the bathwater. So we actually use, for the recipe, our recipe is in the recipe book as well. We're on page 26 if anyone wants to try this recipe. And then after our demonstration, they're actually going to have it over on the side as well if you want to try it. But with this recipe, we start off with flour, and then this is our pureed mushrooms. So after we're done boiling the mushrooms, I go ahead and puree them up, and this is going to go in the dough with the potato and the flour as well. So like my dad was saying, when we cook, we usually do 50-50 portion of it, of the potatoes and the mushrooms. And what I'm going to do is I'm just kind of putting everything together and making this more of a dough consistency. And then once it starts coming together, I'm going to add a little bit of egg and then a pinch of salt. Since your hands are a little cleaner than mine, you want to give me a pinch of salt?
I do want to tell you here first, too. My children have been cooking with me as long as they can stand up to the counter. They've done the demos for me. They travel with me. And right now we're doing it with our grandchildren. Yeah. I highly encourage you, even though this is a mess, kids don't want to be entertained. They want to be included.
Yeah.
So we do this and our kitchen's a mess. And I will say one thing. We had a tragedy where, a house burned down and we went to go rebuild it. And I wanted to build the kitchen, with tile to the roof, with tile on the floor, with a drain in the floor, because I have a 5,000 PSI pressure washer, and that's how I wanted to clean the kitchen. But
my wife, that with kids.
But my wife ruled that out. But I do have a leaf blower in the house to help do things.
I know we had our 4-year-old help with meatloaf the other day, so it's good to get your hands dirty.
Yes. You want to do the mushrooms in this?
Yeah, the sauteing. Yep.
Okay.
All right, and then can you get me a pinch of salt when you have a second? Right there, yep. Perfect, so this is starting to come together.
And so if you have any questions on mushrooms, just fire out. Anything we can help you, go ahead. Washing them? Here, we give you mushrooms too. You got questions, you get mushrooms. And give me questions, you get mushrooms. Washing mushrooms, you can wash them, but
Do you need to wash them?
The only thing that's going to be on your white and brown mushrooms is if any of this peat moss sticks to them on the top, because the plants under here, there's 1 3/4 inches of peat moss here where they grow through. That's the only flecks of peat moss you're going to want to wipe off with like a wet paper towel. But if your mushrooms are extremely dirty or something like that, like they've been rolled around, maybe you want to rinse them really quick in a colander. But you don't want to do it until you're ready to use your mushrooms. You don't want to wash them ahead of time.
Is it better to cook them when they're dry or when they're also wet?
Yeah.
When they're dry, because when they're wet, that's more moisture you have to cook out. See, when you're sauteing your mushrooms here, you'll see here too, as soon as the pan starts to evaporate, the mushrooms are done, because they're 90% water, and as soon as that water's released, the mushroom flips, and it'll absorb everything you put in the pan. That's how it works.
What about salting? I've heard recipes where you salt at the beginning or recipes that you salt at the end.
This is world according to Dave. I only salt at the end of a meal. I never add salt or seasoning while I'm cooking, okay? Because I believe heat breaks all that down and you end up with too high a sodium content. So everything I've always cooked, and I've always done that, is when I'm done, if it needs a little something, a lot of times it doesn't, So if it needs a little something at the end, that's when I'll salt or garlic powder or black pepper or whatever. I'll put that all in the end, so I'm not breaking that down with heat. But then again, that's just me.
For long-term storage, do you recommend keeping it in the container that you purchased it or putting it in a brown bag?
You just bought your mushrooms, you're taking them home. If you're going to eat them right now, open the bag, take them home. Enjoy them. If you're not going to eat them right away, you got to get them out of this wrap. The condensation, the package has holes in it, but the condensation will break your mushrooms down. You don't want to do that. I brought this bag. See, I don't know if anybody here is my age, but I grew up going to school with this bag with my lunch in it, So if you want to keep your mushrooms, and they'll keep 7 to 10 days. They're going to dry out, they're going to turn brown, but they're the most flavorful. So you put the mushrooms in a brown paper bag. If you're going to be keeping them, if you're not going to be eating them like in 3 or 4 days, you're going to be eating them maybe next week. Because life happens. The week goes by so fast. Things are going on. The kids are running here, they're running there. And then I didn't know I had any plans. And my wife says, "You got plans," So you never know. So you just want to put the mushrooms in a brown paper bag.
We got a question over here too.
Which part of the mushroom is the healthiest?
All mushrooms are this here. Just go ahead, take them home. You got them in a brown paper bag, ready to go. All mushrooms are nutritious. There's no different part of the mushroom. The mushroom stem is just as nutritious as the cap. It's all the same. It's consistent right on through. The mushroom is just one good plant. They talk to you. I could just walk up here and I know which one I want to take because I'm used to doing it. But like I say, it depends. If you're looking for pungent flavor and you're going to cook them right away, you go for the brownest, driest looking ones because as they brown, that brown is oxidizing. When you take mushrooms breathe oxygen. Okay, so when you take it out of its environment and the air gets to it, they're going to turn brown, they're going to turn tan, and then eventually they're all going to do this. You can get the tightest mushroom and put it in your refrigerator, but this veil is going to break. See, mushrooms ripen after harvest. They're one of the things, and the reason this veil breaks is the mushrooms will leak through here. See, if you look at a mushroom, looks like a tree. And these mushrooms here, they get their water on top on the surface on a hose and they absorb the mushrooms up through the root. So once that root is severed, when we harvest it, then the mushroom will start to mature and then this veil will break. When the veil breaks, that's a peak of maturity, so that's got your best flavor. So it depends on what you're looking for when you're shopping, because you want to have the most flavorful mushroom that you can. Now on the exotic mushrooms here, I was showing that we harvest these like these, where you have to pull off this root material. See, if you buy these lion's manes in the store, they have the root material here. We keep that intact because this mushroom is still living. It's still living off the parts of the log, so it lives through the store till you get it home. Because if we remove that, it wouldn't have any shelf life. So that's when you see the exotic mushrooms like this one here, the oysters are that way and the shiitakes, but the trumpets we cut the roots off and the whites and browns we cut the roots off.
All right.
Mushrooms in your refrigerator before going away for 2 weeks, what would you do with them?
If I was going to go away for 2 weeks, here's what I would do. Really, they're going to last 7 to 10 days under perfect conditions. They're going to dry out. They might dry out to the part where you have to rehydrate them by putting them in liquid again. But what I would do is you can slice mushrooms, put them in water, parboil them, bring them to a boil, drain them, and then lay them out flat and freeze them. Freeze them as singles, already sliced. Then you put them in a freezer bag, and you can put them in your freezer for up to 2 months. So if you're going to go away and you're going to be going back for 2 weeks, slice them, parboil them, and freeze them. But do freeze them as singles, that way they don't stick and clot in the bag. And then when you're cooking, they go in the very end of your cooking. So whatever it is that you're finishing, put them in because they're already cooked. Then they'll act like a sponge and reabsorb.
I'm going to cook.
You never throw food away. I mean, our refrigerator, we never know what we're going to make till we check out all the refrigerators in my house.
So with that, I want to just cut you off for a second. So we put our dough all together, adding more flour as you go along, so that way it's this nice dough consistency. And then you go ahead and just roll it all out. And then rolling it into a long, thin, I usually say like 1 inch in diameter out. And then once you do that, you go ahead and chop them into about 1 inch pieces. So this is our done. And then once you're done with that, you go ahead and you just put them right into your boiling water. And this is going to be our gnocchi.
My grandmother used to make gnocchis. Like my family came over here in 1908. She came over in 1910. And back then, it was arranged marriages, okay? In Italy, you never knew who you were going to marry until your parents told you. So she came over here with a photograph, got off the boat, and got married to my great uncle, great grandfather, and she just looked at the picture and said, "You got hair in the picture. You didn't have hair when she met him." Like I say, she raised 5 children, and she made Yankees probably kick in the crib while she's rolling this.
Yeah, family recipe.
Yeah.
Out of mushrooms.
Because I always remember listening to the old stories and stuff like that. You know, when she came over here, you know, when they were growing mushrooms back then in the early 1900s, the only place you had to go is the Philadelphia market or Baltimore market. They would go in and bring back tobacco leaves. And then tobacco leaves, she would roll cigars and then take them back in and sell them for piecework in Philly. Because that was a thing, rolling cigars.
You had to make work with what you had, so this recipe is really simple. Like I said, just a pound of potatoes and mushrooms. And then usually have flour and eggs at home as well. So with cooking the gnocchi, so since the potatoes and the mushrooms are already cooked, it's very fast to boil the gnocchi. Usually it's only like 2 to 3 minutes. So while that's coming up, and you take them out once they do start floating. So as that's working, I'm gonna go ahead and turn on our skillet here and start working on our cream sauce. So this, if you're all mushroomed out by the mushroom gnocchi, this is optional if you want to put sliced mushrooms in them as well. We are mushroom enthusiasts in our house, so it goes in the pasta and on the pasta. So with the mushrooms, we're just going to start them in a little bit of melted butter and let them kind of start to sweat and start releasing some nice juices. And then I know we had a question about seasoning. I also agree. I like to season after they start sweating and opening up, because then the seasoning that you put in it, it kind of absorbs right back in. Awesome. So while these are starting to sweat, does anyone have any other questions? I know we had some hands up. We have some questions in the back over here.
Talk about cooking it in butter. Do you prefer butter over oil?
That's a tough question.
That's a tough question. It depends on what you can reach the closest.
Yeah, it's preference. It doesn't matter. I think the butter helps make it a little bit like sweeter. At home, we do a lot of sauteing just with like butter, garlic, salt, and Parmesan, and a little bit of parsley. Preferentially, I like butter, but you can't go wrong with olive oil.
But then again, we like to do the mushrooms by themselves first, but we're rushing it here today because we like the mushrooms to start to break down under heat to get that a little hotter.
Oh, there we go. Oh.
I had a question over here then.
Okay.
So I cook a lot of mushroom risotto at home.
Okay.
And we use baby bellas. What other exotic mushrooms might you suggest to substitute if I was trying to, like, maybe kick it up a little bit?
I would kick it up. This is what I tell food service operators and restaurants. You know, if you're selling white mushrooms, kick it up. Go to the baby bella. When your customers get used to that, kick it up again and go to shiitake. Once you get them going with shiitake, go to the next level, which is oyster. Then from there, maitake, lion's mane, to what people's flavor profile, what they want. But like I say, I love shiitake mushrooms. I eat everything, and plus mushrooms you find. But so it's all your diet changes, your preference changes. But if you're just using baby bellas, I would move it up a notch to portobellas, because baby bellas are just small portobellas. See this? This is a portobello, which is a large mature mushroom, okay? And the baby bella is a smaller one of them. You know, I have mushrooms growing in the aquarium over there. Have you noticed where mushrooms, sometimes you think that they just happened overnight, they just showed up? They don't normally just show up, and they don't show up, because mushrooms, when they're little, when it comes through the peat moss here, you have these little things called pinheads. That's where the mushroom is starting to form. Okay? So for 3 days, what you have there is cell division. Every 24 hours, the cells split completely 100%. Cell division. For 3 days, they cell division. After cell division, they come to this size where cell expansion. Every 24 hours, they double in size. And that's the reason why, because they're going through maturity. So the portobellos, we leave them longer so you get the mature, intense flavor.
All right, and then as you can see that our gnocchi is starting to boil and come to the top, so once they start floating, that's when you know that they're done. You don't want to overcook them, so as soon as they come up, I'm just scooping them out, and since our cream sauce is still getting made, we're just going to put these to the side. And then if, for seasoning for this dish, to make it more of like a creamy broth, we put in either vegetable or mushroom broth. But you can definitely use a splash of the pasta water or of the mushroom water as well.
Yeah.
Perfect. So we'll just set these aside, and our cream sauce is coming up.
Would you say a little bit about foraging? Are there chanterelles in Burke Square, Lancaster County?
I'm not really familiar with foraging because I've never went out and foraged mushrooms, so I'm not really good with foraging mushrooms. But I will tell you, with mushrooms, there's thousands of varieties out there. I mean, as an industry, we're only growing 10. You know, but it's limitless what we can grow because nature is growing mushrooms and we can too. But not all mushrooms are for us. You know, not everything in the world is for us. You know, some mushrooms are poisonous, a small percentage. I don't know them, I can't identify them. And some are hallucinants, same thing too. But they may be poison and hallucinants for us. But I got videos of deer, foxes, squirrels, bugs, insects, slugs eating poisonous mushrooms. I got a video of this turtle. He goes up to a poisonous mushroom. He's there eating. It's doubling in size every 24 hours. And he's eating. But he's fine. It's medicine and food for him. But if we ate the turtle, we would die. You know? So I don't know enough about the varieties of nuts, but not everything out there is for us. You know, but it is for something. Everything in this earth is for something and for someone or something, another life force. You know, that's why we all need to coexist. Yeah. Okay.
Another question was, do you guys sell these grow kits at all to sell or grow mushrooms at home?
We do not, but they're all over the internet. You can get these grow kits. The only reason we don't sell these grow kits is we have to make them in these larger sizes to be economical for yield. So you can't really do it at home because, see, a mushroom house was built just like a casino. Okay, if you ever been to a casino, there's no clocks on the walls, there's no windows, there's no locks on the doors, there's nothing. And you lose just as much money in a mushroom house as you can in a casino. Okay, so you have to have a pressurized room to grow mushrooms because mushrooms breathe oxygen like we do. They're closer to our DNA than anything. You know, so the mushrooms are like us. That's why it's easy for me to farm. You know, when I was growing mushrooms, I walk in a room. How do I feel? Am I too hot, too cold? Can I breathe? I carry a lighter with me. I click the lighter. You know, I have to have yellow flame. You only have blue. There's not enough oxygen. So that's why the smaller kits you can get on the internet, you can grow them at home in your basements or closets or small sheds and stuff like that. To do it on a larger scale, you'd have to have a completely insulated room or you pump your oxygen in. You know, because air is the laziest thing there is, air out here. You know, your air outside is 500 parts per, if I get too crazy here, 500 parts per million oxygen. A room like this, even though it's well ventilated, it could be 1,500, 2,000 CO2 in here because we're all breathing the oxygen. So when you have a full house of mushrooms, you know, they're breathing the oxygen. We got to bring that oxygen in. That gives you another thing here too. I can just touch on quick. If you look at a mushroom and you see the sides of it here like this, if you looked at a mushroom under a microscope, it'd look like freshly fallen snow. That's what a mushroom would look like under a microscope. But everywhere you touched it or it touched another mushroom or something like that, you'll see like a footprint in the snow because it'll turn brown and oxidize. So that's why when you see your mushrooms, if they're marked up from touching each other. Because what they're doing is, I cut myself a little bit up here. So everywhere they touched each other, there's a little brown mark. And that's just like a footprint in the snow. And that's why sometimes you're going to see your mushrooms with it looks like scaling or feathering. That's because we're pumping oxygen in so they can breathe and they can grow and they can live. Because without oxygen, they'll suffer.
So also with the mushrooms, so these have started to sweat like we were talking about. So I just added in a little bit of garlic. And with the garlic, you don't want to burn it. So I usually say cook it until it's fragrant. And then you can start adding in all of your additional toppings. So for this, we have our vegetable broth I'm going to put in. My father and I also love cooking with wine. Sometimes it makes it in the dish.
Sometimes, most times not.
And they actually gave us a wine to pair with. I poured you some if you want to try it with me. So we have Shade Mountain Vineyards this year, and they matched our dish with a little bit of Chardonnay. Love an excuse
Cheers,
to try
honey.
wine.
Thank you.
This is really good. So when I'm adding in the liquids, I'm also going to add in a little bit of wine as well. Wine for everyone. And then in addition to the broth, I like creamy sauce, so we do heavy whipping cream as well. A little bit of flour just to thicken things up. And then this is the point that I like to add in my seasonings. So with just cooking the mushrooms, you can do a little bit of just salt and pepper, but I like doing more like Italian seasoning and also crushed red peppers at this point as well. Just a note about doing red peppers, crushed red peppers, the sooner that you put them in your meal, the spicier it's gonna be. So if you garnish it like at the end, it's not as spicy, but when you add it in like at this point, it makes everything spicier. So we are fans of spice.
Yes.
So I like to put it in at this stage in addition to just as if you wanted to add any more at the end. So this is starting to come together and I see a little bit of a simmer as well. Here's our Italian seasoning. So I'm gonna turn down my heat a little bit and let that just simmer and thicken up a little bit. Oh, is it coming up? Yes. Oh yeah, all the steam is, you can't really see it good. There we go. All right. Does anyone want to try this when we're done? Yeah? Good. So they're going to have lots of samples over at the side as well. So you can definitely give this a shot. Has anyone had mushroom gnocchi before or heard of it? No? Neither have we.
We Googled it and didn't come up with anything, so.
Yeah, so we're like, why not?
Why not?
We're putting mushrooms in our pastas anyway. Why not put them in the type of noodle that we had? Perfect. So I'm gonna let this saute a little bit more, just thicken up a little bit more, and then I'll go ahead and we put some fresh spinach and also Parmesan cheese in here as well at the end, but I'll give this a couple more minutes if we have a couple more questions.
Anybody else have any questions?
Do you have a recipe card for this?
We do, yes. We are on page 26 of the cookbook. So we have the PA cookbook that you can get over on the side here after the show, and it's page 26.
I have something even better than that.
Oh, yes.
I carry in my business cards, and we're lucky enough to get a QR code on the back. Thank you, NABA. So everywhere that I go, you can go right to the farm, you can go right to the recipes, you can go right to everything. And plus, you can contact me if you need me. So come up and get some cards. We'll have them down at the end there too. But like I say, that QR code will take you right to the website, right to the farm.
Yeah. Oh, we got a question right here.
Okay. It depends on what you like. If you're just doing a basic omelet, I would just do a white mushroom. But if you want to keep kicking it up, peppers, onions, something like that, I would go with like shiitake or an oyster or the hen of the woods. Depending on what else you're going to put in the omelet. If you're going to put chorizo, if you're going to put a protein with it, just let your imagination. There's no wrong way. And like I say, they go with everything. So
they do, yeah. They're very versatile. Because at first, I would only eat white mushrooms because that's what I knew, that's what I saw. But the more that I'm cooking with it, I'm noticing that they're all sponges. So what you're cooking it with, it absorbs the flavor, and they're all great. Yeah, I really like shiitake too now.
Yeah, I go through phases. And
Yeah, I do too.
And the blend that we do, we always do 50%. So if you're doing a pound of something, do a pound of mushrooms. That's just what we always done because I've tried the lesser blends and stuff like that, but I can't. I want the mushroom flavor.
Yeah. The sauteed mushrooms, you can't go wrong with that. Like this, you could eat on it on its own without the gnocchi, or even putting this over like a chicken breast, doing like a smothered chicken with like Monterey Jack cheese. Like this is very versatile, this recipe, just even the base of the cream sauce. So a lot of options if you want to make this again.
As far as flavor profile, yeah, the shiitake mushroom has a strong flavor profile because the shiitake mushroom, see, it grows off of hardwood. So this is hardwood, mostly oak. So its flavor comes from oak, and that's where you're going to find it in natures, by the trees and stuff like that. The other varieties of mushrooms, depending on where you find them in the forest, the part we're trying to recreate would be with a wood, with a wheat straw for the oyster mushrooms and the maitake mushrooms. But this has a strong flavor because the wood's flavor, so it's more dense flavor.
The hen of the woods?
Yeah, it's the mushroom right here. And you know, as an industry, we're not really good at naming things, you know. So somebody said it looks like the back of a chicken, you know, but I raise chickens, doesn't look like any of my girls. So, this is the hen of the woods, or the maitake mushroom. Yeah. Have you had some before?
Do you have your paper bag?
Take some home, yes.
You want to take some home? Here, I'll get some out.
Pardon me? Okay. Okay.
So right here?
Yeah.
There we go. And if you want it, it's right there.
Now, they dry this out in pill form and give it to cancer patients also.
I feel healthy already.
Eat your mushrooms would be good. Eat your mushrooms or anything else that's grown, you know?
All right, so now our spinach has wilted into our pasta sauce. So I'm gonna go ahead and now just put in our gnocchi. And just for portion size, I just did 1/4 of the gnocchi dough, so there's not as much gnocchi in here as we usually do. But it kind of blends right in with those mushrooms. So if you have a spouse who's not a fan of mushrooms like mine, can't even tell.
When I first got married, my wife did not eat mushrooms. I used to have to cube them up and hide them in her food, but now she eats mushrooms. Pardon me? Sure, here. Can I follow through? Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and plate this now. Any questions for this recipe or any questions for me? So here is our finished product. I don't know if we can see that on the screen. I don't want to tip it forward too much. Where it goes sliding off. Awesome. Oh, go ahead, we have a question. Yep. So this one, I do not have it rise. Since it's 50% potato and then also flour, I put some flour in it to thicken it, and then it's 50% mushrooms and potatoes. So you don't have to have it you don't have to have it rise at all. If you want to try it, there's some mushrooms. Yep.
Go ahead. Pardon me? To cut the whole thing or to grow the whole thing?
To cook.
Oh, it only takes
that was just right now. I
yeah.
made the dough. So the longest thing is the potatoes because, like I said, it's better to start them in cold water. And the reason that I recommend that is because if you start them in cold water and bring them to a boil, after they're done cooking, and it's going to take like 30 minutes for them to cook because you want to make sure that you can get a knife and easily pierce it through the center of the potato to make sure that it's all done. But after it's done and it cools out, the skin just peels right off. That way you don't have to peel it. And I recommend cooking it in the skin as well because that kind of holds in more of the water content of it. So that way it's not as dry because this is not a dish that you want to dry out. Yeah, good question. Yeah, it's a pretty quick meal. I mean, like I said, the potatoes take the longest, but the cream sauce is pretty fast as well. And I mean, it takes a little bit of time to roll out the dough, but even that, you don't have to wait for it to rise. Oh, we have a question over here. Oh, go ahead.
Where can we buy these sliced grill packs?
Redner's carries everything here. So any of your Redner's markets has got all this. You also find it in Weis Markets, Acme, Giant, all your local retailers, because this is stuff that we all have available. So, like I say, if they don't have it on the shelf, they could get it, Have you tried a grill pack yet? Go ahead.
Some of them are spicy, so if you like spice, they're good.
Is it like spicy? This is hot.
Yeah, they're really good. And it's like a meal in a dish.
There.
Like it already has the seasoning with it, which is nice. Also, the stuffed mushrooms are really good too.
Has
And
anybody
that's
tried
another-
our stuffed? Does anybody
That's
like to try
another
that?
one you don't have to prepare.
I wonder what is special about Pennsylvania that makes it such a huge mushroom grower, because we're just one of the largest states, I think, aren't we, in mushroom production?
Yeah, we still grow over 65% of the mushrooms. But see, the mushrooms came over in North America in 1900. In 1899, John Swain, he had gotten some mushroom spawn. He started growing mushrooms on the greenhouse. So mushrooms were grown. You know, my family came over here in 1908, started doing it. But the early 1900s, that's where they grew. But the industry never really took off until 1926. And that's because Ford Motor Company came out with a truck. Prior to that, everything was horse. Your police are riding around on horses. Your fire department's riding around on horses. Everybody's riding around on horses. So what did you have? You had horse manure. Philadelphia, New York, Baltimore, horse manure. Mushrooms went right with it. So it was just a natural fix here in North America. The timing was perfect. And still your industry, that's where your industry's at. And plus, before electricity, the little tri-state area, Kennett Square, is a little lower than the rest of the country, so it stays cooler, because mushroom was just a winter crop before electricity, you know?
All right, good question. I think that's our
That was a very good
time.
question.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you all so much for staying for our demonstration. Like I said, we're gonna have samples here on the side if anyone wants to go over and try. And I hope you enjoyed as much as we enjoyed making it.
Ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen, please bring your hands together for Heather and David Santucci. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for everything. It was fantastic.
Yes,
You're amazing.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. And
Stick
try some of
around,
the
folks.
Shade
Brian
Mountain.
Montaggio is coming up in just a minute.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mark O'Neill with the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, welcoming you to the 110th version of the Pennsylvania Farm Show. Hope you're all having a good time today, tasting a bunch of foods, watching the demonstrations, seeing the animals, and all the other good stuff we have here at the Farm Show. We're going to have another demonstration up here, as well as tastings afterward. We already have a line here from the last one, the mushroom and gnocchi, and there's a pretty big line there. But want to let you know, next up, once again, returning to the stage, will be American celebrity chef, restaurateur, author, and of course a top chef in the television series. He was semifinalist for Top Chef, as well as a James Beard Award finalist. So certainly a true celebrity chef with us here this afternoon, and that is Brian Voltaggio, and he'll be up in about 10 minutes or so. There are seats still available here, as well as the rails around there. You can stand on there and look around, but there are definitely seats in the far section, in the middle here, and some here, and we'll be getting underway very shortly with that. Also, opportunity, we've been giving out some prizes today, doing some trivia questions. Have one for you right now. This is, I don't know, I would say it's not a really hard question, but one that you may know. So, what is the most harvested vegetable in the entire world? I'm going to have to come down here to... You were first. What was your response? Potato. Potato is not correct. Corn is correct. Corn, maize, has been around since probably before people, right? You get yourself a nice prize here. And then I have one more, and this goes back to, I did answer this earlier today. So if you were here earlier today, you know, you might know the answer or might not want to participate, but it's a dad joke. So, you know, we have to have dad jokes here, lots of dads in here. Let's hear it for the dads. Yeah, all right. So, what vegetable has ears? What vegetable has ears? What'd you say?
Isn't that also corn?
It's also corn. You are a winner here. Yes, an ear of corn. There you go. Dad joke exceptional there. Thank you all for participating. And like I said, in a few minutes, we'll have the next demonstration. Thank you very much. Also, in case you have an opportunity, if you want a chance to win a prize over here, you can take your phone, scan the QR code right over here. You answer two very simple questions, and you put in your email address, and at the end of the day, each day of the farm show, a winner will be awarded, and it's a pretty nice prize there if you want to take a look at that. Also, we also have the free cookbook right over here, and all the different recipes that have been demonstrated throughout the day. Those recipes are actually in the cookbook, and it's a fancy one too. It's got the red, white, and blue, the 250th anniversary of our country, all of that over there, and that is also free. So a lot of good freebies here at the Farm Show this year. Thanks again.
I have 6. Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 PA Preferred Culinary Connection at the 110th Farm Show. It's a special year as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the start of our great nation, and most of the recipes this year have a special story that reflect our chef's history as well as our nation's, and this is the 250th anniversary of the country's cookbook. So take a look at it. It's available right over there for you to pick up on your way through. We're going to get to this amazing chef's demo here in just a minute, but we have a little bit of housekeeping we have to take care of. We've got some sponsors that we like to get out there to you. If without them, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. So PA Preferred is the official state brand for PA agricultural products established by law to help consumers easily identify products grown and produced in Pennsylvania. So when you go food shopping, look for the PA Preferred logo. Look for the yellow check mark, and you know that the product you're buying has been produced or grown in Pennsylvania. We want to thank our friends at Giant. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. A 53-foot trailer in the back of the building filled with food donated by Giant is what's fueling all of these demos and of the samples. Pennsylvania vegetable growers have sponsored all of today's cooking demonstrations, and obviously there's vegetables in just about everything we make, even from garlic and onion all the way through to the frisee that you see there. It's all sponsored by the vegetable growers, and we couldn't do this without them. We also can't do what we do without the talented chef instructors and students from Pennsylvania College of Technology. They're here in the back preparing. They're also down here doing samples. They're amazing students, and the chef instructors are just as incredible. They're located in Williamsport, and they are a Penn State affiliate. We'd also like to thank the folks from Thermador. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do this either. This cooktop, which is an induction burning cooktop, both of them, as well as the convection ovens back here and the refrigeration units, all donated by Thermador. Go to thermador.com to check out the line of state-of-the-art appliances. We would like to give a big thanks to Christiana Cabinetry for these awesome butcher block countertops and the cabinets. They look really pretty from out front, and out back, they're functional. So we've got everything we need to cook, to clean, to compete, all back here inside of these cabinets, drawers, and custom refrigeration. They are a family-owned business in Lancaster County, so check them out at christianacabinetry.com. Located just across the river in Camp Hill is the Restaurant Store. The Restaurant Store is one of our biggest sponsors. They make all of this stuff. So the whisks, the spoons, the bowls, the paper goods, all the things that we use, they're huge help to us. And you can shop at the Restaurant Store. Membership is free, and you can walk away with industrial restaurant equipment to cook just like a chef. Last but certainly not least, we want to thank our friends at the Pennsylvania Winery Association. Every recipe in this book you will see demonstrated today has a wine thoughtfully paired with that recipe. And so every single Pennsylvania wine that you see out on the right here has been provided by them. If you're interested in tasting or sampling Pennsylvania wines, you can head in that direction. On the other side of the Pennsylvania Hardwood sign is the wine station. You can taste and sample there. So that's it for the housekeeping. I really appreciate you all taking a listen to that. Our next presenter isn't just a chef. He's a generational talent whose culinary brilliance is revered by peers and cherished by food lovers everywhere. We welcome a chef whose influence has helped shape modern American cuisine, an innovator, a competitor, and a storyteller whose work continues to inspire chefs and food lovers around the world. Brian Voltaggio is a James Beard Award finalist chef, restaurateur, and nationally recognized culinary leader whose talent is revered by peers and celebrated by audiences everywhere. His acclaimed restaurant concepts, including Voltaggio Brothers Steakhouse, Volt Burger, Volcania, co-owned with his brother Michael, and the upcoming Y Oak Tavern, reflect a career defined by creativity, precision, and a deep respect for ingredients and craft. Many know Chef Voltaggio from his standout appearances on Top Chef Masters, and Top Chef All-Stars, where his discipline, innovation, and competitive spirit solidified his reputation as one of the most formidable chefs of his generation. Most recently, he captivated audiences as a finalist on Food Network's 24 and 24, Last Chef Standing, competing through 24 intense challenges over 24 hours against some of the country's most accomplished chefs. His cookbooks, Home and Volt Inc., offer a window into the philosophy and artistry that drive his cooking. Beyond the kitchen, Brian is a devoted husband to his wife, Jennifer, and a proud father to their 3 children. He's also an accomplished pilot, finding inspiration and perspective while exploring the country from the sky, a reflection of his constant curiosity and drive to see the world from new angles. As our 2026 celebrity chef, Brian Voltaggio brings not only extraordinary skill, but also passion, humility, and a relentless commitment to excellence. His presence here celebrates the power of food to inspire, to connect, and to elevate us all. Please join me in giving a warm Pennsylvania welcome to our 2026 celebrity chef, Brian Voltaggio.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Chef.
That was a mouthful, my man. I appreciate the intro. That was incredible. Good afternoon. Not sure if you were here earlier. If you were, we're not bringing the pasta machine back out again. We've retired that thing. Good afternoon. It's great to have all of you in. Today we're going to kind of lean into something a little bit more fun. By the way, I'm sure you guys already know this because you are very proud of your sports team. Congratulations, you guys are the only state that have 2 teams in a running, right? 2 teams in a running. So we'll do a little game day thing. How about that today? A little fish and chips. Oh, aside from this guy who's got a Commander shirt on. Yeah, DMV, but we were out of there a long time ago. But yes, no, so fish and chips, right? Something's a little bit more fun, but also utilizing ingredients that are here, not only farmed in your region, farmed in this area, and mine too, because I buy a lot of stuff from this state, but also, trout as well, which my son, by the way, who is an avid fly fisherman, loves coming up here and hanging out in your streams. So I'm very fond of that fish. And this one is actually from Limestone Springs trout. So this is a PA-raised trout. Incredible, incredible looking fish. So we're going to do a little play on that. 'Cause typically you use like cod, you would use like halibut, things that are like flaky and white fish. But that's not the only fish that can be fried. I believe it's something like this, which is also very flaky and stuff, but also has like a fair amount of like good intermuscular fat, which I really like. Because that means the fish is going to be nice and juicy and delicious. So what I've done first, to kind of kick things off, I brined it in some buttermilk. So it's sitting here in buttermilk right now. This is the fillets, before they've been cleaned. To do so, we'll just trim them lightly around the outside, and I'll show you what we're going to do. We do have gloves out here, right? I think, there should be probably in here. Oh, here, this says where everything is. I was looking for the wine key earlier, too, and I couldn't find it. But, yeah, there we go. So we got some gloves. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just put on some gloves real quick, so that way my hands don't get all fishy. And we'll get started. So all I'll do is I'll grab a knife, and we're just going to trim the bellies off and just the tail. And we'll throw it into the buttermilk. And, typically they come clean cut like this. So the pin bones and everything have been kind of removed. So this cut right here is kind of remove that backbone and all of that out of it. So then what we're going to do now is just kind of square them up a little bit. And we're going to take off that outer edge. What's it sitting at right now? 317. Good. We'll let it go up a little bit more. So it's at 9 right now. And we're going to move it over. So then I'm just going to trim the ends a little bit too. Okay, so we're going to make more of like a nice square fillet. And then that would go into the buttermilk. And what I just realized is, oh yeah, we did trim them up a little bit. But I am going to trim these up a little bit as well. Just so I get the same type of portion. So I'll trim these while they're on the board. I just missed the top and the bottom of it. So what the buttermilk does is a lot of people, ask, this is going to add some seasoning because buttermilk is, it has some salt in it, has some salinity. It also has a little bit of acid, which also helps to tenderize it. Not that trout needs to be tenderized at all. That's reserved for like things like catfish and other things that you would put into a buttermilk dredge. But I like the flavor of it, and I love that adding that dairy aspect to it because it's added a little bit more richness to the fish. So I'm just going to put that back in flesh side down. We'll look for a wipe off my board, and then we get started. So that is now ready to go into my dredge, and so I'm going to make that next, just so we can kind of follow the process so my batter is ready. I like to make a batter using some AP flour. We use a modified tapioca starch called Tresol. You could get it like on your Amazon. I can't say Amazon, but you could get it on that store. Did I say Amazon? Yeah, you could find it there. And what it is, it's actually a derivative of tapioca, and it will actually make it very, very crispy, like after it cools down. So in here I have 150 grams of AP flour, 50 grams of the Trisol, 6 grams of baking powder, and 6 grams of salt. So I memorized that. I like to use grams, and here's why. You could throw a scale on a table, right? You can put your bowl on top, and then you don't have to pull out teaspoons and tablespoons and measuring cups and all of those things. You just put the scale there, and you just grab 150 grams of flour, and then you're like, oh, I need a double batch. Just multiply times 2. 300 grams of flour goes into the bowl. Isn't it so much easier to do it that way? I know, for some reason we like to work with cups and spoons and all of this stuff. Go out and get yourself a $15 scale. It'll change your life. I promise you. $3.35, good. So then we have, what else do we do on Sundays when we're watching football? We drink beer, sometimes. Depends if you do or not. 180 grams of beer into this. Or no, sorry, 225. 225, I mixed that up. I mixed that up with my pasta water. I'm still thinking about that from last demo. So I'm gonna add my beer straight to the batter. And I also have one of my favorite ingredients, which is a bay seasoning, which we typically put on our blue crab down in Maryland, because whenever I get a chance, I pull that stuff out of my pantry and use it. Now, I'm not partial to one, because some will say Old Bay is the best. Does anybody know what J.O. is? J.O. seasoning? Some of you are nodding. Just nod. I know you said you're DMV. Just say yes. Okay, so J.O. seasoning, and this is where I give love to both. I like to use that to steam shellfish, like right on the shells, like steam shrimp, like crabs, or I'm going to do a crab boil, or crawfish, or something like that. That's where I would use that, because it has a coarser grind of the spice. Things that I'm going to use as an ingredient into things I'm going to make batters or bake or fry or season with to finish with, like dusted on potato chips. That's where I'll bring in Old Bay into the mix, okay? Because it's a little bit finer, and actually it'll disperse evenly in the batter and not leave you the coarse spices that you get from the other ones. So you can see now I got like a nice thin batter. I always have a little bit of extra because I want it to be a little bit thinner. Because sometimes it hydrates differently. I don't know. And also now I have an excuse to finish this if I want to. But that's fine. Okay, so now I'm looking at it, so it's a little bit more, you see it's kind of ribbon effect coming off of the whisk. So now my batter is ready. Oh, you guys can't see that. I'm sitting here doing it. It should be like this. There we go. Which side are we on? Okay, you can see it now. Okay, you can see it over there too? Oh, I didn't know. Is there a camera? I don't know where all the cameras are. All right, okay. I see this one. All right, cool. So there we go. So now we have our batter ready. And I want to let that rest, and that's the reason why I wanted to make that ahead of time. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this fish, and we'll go ahead and we'll strike this one, because we don't want to just leave that, on the countertop. And now I'm going to bring in these guys, because now we're going to start talking about, putting some components together. All right, so I'm gonna have you step up and we'll get a cleaner cutting board, or we'll just do this. Shh, you're not supposed to do this, but it's a demo, okay? That's safe. Nobody's eating this one. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab a knife and I'm gonna have you start mincing some shallots for me. We're gonna make a dressing that's gonna go alongside this dish. So we have our fish that's kind of resting. We have our batter ready. Now I'm going to throw some rice flour into this pan, and I'm gonna take my batter, I'm gonna put it into this one, because I want it to be nice and thin. So that way I can dip it in easily and then head into the fat, into the fryer. So I have my breading station essentially set up now. So I'm gonna put this over here. And then now I'm gonna talk about the chip side. While I have this gentleman here, he's gonna start getting some ingredients ready for our dip, because you need to have something with fish and chips. There's always a sauce. There's always something that goes alongside it. And some would argue, oh, you just need like a remoulade or a tartar sauce, or you might want an aioli, or you might want ketchup for your fries. And somebody's like, what, ketchup? I like to put all of those together. What's better than that? Thousand Island dressing. It has everything in it. It has ketchup, it has mustard, it has pickles and cornichons, it has like acid, it has spice, but the way I make it at least, right? It's a perfect dipping sauce. for like fish and chips, French fries, whatever. Like it's an AP sauce in my opinion. Like you can use it on everything. You can make a Reuben sandwich when you got it left over, right? Don't you guys in Pittsburgh have that famous sandwich, the big tall one? And they put Thousand Island and stuff on that? Maybe they do, I don't know. For Manny's Brothers, I think. So what I have here is my chips. So staying true to, you know, products that are grown here, and there's an entire potato section over there. It's pretty incredible. So what I did was I made some chickpea sweet potato fries. So almost like a chickpea panisse. So what we did here, and I had to do this ahead of time because I could show you how to do this on stage, but it would take 45 minutes to roast the potatoes and then grate them down into, and basically make them into mashed potatoes, okay? So I'll walk you through the process. So we made mashed potatoes, okay? Then we took the mashed potatoes and we put them on the stove with some milk. We put it on with chickpea flour. We put it on with salt. We added pepper to it. We added some olive oil. And then we took that entire mixture and put it into a food processor. Okay, and we turned it into a very fine, hot paste of the potato. And then we just poured it out onto an oiled sheet tray that has parchment paper so we could take it off later. And for those of you here earlier, you know that there's recipe books that are right over there, okay? And it has all the recipes in it they're gonna be doing today. So that's why I felt like if I showed you and talk you through the process, you didn't have to sit here and wait for an hour to watch me bake potatoes, okay? So I'm trying to be practical with your time. So this is what the finished product would look like. If it doesn't look like this, then I didn't write the recipe correctly. It's not your fault, okay? Well, maybe it is, I don't know. But my point is, maybe you didn't follow it, I don't know. But it should look like this, and if it doesn't, start again, okay? So then we're gonna take this, we're gonna flip that out onto the board, and the cool thing is our parchment paper makes it easy to release off the pan, so we just use that to pull it off, and then we take our parchment paper and we use it again, so we were recycling it. And then what we have here is a nice, you know, a nice set potato that we can use. I'm gonna grab a chef's knife, or no, we're not, okay? I'm gonna grab, oh, he's gonna let me use his knife. You know what, I'm gonna let him do this, because that's his knife. Some chefs don't like other chefs using their knives. I don't know if you knew that or not. So he's gonna let me borrow it to show him the size, and then I'm gonna let him finish these. So I'm gonna trim the outside because, you know, I'm kind of like fanatical about like the shape of it, making sure that they're perfect. I have this here to wipe down my knife. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna make nice fries, okay? You know what a fry looks like, chef, right? So we're gonna make like steak style fries, like big fries, right? So what we're gonna do is, we're gonna cut these into nice pieces like this. Roma's gonna just cut these in half and we're gonna trim the ends. Okay, so we get nice, they're not square, but close, right? Rectangles, yeah, rectangles, okay? So more like rectangles of the panisse. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna have some chickpea flour and we're just gonna put them into here and we'll dust them. So you can go ahead and start cutting some fries while we're doing that, okay? And then over here, we're working on making our dressing. So while he's mincing the shallots, I'm gonna start putting together the rest of the ingredients. I also cheated a little bit too, because this needs time to marinate. I don't know where I'm gonna put this one, right here. So what I have here is giardiniera. So this we made, so we have a group of farmers that we work with. They're out of Lancaster. It's a cooperative of farmers, and they make all these beautiful like greenhouse grown tiny vegetables. For us. They come with like the tops and everything. We use the tops to make carrot chimichurri. We have these beautiful little haikiri turnips. And then we have some Fioretta cauliflower, it's just flowering cauliflower. And then we have a very turmeric-rich pickling sauce, or pickling liquid, that we make into our giardiniera we use in the restaurant. So what we have here is all of these pickled vegetables that add like a punch of acid to the dish as we're eating through it. You know, you got the crispy fried fish, hopefully it's crispy. You have the like really nice, you know, subtle, like rich sweet potato chickpea fries. It'll be crispy on the outside and soft in the center. The cool dipping sauce, and then a little relief, like this little punch of acid you get with the pickles. So we already have that made, so it's set aside for our dish. So in here, I have some mayonnaise. I'll grab a spatula. And this is easy. And then you can be like, Brian, I don't need to make Thousand Island dressing. Cool, go buy one. You know what I mean? Like, no big deal. Just go buy your favorite one. If you want to be cool and you want to make your own, this is a recipe you follow. But again, like, you know, for me, it's like, I don't know. I like to have control over the flavor. I like to be able to decide how it's going to taste in the end. I like the texture of these shallots because they're nice and they got texture to them. And so as you're eating through it, you're going to get bits of that shallot in there. I have some ketchup because that's always included. Oh, which by the way, the reason why, do you know that this is from your state? Heinz, yes. Okay, I'm sure it is, right? I'm sure it's Heinz. Then I have here some. I have a little bit of honey. I have some olive oil. We have some. That's some vinegar. We have here some sesame oil. Yeah, tahini. Yep, that's okay. I had them backwards. Sesame oil, tahini. Then I have my oil. So I just had them all backwards, and then I have my capers. Okay, so capers actually we can rough chop too. Let's go ahead and do that. So we'll rough chop some capers, and we're going to put it all together. So as you can see, what's different about this is it has tahini and sesame oil, which you're not going to find in typical Thousand Island dressing. But what you do find is in chickpea soca or panisse, you typically are finding those ingredients used in that. So I'm kind of tying where you would find those original flavors, back into this particular dressing. So as I said, you could just go buy one, or, if you want to be a little bit more adventurous, you can make your own. And it's super easy. You're just mixing these ingredients together. And it's typically stuff that you might have in your pantry. And if you don't, by all means, don't buy it. You could also just buy some Thousand Island dressing and add some tahini to it too. Shh, don't tell anybody I said that. Okay? So you just find the ratio that you're going to use. Just do it to taste. This isn't rocket science. We're just making a dressing. It's not that big of a deal. But what I want to kind of reinforce is I like this flavor profile with this dish that we're doing. This type of sauce is a little bit more interesting than just serving a plain tartar sauce. That's beautiful, chef. Perfect. So we'll go ahead and we'll throw all those right in there. Great job. So these two students, by the way, they're brothers. Can you give it up for the brothers, please? They're coming out here today. I have a brother too who cooks, which I think is a lot of fun, and it's great because we get to spend a lot of time together in the kitchen. And I guarantee you, if we didn't share this passion and love for what we do, him and I probably wouldn't talk. But so I hope that this works out for you guys as it did for us, because we're friends now. Even though he beat me in a lot of cooking competitions, but it's okay. Do you guys compete against each other? You do? Oh, they compete against each other all the time. I wish there was a way now I could flip this into a competition, because I would. They won't let me do it. They want me to finish the recipe. So, all right, so we're up to 360. Cool. All right. So, oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Are you going against each other at 5 o'clock?
We got teams.
Wow. They got teams. Okay, if you guys, you should stick around for this. I'm probably going to stick around for this. I had no idea that was happening. Okay, so this is going to be the second time that I know of that two brothers are going to be competing against each other in a culinary competition. I'm just putting that out there, okay? That's going to be really interesting. All right, well, good luck to whoever it is. Who's the older one? Okay, I got money on you. I'm older than Michael. Sorry, bud. I'm kidding. All right, that's going to be fun. All right, so I've added some lemon zest, a little bit of lemon juice to this just to add a punch of acid to the dressing. Other than that, I think we've done an amazing job on putting that together. Chef, do you want to check salt and pepper on that? Because, hey, if you don't season your food later, you're going to lose to him. Okay, so please do it correctly. Okay, salt here, little pepper mill is down there, bud. Yeah, go ahead and down there. Okay, so now we've got plenty of chickpea fries. Yeah, we got plenty. I think we're good there. Yeah, so we're good. So what we could do now is, if you would like, I want to cool this down a little bit because that is screaming hot. You know what we're going to do to solve that problem is, you mind go grab, oh, we have oil right here. So this is what we're going to do. Don't do this at home, people. Please don't, okay? This is super dangerous what I'm doing right now. But we're doing it to cool down our oil. So we're going to put that super hot oil there, and we're going to remind ourselves that that's there, and I'm going to push it way in the back, and then we're going to add some cool oil to it. There we go. So I don't have the luxury of waiting. There we go. Look at that, 350. So Wow, it's like I've done this before. Okay, cool. All right, there we go. So now we're right at the right temperature we need to be at. Okay, so now what we could do is we could start frying these. So we've just kind of dusted the chickpea panisse in some of the chickpea flour on the outside again, and we just want to lightly dust it. So that's just going to help when it's frying, create like a skin on the outside. So yeah, we're 342, good. Okay, so yeah, we're right at the right temperature. It's amazing how that works, Chef. You did a great job. So you want to start frying these? Just drop a few at a time. And then we have a spider right there to receive them. All right, so we're just dropping these in there and just keep moving around. We'll fry them until they get nice and golden. So these are our fries for our fish and chips. First time I ever had fish and chips that was like really, really good. Fortunately, I was working for somebody in New York, and he sent me to Alaska. Like he was doing a menu implementation on a cruise ship. And so I got to go there. It was my first time going to a place like that, and it was incredible. I went to a place called Skagway, and they had all of these beautiful halibut coming in, and there's literally a restaurant on a dock where the boats are. They took the fish off, and they literally made fish and chips right there. It was wild. Like, it was the freshest fish that I've ever had. And so whenever I thought that I was going to do something like that personally, then I wanted to mimic. If I was going to cook something like that, then I'd want it to be with ingredients that are just, as pristine as that, right? And not just, a frozen piece of cod or something like that. This trout, to me, is just as beautiful as that. Like this trout was recently just brought here. We got the box today. It came to us. We broke all the fish down. These two young gentlemen did. And they got us these beautiful fillets. So to me, like, it's just staying true to the experience that I had for the first time where I really enjoyed it, right? And so there's something about being able to cook with ingredients that you find, in your backyard and create amazing, simple dishes too. Like, there's nothing complex or hard about this. See, these are looking great. You want to watch these, Chef? So I'm going to get them nice and brown like that. We don't go too long, maybe another minute or two. And I just want to talk about this next step in dredging the fish. So we got our dressing. We have our fish that's been on marinade. We have our batters here. So now I'm just going to talk about the process of this. So just because it's been marinated in the buttermilk doesn't mean we want to take a lot of that buttermilk with us. Okay, so we're actually going to kind of push some of that off, using the gloves. And then here I have some rice flour. You could use rice flour. You could use AP flour. Use cornstarch. I use rice flour because it gets super crispy in the batter. It also creates a thinner, crust on the outside. So this is going to, basically what we're doing is we're kind of making food glue. It sounds gross, I know. Glue on food, no. But, what we're doing is we're pre-gelatinizing the starch on the outside of the fish so it becomes tacky, so it picks up the batter as it goes into there. Those look great. Good job. Look at him. Look at this guy. I don't know, man. He's got a chance. Golden brown delicious. Look at those chickpea fries. Chickpea sweet potato fries. Okay, so you've done a great job. So the biggest thing you want to do, Chef, just like I told your brother, make sure you season those with salt and pepper when they come out, okay? If they don't season with salt and pepper, then the judges are not going to award you today the win. All right, so we are going to want to take season with some salt, pepper all over. No, let's use the fine. Do we have finer salt? We have fine salt? No. Okay, we'll use Malden. All right, I'll just break that up a little bit with my fingers. All right, so we're seasoning those on the outside. Okay, we're gonna get that hot again. Oh, problem. There we go. All right, we gotta get our oil hot again. So now we're gonna just season these on the outside with some pepper. I like salt and pepper fries. Like, that's just kind of my thing. I like salt and pepper potato chips. I like salt and pepper everything. So just because, a lot of people leave out the pepper side of stuff when they're seasoning. I just want to kind of remind you, to me, both should be there. So we have some like beautiful crispy chickpea fries made with sweet potatoes. And one would ask, like, can you substitute regular potatoes for the sweet potatoes in this particular recipe? I would not. And here's why. You want them to be crispy on the outside, but you want them to be tender on the inside, okay? On the inside, you want them to be tender. Mashed potatoes, like regular potatoes, like Idaho-style potatoes or russets, the starch content's way too high for that. It's just going to become really gummy. So then when you go to, like, you mix it in with the chickpea flour, it's going to become you won't be able to put it into a Roboku, or the food processor. It'll just turn into a knot, a big ball. So don't try to substitute it. Only use sweet potatoes in this particular recipe. Okay, so we're going to get that back up to 350. So I just need to get this oil hot now. So I was too overzealous. I cooled it down too much, and now I need to get hot again. So let me just get this back up. I'm gonna hit it with the boost. Cool thing about, people ask, like, what do I cook with at home? Like, what type of stove I have a lot? I get that question a lot. This is exactly what I use. I love using, and some are like, oh, you only use gas? Well, because when I'm all day cooking, and I'm going to use this to buy some time and Thermador sponsored this, which is cool. But my point is that the great thing is about using induction burners. I recently just in Vegas, I just did this thing for CES. I was just there this past week, and we had an all induction suite with Bosch. It was incredible. So the cool thing was I just wipe it down when I'm done. Like, there's no breaking down the burners and cleaning everything up, because, when I'm cooking all day at the restaurant and I'm breaking down and cleaning stoves and stuff, the last thing I want to do is go home and do that again. So it keeps me cooking in my house. So my family gets the benefit from me cooking every once in a while, right? So if not, then I'm just cooking for you and not them. Because I come home and be like, I got to cook and clean again. Like, that's just not fun. So cooking with this type of a surface just makes it a little bit more pleasurable. So I'm glad, and it makes it easier doing these demonstrations too. So we're almost there. I just want to get it up a little bit higher so that way it gets nice and crispy. I think I just got that on my nose. Okay, so let's talk about plating. So I have a lot going on here. So to put this whole thing together, we have the pickles, we have the chickpea fries. Do we have like one or two more of these little ramekins, something like that? Yeah, can we find that? We have the jardinera. And we have some plates. That's just me buying time right now. Where are we at, Chef? 320. Almost there. Okay, we're almost there. And then over here I have like some frisée. I have some beautiful red mustard. And I have here some upland cress. So this cress adds like a little bit of pepperiness to it. So we're going to make a little salad that we'll dress, that we'll serve alongside this, because we're going to make ourselves feel healthy having fried fish and fried potatoes with some salad, okay? All right, so for that, we're going to dress it with some lemon and some olive oil. So I'm just going to cut some lemon cheeks. And don't worry, the inside of the lemon gets used too later on. Cool. All right, so some ramekins there. So what we'll do is we'll put our jardinera, grab a spoon right here, into one bowl. Actually, we'll serve that along the side. I'm going to change that up a little bit. We'll put that on it. I'm making this one up as I go. Our Thousand Island dressing goes down first. Okay. I like your Thousand Island dressing better than my Thousand Island dressing, I have to say. You did a much better job. So we're going to use that one. So go ahead and put that into the bowl. All right, let's get that real hot real fast. All right. I just need my oil to get a little bit hotter, so let's talk about the rest of this. So I'm going to add some paper to the bottom. I don't know, because normally you would find fish and chips, the way I had it when I remember back in Alaska, it was like old newsprint or something like that. It's typically to catch the grease of the paper. So stay true to the dish. Just have some brown parchment paper. I'm just going to kind of crinkle it up and put it onto the plate. All right, so that'll be to receive our fish. And then next, we're going to talk about dressing this a little bit. So I'm going to take some of this out of here, so I have a little bit too much in here. So I'll save that for later. Throw that down there. So in this bowl, I'll add some of the cress, Just going to kind of sprinkle those leaves kind of in it so it kind of gets intertwined with frisee. Frisee is like a bitter chicory. Adds like structure to the salad. For me, it's just, I like a bitter green with tender sweet greens. And then I have some mustards, which are going to add some, pepperiness to it as well. And then when it's time, we're just going to crack some pepper and salt, and we'll hit it with some olive oil and some lemon juice. So I have that ready. So I got my jardinera, I got my salad. We're going to come over here. It just wants to stay at 320. I don't know what's going on. Okay, that's fine. Let's try this burner over here. Maybe this one will like us better. And it's closer to the dredge. So we'll try that one. There we go. We're going to boost that thing all the way up. I guarantee you we're going to get it up there now. We're going to hit boost. It has a lightning bolt. So lightning is going to strike this pot, and it's going to make it super hot. It's going to be incredible. There we go. Now it's getting there. Not, but we'll get there. Okay, so let's talk about this dredge. All right, so we've marinated in buttermilk. We got our fish fillets here. They've been pre-gelatinizing. This is worth the time, because if you're doing this dish at home, you're going to try to recreate fish and chips like this and use these batters, then it's kind of good to let the fish sit anyway. You can see it's starting to dry out a little bit, which is a good thing, because that means that starch there is starting to adhere with the buttermilk, and it's creating a little crust on the outside. See, look at it. Now it's boiling. Now it's getting there. And then we're going to go into the dredge, into the batter, and that's going to make it stick, okay? And we don't want it to be thick, because who's had like stuff that's battered and fried and it's always like super thick and stuff like that? Like, I want the fried fish. I want to taste the fish, to taste the beautiful trout. I don't want to just have the batter. So it's kind of important that we do it nice and thin like this. So then I'm going into the batter, and this is way more batter than what I'll need for this fish. Because the recipe obviously is going to give us more than what we need, because you might be making this for 6 or 8 people, right? So then I'm letting the batter kind of drain off of the fish, so it's a nice, super thin coating. You can almost see through it and see the skin of the fish. And then it's going to go into the fryer. And I'm going to let it like curl up and do all that stuff and get all like craggy and like, fun and cool, because what we're doing here is we're frying fish, like fish and chip style. So this isn't like, some avant-garde presentation where it's like you'd find it in a Michelin star restaurant. This is my Sunday food when I'm watching football. When I'm watching which team win today. Eagles. Okay, I don't know what part of, okay. I know where I was. I know we're right in the middle of everything. So and then you got tomorrow night too. So who's going to win tomorrow night? Steelers. Patriots. Oh, he's got one guy with a Patriots hat over here. All right, cool. So fish is frying now. It's looking good. Temperature's coming up. Great. All right, we're actually going to be able to finish this. So now we're going to go back to over here. Now I can take my gloves off and get into business. All right, cool. And I got some chervil over there too. So we got way more dressing what we'll need. That's fine. We can use that over there, because we're going to be doing tastings of this, by the way. For those of you who weren't here earlier, there's great chefs that are over there. There's some people already lined up for it. They're going to be presenting some tastings of this dish over there, so you guys can try it as well. But, as I did earlier, I did bring somebody up to try my dishes here. And earlier I brought 5 incredible kids who came up, and they tried mushroom bolognese for the first time. And I think I changed some minds during that demo. I had some kids that were up here eating mushroom-based bolognese sauce with confit mushrooms all over the top. And I'm talking like kids that could barely see over the countertop. And they enjoyed it. So I knew I did a good job. Because if I can convince them to eat it, then I can convince the adults to eat it. So we could change this up, and I don't even know how I'm going to do it. What I'm going to do is, since I have 2 plates and I have 2 brothers, I'm going to let them pick who's going to come up and try the dish. So it's up to you. You could go out in the crowd, if there's somebody you know, if there's a family member, somebody raising their hand. I don't care how you boys do it, but, later on, you're going to need a cheering section for your competition. So I'll strategically go out there and pick 2 people to come up and try this dish. Okay. All right, so we'll have 2 people that will come up and try it, and they can tell me if I need to go home or not. All right, so what we're doing right now is we're frying the fish. It's getting nice and golden and crispy. We have our chickpea fries have been kind of resting. I'll be honest with you, the oven's on right now at 450, which is great. So we're going to pop those in. Amazing. We'll get those hot again because we're going to serve the food hot. And we're going to go ahead and start dressing this salad. So I'm way over my time anyway. Thank you for being patient. Waiting on my fryer. So there we go. So I got some olive oil in there. I got a little bit of lemon juice. Going to add some salt. And I'm going to crack some pepper into that. And Chef, you have a towel or not? No, you do? Okay, cool. No, just where you go to pull these out. And then I'm going to use this to receive my fish. Amazing. Oh, you got one there? Yeah, I'll grab that. Cool, thank you. Give me one of those blue towels, too. Yeah, cool. Use that to pull the fish. Yeah, look at that. We're stacked, ready. All right, use that to pull the fish out. So we got some volunteers yet? We're almost done, chefs. You got people? You got them? Okay. All right, cool. All right, come on up. We need to get them some forks. Maybe they're going to do the wine pairing. I'm not sure. We'll open that up. We have some glasses. They're of age, both of them, right? Earlier, I couldn't do the wine pairing. They're a little too young. I would have gotten in big trouble for that. So we nixed that part of it. But they had a beautiful Malbec that was, picked for it, which made sense for the dish. This one is Gruner. Honestly, one of my favorite grapes. Wow, I just looked at that. 7 Mountains. I've never tried this. I'm going to try it right now. Gruner is one of my favorite grapes to serve with a dish like this. It's a very, very friendly, food-friendly wine, grape varietal. Typically, it's a German-Austrian grape that has obviously been brought over here, and a lot of vintners are using it in the States now, and it's doing very well over here as well. So I'm excited to try that, actually. So you can see now I have the fish hopefully nice and cooked. It looks crispy. The beautiful thing about this, see how easy that was? Like super fun. The cool thing is that this batter, the way it's made, it actually gets crispier as it cools, which sounds kind of wild, but the way that we've put this recipe together, it actually works very, very well for that. So I flipped the fish over intentionally because you can see it's bending over this way. So I want the fat to drain out. I don't want to set inside the fish that way. So I'm gonna let it drain this way, and that's the flesh side down, and I'm gonna flip it over right before we plate. So I have the skin side showing now, and then that's gonna go onto the plate. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pick this up. We'll go right onto the plate with our fish, just like that. I'm actually kind of hungry. Maybe we should only brought one person up. I'm kidding. No, I want you guys to try it. No, but this does look, in my opinion, I think it looks pretty good. So we have our chickpea fries. We'll put a couple of those on there. We have our dressing. Let me grab another spoon. Cool, thank you. And we have our salad, so I'm just gonna dress this kind of lightly. Oh, and I forgot to put my giardiniera and the pickles on the side. And those are just gonna serve along the side. And I'm taking some of the giardiniera, placing it in there. And I'm gonna put some of the pickling liquid in with it. So it's kind of in the liquid, so that way when you're picking it up, it's actually seasoning it on the way out. We'll hit that with some olive oil. Let's make it look nice and delicious. Place that over here, 1 and 1. And do we have wine glasses? Yeah, we do. Okay. And we're gonna add our salad over the top. All right, there we go. So not your typical fish and chips, I would say, but using some stellar ingredients from your state of Pennsylvania, Beautiful, incredible brook trout that's raised here in the state. The potatoes, sweet potatoes from Pennsylvania. Chickpea flour, not, but vital ingredient in this particular recipe. Incredible, tiny vegetables that are nice and pickled. So this is my version of fish and chips with Thousand Island dressing and crispy sweet potato fries. Please come on up. I'd love to have you guys try this. And if are you partaking in the pairing? Yes. Absolutely. No? Well, I will then with you. How about that? Does that work? You don't have to. Are you sure? Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah. So, but, again, this is my first time trying this, but cheers. Thank you for coming up. This is me actually bribing you to say good things. That's why I'm giving the alcohol first. You can't have the pairing unless you say that there's great stuff going on here. Okay, I've said that a number of times. We all heard that, right? I have witness. Okay, if you say something bad, that's fine. Okay, I am going to hit this with a little bit of lemon juice before you dive in there, but go for it. Yeah, enjoy. Cheers. Oh, wow, that's fantastic. Seven Mountains, I'm going to be calling you soon. Might appear on our glass list. Okay, so yeah, I encourage you to kind of just bite in. Yeah, drag some of the fish, drag it in the sauce, eat with the chickpea fries. Does anybody have any questions or thoughts or comments? No? Yes? Go for it. Reason why I left the skin on the fish? I like the crispy skin. I cleaned off all the scales, right? And then we put it into the buttermilk, marinates it. It gets crispy when it fries like that. Like, I like the texture of it. I think it does. Trout skin is really good. You like it?
Yes. That was absolutely tender.
Oh, tender. We don't have another mic, do we? I was going to let you talk. Here, you could do this.
Oh, no, don't you give me flaky.
All right, it's flaky. We'll get a hand mic. We'll let him describe it. Sorry, your name? Autumn. Now you're on stage. Now you have to say good things.
Oh, that's banging, dude.
Oh, I got banging over here. Okay, so we got banging. That's good. I'll take that. Yeah, I encourage you to wash it back with a little bit of the pickle too. But yeah, I can hold that for you while you eat.
I have no shame in eating your food.
No shame. Okay.
Nope.
Pickles are nice, right?
I was skeptical about the French fries because I'm a very meat and potato kind of person. And
well, the meat is fish and a potato is on top. So I think I answered what you're looking for.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What about you, Commanders fan?
Absolutely awesome.
Yeah?
Absolutely. Yeah, could use a little bit more vinegar, but...
Okay, could use a little bit more vinegar. I'll take that. They always say a little acid, little salt. Okay, cool. I'll take that. Go ahead, give me a critique.
I don't have any.
She doesn't have any.
Amazing.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. No, it's fun. It was fun to be here. It was fun to cook with you guys. It was fun to share the food. I'm glad you got a chance to come up here and try it because I don't like just cooking a dish and be like, oh, here it is, and then you don't get to try it. So for those of you who do have time, there are going to be samples of the dish over here too as well. Thank you very much for coming out and hanging out with me. Cheers to both of you. Yeah, thank you. Oh, that's yours. Okay, I was going to try to drink yours. Oh my gosh, I'm glad you said that. Yeah. Thank you guys for all having me, PA Preferred. Thank you for all of your support and you guys coming and hanging out tonight. Enjoy the rest of the show. Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Brian Voltaggio. All right, folks, if you're looking to meet Brian Voltaggio, there's a line that's already started to form here on the corner of this area right down here. That's the farthest line you see right over there. The line that's closest to us is actually for the samples, so pay attention to which line you're getting in. You got samples right here and meet and greets on the end. Please stick around for Adam Diltz from Elmwood. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 PA Preferred Culinary Connection at the 110th Farm Show. It's a special year as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the start of our great nation. And most of the recipes this year have a special story that reflects our chef's history as well as our nation's. You can check all those recipes out in this recipe book, available right over on the other side of the stage. Before we get to the great chef's demonstration that's about to come up, we got to do some housekeeping. We're going to talk about our sponsors a little bit, so bear with me. PA Preferred is the official state brand for PA agricultural products established by law to help consumers easily identify products grown and produced in Pennsylvania. So when you shop for food, you want to look for the PA Preferred logo. Look for the yellow check and you know it's been grown or produced in Pennsylvania. We want to thank our friends at Giant. Without them, none of this would be possible. They've provided us a 53-foot trailer. It's parked in the back of the building and it's filled with food that we're using all throughout the week. The Pennsylvania vegetable growers have sponsored all of today's cooking demonstrations, and so vegetables are going to be one of the main components to almost every dish you see on stage and the samples that you get to enjoy. We can't do what we do without the talented chef instructors and students from Pennsylvania College of Technology. They're here in the back busy preparing all the samples, and they're out here on the side of the stage serving the samples. They do an amazing job, and their chef instructors are some incredible people. We'd also like to thank the folks from Thermador. Thanks to them, we have this incredible equipment. We've got large appliances and these awesome cooktops. These are induction cooktops. They work via magnet. There is no open flame at all. They're really amazing. They are safe to use just about anywhere, and even when the food is cooking in the pan, they're safe to touch. Go to thermador.com to check out the latest lineup of state-of-the-art appliances for your home. We'd also like to give a big thanks to Christiana Cabinetry for these awesome butcher block countertops and cabinets. This is all custom made for us by Christiana Cabinetry. They're a family-owned business located in Lancaster County. They do an incredible job at custom cabinets. And if you go to christianacabinets.com, you could have them build you something custom as well. Located just across the river in Camp Hill is the Restaurant Store. The Restaurant Store is one of our biggest sponsors. They're amazing. They provide us with all of the spoons and spatulas, the plates and knives that we use on stage, as well as a lot of the equipment we use in the back to prepare the food. You can shop at the Restaurant Store just like a chef. You just have to get a membership and it's free. Last but certainly not least, we want to thank our friends at the Pennsylvania Winery Association. Every recipe in this book you will see demonstrated today has a wine that's been thoughtfully paired. If you want to taste any of those wines, you're welcome to head in that direction past the Pennsylvania Hardwood sign and check out the Pennsylvania Wine Marketplace where you can sample or buy Pennsylvania wines. All right, so today's presentation invites us to rediscover Pennsylvania's forgotten flavors through the lens of memory, history, and modern craft. Adam Diltz grew up in the rural hills of northeastern Pennsylvania, hunting and fishing, eating the kinds of foods that shaped generations before him. Venison, garden vegetables, molasses cookies, and meals pulled straight from the land. That early connection to food and place sparked a lifelong curiosity about regional American cooking, leading him from childhood cookbooks to the work of James Beard and Pennsylvania food historian William Woys Weaver. Inspired to explore the roots of local cuisine, Adam studied at Pennsylvania College of Technology before moving to Philadelphia, where he cooked at the Yardley Inn and went on to become head chef at Pharmacia and executive chef at Gianni Brenda's in Fishtown. Along the way, he began digging deeply into Pennsylvania's culinary past, reviving long-forgotten dishes like ham pot pie, turtle soup, catfish and waffles, and other recipes from a time when truly local ingredients defined the table. That journey ultimately led to Elwood, where Adams brings Pennsylvania's culinary history back to life through thoughtful, refined cooking rooted in the comforts of farmhouse meals and the resilience of country living. His work celebrates not just food, but the stories, traditions, and sense of place that come with it. Ladies and gentlemen, from Elwood, please put your hands together for Chef Adam Diltz.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, everybody, for coming over. So today we're going to use one of my favorite ingredients, turnips. Libby will be helping me demonstrate. So what we're going to make today, I call it a turnip salad. It's going to be a turnip puree with purple top turnips. And then we slice our tiny gold balls and hurricane the salad. That'll be the salad, so we'll put that on top. But first we're gonna peel our turnips. So for the puree, we'll start, we want to caramelize them, which is going to give us some more depth to this puree instead of just straight turnip puree. So we're going to use butter. And as it caramelizes the turnip, it'll also get brown. So it'll be brown butter also, which is another great flavor component. So we're going to cut them about 1/4 inch. We'll get that butter hot, but then we'll start caramelizing. Now my family used to grow, so back on the farm, my great-grandfather had a farm and they would grow purple top turnips, and they would let my brother and I go out. We'd always try to find the biggest turnip we could have, and then we would just peel it, chomp it, put it in the fridge, season it every day. We'd just chomp turnips all week. It's the little things back then, you know. That's good. All right. So I'm gonna start peeling these while she's got those turnips going. The Culinary turnips are from Taproot Farm. Beautiful turnips. So I'm going to slice these thin. Put those in our mixing bowl. Okay, how are we looking here? Okay. Yeah, so we have a nice caramelization on these turnips. That's what we're looking for. We're going to try to get both sides. That's why we increased the surface area. Yeah, that's okay. Well, you can leave it a little bit. Yes, also that butter, it keeps browning, but it gives it an added dimension of flavor. Yeah, you can turn it down a little bit. Careful it doesn't get too hot. Nice. So this way softens the turnips, but they aren't totally soft enough. So what we'll do in a little bit is put some water in here and let those cook a little longer. Looking good. Yeah, let's give him a little minute. Just taking a little bit. Yeah, not quite. Let him go a little bit longer. Smells good, right?
Yeah.
All right, so let's be careful. Put some water in.
Turn it back up.
Yep. So we'll turn it up. Let that simmer a little bit. Yeah, we don't want to boil it, crazy boil it, but we just want it to simmer till it's not. I mean, they're cooked a little bit, but they're not quite like that one. All right. So they also, today for our turnip salad, they also have this wine pairing, Seven Mountains Wine Cellars, which at my restaurant I like to work with local wineries. I do wine dinners with just last year I did one with Stony Run, Galen Glen, some of my favorite wineries. PA wineries. A little bit more. Right, we're getting there. Not quite. I'll chop these up. Help that cook a little faster for us. There we go. Getting there. Don't use that one. So we're simmering away. right, so then what we're gonna do is we'll put,
preferred spoon.
yeah, grab a ladle. Yeah. Yep. So now she'll put those in here. We're gonna put a little pat of butter in. Just turn it off then. Then we'll put a little bit of that liquid in there just to help us puree it. We want it, just leave it, yeah. We want it thick, well, we want it so that it will spin in the blender, but we don't want it to be too thin. All right, you wanna go? Ready? All right, so be careful. When we first turn this on, this is really hot, so we want to make sure we're starting low. Let me see. Is it this way? No. What the huh. Go back and get them to help you.
Yeah, she's somewhere.
Or have the man himself come help us out. Oh.
Hit that when you're done.
He's a genius. Now that's a culinary school graduate right there. So we're just gonna blend this. A little seasoning in. A little teaspoon. All right. Shut that off. We'll give it a little taste to make sure we like the flavor. And that's really good. So this, since it's so hot right now, we're not gonna use this. Normally we would let this cool, so you could just put it in a pan, let it cool till it gets, or if you have time, put it overnight, but for right now we won't. We have some we made earlier, so then we're ready to plate up. So so what I have here is some pumpkin seed oil. If you don't like pumpkin seeds, you could also I saw some vendors out there selling some interesting oils, local nut oils also. That would be really fun.
Good.
A little more. So we'll drizzle it. Put a couple drops of sherry vinegar in there. Yep. Let me get a little taste. Those turnips are so good. season it up a little bit more. And then we'll start plating. So we have our puree here that we just made. So we'll pop that in the middle. It'll be our little base. And then depending on how much you want to play around, you could set these in here like this, or you can toss them and just put them down, but I like to layer them a little bit. Then you could add a little more pumpkin seed oil. I like to put a little pumpkin seeds as a little garnish for a little crunch. And there we have it, a pretty simple salad, really. What's that? Oh. Thanks so much. What do we do now? We'll clean this up. All right.
Chef, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please, another round of applause for Chef Adam Diltz. Now, don't go anywhere. We're going to have the school cooking challenge with the students from Pennsylvania College of Technology. It's going to be a really good time. And if you do get up and are wandering over in that direction, maybe for some samples, there is a QR code on a poster board. If you scan that with your phone and fill out that survey, you have a chance to win the gift basket that's right next to it. We'd really appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
I'm Karen Powell. I'm with the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, and I'd like to welcome you to the 110th Annual Pennsylvania Farm Show. In a few moments, we're going to have a cooking challenge. Get a seat, get comfy, and if you have a minute, there's a survey over here you can take with the QR code, which will enroll you to win that basket over there full of all kinds of nice goodies. So in the meantime, I got a question for you. Who can tell me what vitamin makes carrots and sweet potatoes orange? I can't see you very well, so. Not hearing it yet. Who said A? All right. Okay. So as I said, in a few minutes, we got a cooking challenge coming up. So get comfy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 PA Preferred Culinary Connection at the 110th Farm Show. It's a special year as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the start of our great nation. Most of the recipes this year have a special story that reflect our chef's history as well as our nation's. And if you check out our recipe book over there, you can check out all those stories and recipes and more. Now, we're going to get to this cooking competition in just a minute, but I do have to go through the sponsors. We wouldn't be able to do what we do without them, so we want to give them a little bit of the spotlight here. PA Preferred is the official state brand for PA agricultural products established by law to help consumers easily identify products grown and produced in Pennsylvania. So when you shop, you want to look for the PA Preferred logo, and you know that the product you're purchasing was made and or produced in Pennsylvania. We want to thank our friends at Giant. Without them, none of this would be possible. They've provided us with a 53-foot tractor trailer that's parked out back filled with food for all the demos, competitions, and samples that you get to enjoy over here next to the stage. The Pennsylvania vegetable growers have sponsored all of today's cooking demonstrations, and there's going to be vegetables in just about everything you see on our stage, and we're very happy to be sponsored by them. We also can't do what we do without the talented chef instructors and students for the Pennsylvania College of Technology. Would everyone please give the chef instructors a round of applause? They're sitting right here in this row. They're amazing. They've done an incredible job for us, and we're very sad to see them go tonight after this competition. We'd also like to thank the folks at Thermador, and thanks to them, we have this incredible equipment like these induction burners. They're powered by magnets, there's no flame, and they work incredibly well as the convection ovens back here and the refrigeration. Go to thermador.com to check out the latest lineup of state-of-the-art appliances for your home. We'd also like to give a big thanks to Christiana Cabinetry for these awesome butcher block countertop cabinets. So underneath here is all custom, and we've got all the stuff we need for cooking, for competitions, and for demos. On top, these amazing butcher's block. They could build you some custom cabinets if you want. You just go to christianacabinetry.com and check out their website. Located just across the river in Camp Hill is the restaurant store. Everything you need to cook just like a chef, you can find at the restaurant store. You can shop there just like we do. I'm in there just about once a week. They provide us with knives, spatulas, tongs, all that kind of stuff. They're a huge sponsor. They're super important to us. It's really, really nice of them to do what they do. And membership at the restaurant store is free, so go check them out. Last but certainly not least, we want to thank our friends at the Pennsylvania Winery Association. So every recipe in the recipe book this year has been thoughtfully paired with a wine made in Pennsylvania. And if you'd like to sample or buy those wines, you can head straight in that direction past the Pennsylvania Hardwood exhibit, and you can buy some Pennsylvania wines or sample them. Now, I'm grateful for having all of these chef instructors, but also I wouldn't be able to do what I do without someone else that's very special, and we've got to bring her out. So if you could give me a round of applause for Chef Maureen Fowler. She's going to be helping me MC the show here today.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome, Chef Mo. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you, thank you.
So we're about to get into this competition, all right? We've got two teams that are going to compete. They've only got 30 minutes to cook. This is crazy. They only have 30 minutes. They have to make one dish 4 times for 4 judges, and they have no idea what's in these 2 bags. So it's going to be a complete surprise to them. So your first team comprises of Paul Shimp, Brianna McLean, Jay Dixon, and Maddie Lee. Put your hands together for Shimp Biscuit. All right, team 2 comprised of Charlie Shimp, Adelaide Miller, Kara Earhart, and Libby Switzer. Put your hands together for Shimpin' Ain't Easy. I didn't think that you guys were old enough to even know these bands and songs. I'm kind of surprised, to be honest. All right, so 30 minutes, right? You got to make 4 dishes. You don't have to use everything, all of the quantity of the product that's in here, but you have to use every ingredient, at least a little bit of every ingredient, okay? Come on over to the baskets. We're gonna get ready to put this timer on, okay? You got 30 minutes from when we say go, and we want you to count down with us, okay? Folks, are you ready? Count down with us. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's cook.
30 minutes on the clock. Open up these baskets. Okay, first we have dill.
So yeah, micro dill, that's grown right next door at the Commonwealth Charter Academy. They have an aquaponics system. It's an incredible system. Aquaponics is a little different from hydroponic, which you've probably heard of. Aquaponics is powered by animals. So could be ducks, could be tilapia. Next door at the Commonwealth Charter Academy, their aquaponics system is powered by tilapia.
And speaking of fish, it looks like we've got trout.
Yeah. If I could have gotten some tilapia from next door, I would have got it.
I know, it would have been fun.
But we have some trout. So that's rainbow trout. And that rainbow trout is from Limestone Springs Farm. They're in Berks County, Pennsylvania, Richland, PA. They actually have a trout preserve there. Do we have any trout fishermen in the audience? You guys trout fish at all? Yeah? All right. If you want to get your kids into trout fishing, or if you're thinking about getting into trout fishing, if you go to Limestone Springs Farm, they have a trout preserve there, and they will give you bait and allow you to fish for their trophy-sized trout right there in Richland, PA. It's amazing.
Yeah.
When my children were younger, two of my kids are older now. We would take them there, and they'd walk away with 15-inch rainbow trout.
Measuring cup.
All right, so what else do we have? So the maple cashews and Pennsylvania white wine. I'm going to tell you all about them here in just a second. Huck Family Maple Cashews. So Huck Family Maple Farm is in Tioga County, and they take cashews and they take maple syrup. They cook the maple syrup until hardball stage, and then they add some powdered sugar to it and coat the maple cashews in that way. So it'll be interesting to see how they work the maple cashews in with the fish. I think that they'll be okay with cashews and maple. We'll see. We'll see how they do.
We'll see. You have some black garlic in there as well?
That's actually regular garlic this time.
Okay.
We did have black garlic yesterday, but today we've got regular, an amazing garlic. There's a stand right here, and their name is Covered Bridge Garlic Company. They're in Rockwood, PA. Somerset County. They do garlic and garlic products. They've got some really interesting stuff. Garlic jelly, actually.
Ooh,
that sounds
fun.
It actually is delicious.
Yeah.
They've got some really cool seasonings, and they've got fermented black garlic. And if any of you are foodies at all and you're familiar with black garlic, we used it yesterday, and both chefs, Anthony Bianco from Ashcombe Manor, as well as Scott Calhoun from Ember and Ash in Philly, loved that black garlic and thought it was fantastic. The final ingredient that they pulled out of those baskets, so we've got 5 ingredients here, is an Adams County Winery Tears of Gettysburg blend. It's a blend of Saval, Vidal, and Niagara grapes, lightly aged, and should be a perfect pairing to cook with when it comes to the trout. At least that was the plan.
I love that. Always have to bridge your meals. So it looks like our trout is getting filleted over here. How we feel about filleting trouts on stage?
It's a little nerve-wracking, a little bit. Takes a little longer to find the spine, but we're all right.
You got it. You're doing a beautiful job.
They're figuring it out. They're figuring it out. These are students have done a great job so far. Every day they've been here, and with all the prep they've done, and they're doing a great job. Sounds like they're getting a plan together. We got some rice going on here. I think I saw some cucumbers. We've already got chopped. Oh, we got the maple pecans chopped up already.
Doing some herbs with some dill over here and some garlic. Got some butter going into the pan. We always need butter for everything.
Oh, yeah. What do they say? Butter makes everything better?
Yeah, more butter, more better.
Why not?
Some seasonings going on over here. Brussels sprouts being tossed.
I see some rice and garlic and onion, so maybe they're working towards a pilaf. That'd be nice with the trout.
Oh, that would be lovely, wouldn't
Could be.
it?
Classic pilaf ingredients going on.
Absolutely.
Now, folks, these students, we have a full storage area down below that you can't see. There's honeys and vinegars and stocks There's breadcrumbs and cornstarch, sugars, all kinds of stuff down here. There's also a drawer full of upwards to 30 plus different kinds of spices they have access to. Everything you see in the display at the corners of the stage is also available to them to use. So they can use any of the peppers, the ginger, the mushrooms, cabbage, any of the stuff that's there, including the microgreens that are also in the displays. There's also some dry goods like rice and some pasta, a little bit of farro, which is my personal favorite grain. I love farro. And then like some noodles and things like that. But yeah, all great stuff from Giant that they really hooked us up with.
Pretty much everything you need to make a good dish.
Yep, and then even in addition to that, there is refrigerated units on either side with cream, butter, milk, eggs. There's also some bacon in there, a little bit of sausage, and some other random things that they might want to try using, some cheeses and things like that. But they can use whatever they want out of all these storage areas. We're going to do our first time check here. Students, you have 24 minutes to cook. 24 minutes. And we also there's some rules to this competition that we need to go over. They've got 30 minutes to make 4 different plates. And so each team is asked to create the most appealing PA preferred dish using PA sourced ingredients and the accompaniments. So the judging criteria goes as follows. You get 50 points for taste, and that's flavor, texture, proper use of cooking techniques, and correct degree of doneness. 20 points for presentation and general impression, so clean serving dishes, visually appealing and appetizing food, tasteful, pleasing to the eye, and proportional sauce and garnish to main piece ingredient. Usage and harmony of ingredients is going to be 15 points. So best use of the secret ingredients, ingredient compatibility, that kind of thing, balanced plate, balanced flavors. And then originality and creativity is going to be 15 points. Now, they can lose some points. So, Mo, would you like to tell them about how they can lose points?
Absolutely, I can. So we'll do a half a point deduction for every minute that they go over the timer. And also a half a point deduction if they miss any ingredients from the mystery basket on the plate. So we got to make sure that we get a little bit of every ingredient on that plate. Sometimes we've seen chefs take the extra minute, lose the half a point, and still come out and win. So you never know. Sometimes it pays to take that extra minute. Sometimes it doesn't. I do like the race of which brother can fillet the trout the fastest.
I love it. Yeah. So
I'm into it.
If you were wondering why these teams weren't Shrimp and Ain't Easy and Shrimp Biscuit, it's because these two gentlemen on either side of me, last name is Shimp, not Shrimp, and that's where the names came from. And these two guys are both the ones that are filleting the trout. I'm loving it.
Oh, our dill's coming into play over here too. It's getting chopped. Good, good. I think we're remembering every ingredient. I put it right up there. Oh, looks like, what's going on over here?
We're doing kind of a roux mixed with our dill. And then we're gonna add that for our sauce, and then we're gonna crust the haddock in our walnuts.
Ooh, okay, okay. Looks like we're doing a play on trout almondine, maybe? Something like that. Very classic dish, but making a little PA with the maple cashews. I like the plan. I like the plan.
So we're gonna meet our judges now. We've got a guest here on the stage, if you couldn't tell. All right, so first up, we've got Adam Diltz from Elwood. Can you tell us a little bit about Elwood and what you do?
Well, I focus on, I call it a Pennsylvania restaurant. So we have I grew up on pork and sauerkraut. The family used to make scrapple on the farm, so we do Pennsylvania Dutch stuff, but we also do Philadelphia. It's in Philadelphia, so Philly history, turtle soup, catfish and waffles, those sort of things that people really used to go crazy for. And I also show the history of things like bison, elk, which you don't think of in Pennsylvania, sturgeon, but actually used to be in Pennsylvania a long time ago before they all got extinct.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. That's funny. And what's the location again?
It's in Philadelphia, the Fishtown neighborhood of Philadelphia.
Are you enjoying being down there right now? I mean, there's a lot of great stuff going on. There's breweries popping up and stuff, right? There's all kinds of things.
Yeah, every week something new is popping up. It's a hot spot.
Yeah, you've been there for a while, though, haven't you?
It'll be 7 years this spring. Yep.
That's awesome. So you're one of the anchors to Fishtown. And if you weren't aware, also Chef Diltz is a graduate of Pennsylvania College of Technology, where these students are from, actually.
And I had a chef named Judy Shimp who was my chef. So.
Yeah. So are you guys related? Not at all. Yeah. Yeah. No. No. All right. Okay. Well. Next up, we've got Michael Keefe from the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture. Thanks for coming. What are you excited to see?
I'm excited to see these young chefs working up here in front of so many people. You know, that's high pressure, but, you know, having been there, you know, it's fun to make really good food for good people. So I'm excited to see what they have to share.
And you've been with us for a couple years now, so you're getting to see these competitions. And is this your first time getting to taste one of the plates?
Yeah, it's my first time judging one of these cooking competitions, although I did apple pie yesterday, so just please no apple pie.
With the trout, I'm thinking you might be safe. I'm thinking there's a chance that you might be okay. I don't think you're going to see any apple pie. Oh, can you hold that for me? Oh, thanks, Orrin. All right, next up, we have Sherry Smith from the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture. So you've been doing this for quite some time, and what a lot of people don't know, and I don't know if I'm letting the cat out of the bag here, but Sherry Smith used to be a chef.
Yes, that's correct. I used to be a chef for almost 20 years, and I was a head chef for the Lieutenant Governor's residence.
That's right, head chef for the Lieutenant Governor's residence. And did you work with trout at all when you were working there?
Once in a while. Once in a while.
What are you excited to try out of the ingredients that you saw come out of that bag?
You know, I don't know. He has a couple original ones in there, but, you know, I'm a big fan of Brussels sprouts, so I'm excited to see what the guys do with them.
I saw some Brussels sprouts come out on the other end. Yeah. I actually love Brussels sprouts too. So do I. And I think with the trout and the white wine, you know, a little bit of butter, I think we're going to be good to go. Sherry, thank you. Last but certainly not least is Daniel Blottenberger, and he's from the Department of Agriculture Communications Office. I'm sure I'm going to see you here on Thursday, right? Every day. I'll see you every day. And what are you looking forward to tasting today?
Everything.
Everything. And are you a fan of trout? Have you had trout before?
Absolutely.
Do you fish at all?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
All that. Yeah.
So this is PA Trout, and I think they're going to do a fantastic job with it. Yeah. So what exactly? So communications, is that audiovisual?
Yeah, audiovisual, press releases, anything you can imagine. We actually plan the farm show the day after it ends, and it lasts all year planning, and then it all happens in 1 week.
So when this ends on Saturday next week, you're going to start planning the next one.
Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you for everything you do. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. So now we're going to check in with Mo on the stage with the chefs, I think, and see how we're doing. We got 17 minutes left, chefs.
17 minutes, chefs. Looks like our trout is getting dredged a little bit. What's the plan with the trout?
We're going to pan sear it and then finish it off in the oven so we can get on our other components and not worry about our trout.
That's a good idea. Got one ingredient down, one ingredient using. Looks like we toasted our cashews as well. Okay, I'm interested to see how those come into the dish. Got our sauce going here. What are you working on?
Some dill right now. I'm mincing this.
Mincing some dill. Get that dill in there. See a lot of really great teamwork over here. Everybody's working together, communicating really well. Making sure everybody's okay.
We have got some cut up trout here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Got some butter going on that side. All right. You're down to about 15 minutes left, guys. Don't forget, you have about 15 minutes left. Let's see what else we have going on here. Lots of chopped garlic. That looks good. And so what do they have you? What are you working on? What did you decide to do over here?
I decided to mince the garlic and the dill for our
cashew crust.
Our cashew crust.
I'm hearing a cashew crust, and so that would be a maple cashew crust then, right? So is that the plan for the trout? You're gonna?
Yes, chef.
What are you gonna do?
A dill, maple cashew crusted trout.
Okay.
Pan-seared.
That sounds fantastic. Great plan. Let's execute it. What's the plan over here for the trout? It's already in the pan. Tell me about it.
So we're just gonna pan sear it, get the skin nice and crispy, and then we're gonna flip it and then finish it in the oven. So we'll have crispy skin and good fish.
Crispy skin is, I think, the key for the trout. Crispness. I think one mistake a lot of people make when they cook fish is they don't get a crispy skin, and or they take the skin off and it kind of ends up being soggy. So that's a good plan over here. They're going for a crust over here to be crispy, and they're going for crispy skin.
I love it. It's a very good idea.
Oh, I thought I smelled toasted cashews. They toasted their cashews over here.
They smell fantastic.
Very smart. Very smart. Everybody, if you don't know that out there, a lot of the nuts that you purchase at the store, you don't know how long they've been in the container or how long since they've been processed. And one of the best ways to bring the flavor back out of them is to give them a quick toast, whether it be in a dry pan or in the oven. And I thought I smelled that over there. And I'm sure you can also, I hope you can all smell. Can you smell it out there? That's the smell of a toasted maple cashew.
Delicious.
And that's they brought the flavor back out of those cashews. Very smart.
Got some red bell pepper coming out over here. What kind of cut is that?
A julienne cut.
A julienne cut, one of our classics.
Oh yeah.
It's a very nice julienne, might I say.
Oh, I see some crispiness on that skin right there. That looks good.
It's looking good.
That looks good. Now remember, you do have 13 minutes and 35 seconds left. 13 minutes, 35 seconds left.
13 minutes. Yeah.
Looking good.
Okay, we've got some garlic in the pan over here.
I think we've got like a Dill's cream sauce.
Yeah, I'm very interested in what's going to happen.
I think that's what it might be.
Very interesting.
What's under the, I'm going to sneak in here. I want to just take a look what's underneath there.
Rice.
Oh, they got rice going. Okay. You guys going for like a pilaf? What's the plan with the rice? Who can tell me?
Yeah, we're gonna do a rice pilaf, and then with our creamy dill sauce with the white wine, and we're gonna utilize the garlic in that too. And then we're gonna we seared the fish off. We're finishing it in the oven, and we have roasted Brussels sprouts as well.
Have you been on the stage before?
I have. I was here last year.
And did you get to compete?
I did.
And so maybe you kind of know your way around this kitchen a little bit, don't you?
A little bit, yeah.
And so you got stuff in the oven, you got it going?
Yeah.
And what year are you at Pennsylvania College of Technology?
I actually just graduated this past December. I was invited back.
Yeah, round of applause. You just graduated. That's fantastic.
Thank you.
She did so well that they invited her back. Can you imagine?
Yeah, they like me so much, they can't get rid of me.
Well, we liked you last year. I remember you did a fantastic job. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Haven't seen yet the wine.
I see some missing from both, I believe, though.
But I don't know what happened. I missed it.
It's got to be in there somewhere, I'm sure,
being
if they
very
poured it out.
sneaky.
Yeah. Or did you pour some out for your shrimp biscuit homies? I don't know. No, they didn't actually. It doesn't look like they opened theirs yet down there. They have some.
There's a little missing, so I'm wondering what's going on with that. I don't think anybody's going to tell me.
I'm thinking did you guys put your wine in
looks
that
like there's
sauce? Is that where it went?
Fresh vegetables going on, some carrots, cauliflower.
Well, then I should wait. I'll just wait.
So what's happening over here? What are we doing with our wine?
Oh, the wine is going in our sauce.
Oh, okay. Good idea.
Their crust is happening here, and it's starting to get nice and caramelized. Making some more room.
Mm-hmm.
Shake it like that. You'll lose it on the. That's what's. Okay, so don't shake it.
All right, we're at 10 minutes. Do we have any predictions from the audience? What about, do we think shimping ain't easy? Let's hear it. Shimp biscuit. What about shrimp biscuit? Who's here for shrimp biscuit?
Sounds pretty tight to me.
It does. I mean, that sounds about the same.
It looks pretty tight to me too, and
Absolutely.
smells. Yeah, it smells like they both are doing a great job from here,
I agree.
from what I can tell.
Oh, that trout looks like it's getting really nice and crispy in there.
Yeah, I think, oh yeah, you can see in there. That's great. Oh yeah, they're starting to really cook now over here. Oh, look at that. Yeah, very nice. All right, we've got cauliflower and carrots out over here.
I'm wondering what are we doing with the carrots?
We're julienning them as well.
Are we going to cook them? Are you telling me any more secrets? No more secrets. Okay, all right. I have to wait 9 minutes. 9 minutes to know. Got it. We are 9 minutes out, chefs. Chef Kurt's over here, making sure everything's going on in the oven. See what's going on.
Part of the competition, it tends to be a little how they deal with the equipment, and we do have some specialized equipment on the stage. So one thing I will do during competitions is give them a little info on how the equipment works. It's one of those things, yeah, right. So I'm going to make sure we get them where they need to go.
We're turning up the heat over here. Switching it to broil, I think, maybe, to crisp up those Brussels sprouts. Nobody likes a soggy Brussels sprout, is that right? Yeah. My grandmother used to just boil them. Was not a good time. Not good.
We've got a risky maneuver going on here on this side. They asked me to help them turn it to broil.
Do you always burn everything when you turn to a broil at home? I do. I will forget.
That's what's going to happen.
Yeah,
That's what's going to happen at home.
What always happens
But
to
she
me.
said she's going to stand right there and watch it. So
You have to.
But it is a risky maneuver. You never know what can happen.
The amount of buns I burnt, oh my gosh.
All right, this is the time when we like to ask the judges to come out and take a look at what's going on stage. So if you wouldn't mind, judges, you can come onto the stage and take a peek, take a sniff, ask them what they're doing, what they think. All right. You can come right down here, sit, right behind, and we see what they got going on. Take a peek.
We're at
So
7 minutes.
Mike, what extent do you have, cooking experience do you have?
Well, I love to cook. Food brings people together, and I have some experience working at a fine dining restaurant in Pittsburgh. I was on the garde manger station, so making the salads and apps.
Wow, how about that? I did not know that. Fantastic.
Fancy,
All right, so get in there and take a look at what they're doing. I'm interested to hear what you think. Chef Sherry Smith, can you tell me what you think is going on here?
I'm still deciding.
Yeah, so you've got some basic ingredients sitting out here. Take a peek at what they have maybe in the oven and on the stove. You're welcome to take a look. Chef Adam Diltz is taking a look here too. What do you think? What do you think about PA trout, man? What do you think?
Love PA trout.
Yeah. And cashews and PA trout, right? Sounds like they'd work.
Oh, it'll go great. A little brown butter, a little cashew. For any of that nuttiness, it brings out the extra nuttiness. It always works. Classic almondine, that's what they did, but now we can use Pennsylvania ingredients. Why not?
I love brown butter. It's probably one of my favorite things. And now we're going to have a little cashewy brown butter over here. Brown butter is my favorite butter, by far.
Yeah, that one.
All right, we've got the wine open here. Thank you.
Yeah, it's they got some raw veg in this bowl over here. I'm really interested to see how they're incorporating the other ingredients on stage.
I like that. Bring some freshness to it since they've got a lot of fat elements and some rich nuts.
Yeah, a little bit of brightness really helps pair well with the richness of the food, and it makes you want to take another bite.
Excellent point. Next competition, you're going to be on stage, Michael.
Yeah. So what did you see? What did you see going on over here?
A lot of good things. I'm hungry.
Awesome.
5.5 minutes. 5.5 minutes.
It smells great. There we go. Looks like they've got some veg working over here now too. They've got a sauce as well. Looks good. Judges, thanks for checking it out. Appreciate you.
We already have plates coming out too, I think.
Yeah.
Wow. Getting a plan together.
Are we plating over here? Oh, wow.
I know. I like it.
Fantastic.
What are you doing over here?
Start of a white wine lemon dill cream sauce.
Sounds
Don't worry about it.
delicious. Sounds
I'll leave that,
delicious.
buddy. Need more flavor.
We love that classic dill and lemon flavor for sure.
All right, so we are under 5 minutes, chefs. Under 5 minutes. You're 4 minutes and 30 seconds right now. 4 minutes and 30 seconds in the cooking industry. 4 minutes and 30 seconds could be an eternity. So just remember, you got plenty of time. Plenty of time.
It could be an eternity or it could go like this.
All right, you got me there.
Depending,
You're right.
know?
That's
Sometimes
true.
you look up and you're like, oh
That's
my
true.
gosh.
How long is that check going?
Yeah,
Oh.
exactly. We have that 18-minute.
That's right. We got plates out though on both sides. That's a good sign.
It's a very good
Very
sign.
good sign.
And I like the differences in the plating styles. I think it's going to be very, you know, got a wide rim bowl and then like a smaller one. I'm very excited to see what they do with those.
I love a high rim bowl. I love a high-sided bowl. It's
Me
probably my
too.
favorite plate.
Me too. I agree.
It can make anything look good. Makes pasta look good.
Basically.
You could plate a tiny appetizer on a big rim bowl
It's
with a
gonna look
nice
great.
sauce around the edge, and it looks incredible.
It's gonna look soigné. We're doing some emulsifying over here, bringing some butter into that cream sauce. Very nice technique. Very nice. Sauteing some vegetables over here.
Are you saying there's a beurre monté going on over
I
here?
think so. I think so, chef. Looks like our fish is going down. Made a nice little sauce. I'm in the way as usual. Brussels sprouts are coming out. They did not burn under the broiler. Good job. I always want to sing when I hear this, but y'all don't want to hear me sing, that's for sure. We are just under 3 minutes, chefs.
All right, they got the dill. Now,
plating is happening over here as well.
Students, I just want to say, you don't forget to do an ingredient check. Make sure you got all your ingredients being used. Make sure you used everything. We got all the stuff, the trout, the garlic, the dill, the fish, the wine, and the cashews. Just want to make sure you got all those ingredients. You're going to lose some points.
Looks like we've got some microgreens coming out too for some garnish. Very nice.
I think we got a slurry. So, did you make a slurry here? Yeah. A slurry, if you don't know, is a mixture of cornstarch and water. It's used to thicken a sauce, and he's attempting to get this sauce thickened. Don't forget to taste your food as you go, guys. There's tasting spoons on the edge of your stations right back here. Don't forget to taste everything. Make sure it tastes good.
We just went under the 2-minute mark.
Oh my. 2 minutes, folks.
2 minutes all. Our vegetables are going in there.
2 minutes left.
Some more butter, oh yeah. Our fish is hitting our plate. Oh, it's looking really nice and brown and crispy, delicious. I call that golden brown and delicious right there. Yeah, it has to. Chef said a little garnish, a little clean, all right? And they said heard.
Nah. Getting close to a minute left here. We're almost to a minute. Let's go.
Yep.
There you go.
There he is. He's whisking for his life right now.
He is. It's the final
Life's
countdown.
all about taking whisks, you know?
Taking whisks is the only way to go. You guys have 1 minute left. 1 minute. One minute left. Make sure you have all the ingredients being used. 1 minute left.
I love that color on the plate over there.
We got some microgreens cut fresh down on that
I
end.
love that. Beautiful. We're always paying attention
Less
to
than
our
a minute.
presentation, right?
Less
She
than a
says,
minute.
we're done. You have 30 seconds left.
All
Make
right.
sure that you're finished.
Check your plates, wipe your rims, get all your ingredients on. Less than a minute. You guys have 23 seconds. 23 seconds. Get all your ingredients on there. 23 seconds. You're down to 15 seconds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, will you count down with us?
Count with us.
We're going to start from 10, 9,
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, hands up.
Big
Looks
round of
great.
applause
Nice
for these
job.
chefs.
Fantastic.
Big round of applause.
Good, guys. All right, so
Good job.
great. You did a great job. Traditionally on this stage, we the team that finished first gets to present first. All right, so you guys are able to go ahead and present your dishes to the judges first, followed by the second team. I want you to carry them over and tell them the name of your team. Okay, when you get over there. Y'all did a fantastic job.
Okay, so we are the shrimp biscuits. We prepared for you a filleted haddock with walnut crusted, butter dredged kind of thing going on with some dill. All of it is the dill puree underneath your veg. And then, yeah.
That's great, Chef.
Yeah. Enjoy.
Sounds delicious. All right, next team, you guys can present your dishes. And carry those 4 over to the judges and go ahead and present.
Don't fall off the stage. Don't fall off the stage. Don't fall off the stage. Whatever you do. Luke.
All right, so what do we have here?
So we have a pan-seared trout with white rice, a roasted Brussels sprouts, creamy lemon, dill, and white wine sauce, and roasted cashews. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Hey, sounds delicious.
Big round of applause.
Shimping ain't easy. Nice job. Shimp biscuit, also fantastic job.
I know all these chef instructors are very proud in the audience. I can see their smiles right now. What do we say in the kitchen? You got time to lean, you got time to clean?
That's what I'm talking about. Mr. Shimp, let me ask you a question. So what went through your mind when you saw that trout come out of that bag?
Well, believe it or not, I wasn't too upset with it. My brother and I prepped and filleted about, what did we do? I think around 40 pounds of trout for the demo tasting. So yeah, wasn't too afraid. Yeah, I was ready.
So who came up with the idea for the cashews?
I came up with the cashew crust idea. First thing was I saw dill and fish. Obviously, that's a common combo. But I wanted to either go acidic or sweet along with that, and the maple cashews were perfect, and so give it a little crunch.
That sounds like a great idea. And what did you sear that fish in?
Just some butter.
Just put it back
Seasoned
in there.
butter.
Some seasoned butter. Fantastic. So what was in the cashew crust? You made a crust. You didn't just put cashews and press it into the trout. You actually made a crust and put it on the fish. And so what exactly did you put in that?
I would rather have them tell you.
Absolutely. Okay, can you tell me what you put in it?
It was just a simple dredge with flour, salt, pepper, and then the cashews.
Sounds awesome, though. That's great. The cashews are delicious with the maple syrup, the maple sugar on the outside. Yeah.
Getting toasted in the pan brought out the sweet flavors too. It actually came out a lot sweeter than I thought it would, but I thought it tasted pretty good.
When I saw you guys doing that, the first thing I thought of was that the butter in that pan with the cashew and maple flavor is going to be delicious. Yeah. You're going to get some caramelized flavors, and I was wondering, I mean, was that kind of why you thought you would? Yeah, is it? Okay, great job. You guys did a great job. And then what else was on that plate? Would you remind me?
It was just onions and peppers sauteed in a pan.
Okay, so onions and peppers, cashew trout.
And then we deglazed with white wine and added that as like almost a sauce to the veg. But
okay, so you deglazed the pan that you seared the trout in. So you had some of that mapley flavor, the cashew flavor, some of the butter, a little bit of the fish flavor. That's a classic technique that we do when we sear meats, in a pan. And did you add anything else?
We added flour to that glaze, and then we added a little bit of milk, but without curdling it. We added a little bit of milk to make it thicker.
That's a very good move. It worked really well. Was there I thought I saw a sauce on the plate. No?
That was that one.
That was the only sauce. And what was in the pan? The white with the dill. What was that?
It was that deglaze with the flour, and then the dill was added to it too.
Okay, fantastic. Great job. The dish looked great. I wish I could taste it. I'm going to ask these folks. All right. So when you had some experience with trout already. A little bit. Yeah. And so when you opened that basket, what were you thinking when you saw the trout?
I was kind of excited. I don't cook with fish much, but I have butchered them in the past, so I knew what I was doing somewhat around a fish, so I was excited to see that.
And were you concerned that your brother had possibly cleaned more trout than you?
I think I've cleaned more fish than he has, actually.
Oh, okay.
So,
all right.
and who's older? Who's older?
Paul is 23, and I'm 18.
Okay.
Wow,
And so you spent some time with fishing, or?
Yeah, growing up, we both fished a lot. He's at the fishing rodeo at the nearest gun club, so.
Okay, but you were the one that did most of the fishing, huh?
Or did you do most of the catching? Okay.
Or were you were the one that you were the younger brother, so you had to clean it? I had to clean it.
Oh, that's how that
I'm
goes.
familiar. I'm a younger brother as well, so I know. Yeah, I'm familiar.
Fishing and filleting bluegill this past summer. We did a catch and cook with bluegill.
Fun.
But it worked, and I had to clean, but it was fun.
Bluegill are tiny fish, if you're not familiar. I mean, most of the bluegill you're going to catch will be about this big. And so filleting a bluegill is quite a tedious task. So great job. Your fillets looked fantastic. So who came up with the idea of how you were cooking the trout? And why don't you tell me a little bit about how you did that?
We were stuck between just baking the trout with a lot of herbs and lemon. But to get the crispy skin, we had to sear it first, and then we ended up just throwing garlic and a little bit of lemon juice into the oven after we flipped it to finish up.
So you did add a little bit of lemon. I didn't see any lemon out on that side at all.
I didn't either, I don't
Did
think.
you guys use any lemon for anything? But you used the white wine for your acidity. Usually with fish, we like to add a little bit of acidity, whether it be white wine or lemon, sometimes some vinegar. And so, yeah, I was just noticing that. So you added some lemon, and there was flour, a little salt, little peppers. That on the outside of the trout.
The trout was dredged in flour, salt, pepper, garlic powder, onion powder, and paprika.
Oh wow, great.
Oh,
okay, good stuff.
great.
How did you guys use the cashews? What did you do with the cashews?
I just smashed them up and then I toasted them and we just used them as a nice garnish on top to add
And what other ingredients? So where did the garlic end up in yours?
So the garlic we
take
actually
that
used in
back.
two different things. We used it in the sauce and then we added some right before we threw the pan of fish into the oven.
Okay, and so what sauce? Can you tell me about the sauce?
It is a white wine, the white wine that we have provided, a heavy cream, dill, butter, garlic, probably some salt, pepper, and a slurry, a cornstarch slurry, not a flour slurry.
So cornstarch slurry to thicken it up. And what else? What else did you put on the plate? A vegetable or a grain, something like that? Explain that.
Our roasted Brussels sprouts as well. We had
So what did you do with the Brussels sprouts?
toss them in oil, salt, and pepper. I think maybe a little bit of garlic powder and onion powder as well. And then we put them on the sheet tray, cut side up, and roasted them.
Fantastic. Sounds delicious. Now I'm going to ask you if there's anything you want to tell me about the dish that you helped out with. What can you tell me about what you helped with?
I cooked the rice. That was really it. Because the rice was really the hardest thing to cook because it takes a long time to cook, like maybe 20-ish minutes at best.
And what did you put in with the rice?
Just some butter, garlic, salt, onion powder, and butter.
Okay. Now, can you tell me what your favorite part about Chef Mike Dinan is?
I am a baking student, so I have had Chef Todd Keeley from Pennsylvania College of Technology, so I have not done any culinary classes whatsoever. I am all home taught.
Okay, great. So, but you're learning now, right?
Yep, I am.
Yeah. And what? How far in are you?
This is my last semester of the baking program. I will be doing my business degree next fall.
Oh, fantastic. So what kind of fun stuff are you making in the baking program?
Well, we're done with all our baking classes. Now it's down to the culinary classes. We just got done last semester with our trade show projects where we show our future businesses that we want to have.
Okay. And what did you do for that?
I want to open a dog-themed cafe where I help local businesses like a dog shelter, places that serve dogs, stuff like that, find forever homes.
Wow, that's amazing. And are you going to incorporate some of your baking stuff in that? You going to make some treats for the dogs?
Oh, absolutely. I'm already starting to make some recipes up.
Yeah. So what kind of dog treats? There's some folks here that are making dog treats. What kind of stuff have you been researching for that?
Mainly different stuff that dogs can have, can't have, what can kill them, what can't kill them. It's just stuff that's really like very hard to find some days. There are certain stuff that's like very specific to a dog that they can have versus what they can't have.
Oh yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. I actually make dog food pretty regularly, and blueberries is one of those ones that you're like surprised is fine for them, but then grapes they can't have, you know. They all have to have some kind of organ meat and hemp oil, things like that for their joints. And whenever I make it, I end up with a big mess of slurry. But that's the thing is that if you add certain ingredients to it, then you put it in a mold, right, and it hardens or bake it, and it becomes a dog treat. Is that the stuff that you're going to be doing?
Yes, I also tend to work with the dog treat recipe my grandmother gave me a while ago. I've been working on it a little bit back at home over the winter break that I had recently.
Fantastic. Thank you for being here. You did a great job today. So, gentlemen, are you ready? Yeah? Okay. And did you guys have fun these last couple days? Did you have fun? What ingredient were you most excited to work with at the farm show this year?
Oxtail. That was super fun.
So, did you think it was going to actually be like a long? Did you think it was going to look the way it looked?
No.
So, folks, we actually had real oxtail in here from a real local farm, and if you're familiar at all with oxtail, it's actually like a long rope-looking thing. It's an actual cow's tail. And so, what did you do with the oxtail?
I seared it, and then we braised it in a tomato sauce with some red wine.
I believe it was served over pasta then, right?
It was served over polenta.
Oh, served over polenta. Okay. So tomato sauce and red wine. And have you ever worked with anything like that? I mean, at all?
No, I'm in the baking and pastry arts program, and
So you never thought you were going to handle a cow's tail, did you?
not at all.
Congratulations on your first oxtail. That's amazing. And what did you have fun doing these last couple days?
I had fun doing the venison French onion soup. That was really fun. It's been a minute since I've worked with.
Yeah, I appreciate your work on that. That was actually my demo that I did, and they did a fantastic job. We had Tyler Strohecker here from the Pennsylvania Game Commission, and he tasted the I don't know if you know this, but he tasted that soup that you made, the French onion venison soup, and said it was delicious. He's been eating venison his whole life, so you did a great job. Following a recipe sometimes is a little harder than you might realize, especially when it's something like that for a couple hundred people, you know? So you did a fantastic job. And had you ever worked with venison before?
I have. It's been a couple years since I've had because my family hunts, but it was especially fun trying to sear them while the fire alarm was going off.
That happens every year at the farm show. At least once, the fire alarm does go off. But well, thank you for your hard work on that. It made my demo so much easier knowing that I had all that stuff ready to go. What kind of stuff did you have fun working with this year at the farm show?
Chef Voltaggio's fish and chips, specifically the chips. It was a completely different way of making a French fry. It was a sweet potato and chickpea fry, and I thought they were really delicious. Texture-wise was my favorite part compared to a normal French fry.
Yeah, they're nice and soft on the inside, right? Nice and crispy on the outside. They were delicious. Yeah, both Voltaggio's recipes were fantastic. Did you work on the other one as well, or just that one? Did you work with the mushrooms for his? So what was the mushroom dish that was, what was the mushroom sauce I think he had that was part of his dish?
Mushroom bolognese. In the actual bolognese, what, Charlie? Shiitake mushrooms did we use?
Uh-huh. Yeah. So, and were you involved in making Voltaggio? Okay, so why don't you go over that a little bit with us? Tell us what they had in there.
So the bolognese, it took us about 6 hours to cook, not even prep. But yeah, you add mushrooms and then deglaze that with red wine, add your tomatoes and
Anybody with a Chevy Silverado, you need to get out of here, I guess. So, Mr. Communications, what do we need to do about that? So what do you do at the farm show? I know that there is, obviously there's lots of audiovisual stuff going on, but what exactly are you involved in?
Yeah, a lot of the audio-visual stuff, press releases, media advisories. The media is constantly asking questions about who the winners are, where to go, what to see, just answering a lot of questions and putting a lot of information out.
Okay, so people know how to get here and where traffic is and stuff like that. Do you guys put out like an advisory for the traffic stuff? Like, oh, it looks like we have, oh, okay, I don't want to cut this short, but we have the results. So we're going to have to go through with this right now and announce these. All right.
All right, I'm on the edge of my seat here. What does everybody think? Anybody got any guesses? Huh?
Anybody? Yeah. All right. So.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Today, with a score of 344 to 332, the winner of the first school cooking challenge at the 2026 Farm Show is Shrimpin' Ain't Easy. You all did a fantastic job, every single one of you.
Fantastic job.
If we could have another round of applause for Shrimp Biscuit, please. Thank you so much, folks.
Great job.
You guys all did a fantastic job all week and on this competition. Thank you so much for all your hard work. You all did very well. Folks, stick around for the Maple Producers of Pennsylvania. They're going to be doing, the Honeybee Producers of Pennsylvania. They're going to be doing a demo here shortly. you can't turn it down. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 Culinary Connection and the 110th PA Farm Show. We want to welcome Charlie from the PA State Beekeepers Association and
Jordan Hackenberg.
And Alexis.
The Kathy.
as well as this gentleman right here, Gary Carnes, of course. So stick around for this. This is going to be a lot of fun. They do a really great demonstration in how to extract honey. Thanks so much for being here.
Aren't you going to go through the rest of the ritual?
No.
You're not? Okay. We just saved 20 minutes by him not doing his introduction. We got such a vast crowd, so I'm going to pick on you guys. So we're going to try to tell you a little bit about bees and the history of bees and things we do about that. Since you told me you're a beekeeper, do you know who the first beekeeper in recorded history was? You don't? Do you know? Jesus. A little before him. Who do you think it was? It was Noah. You know where he kept the bees? He kept them in the archives. But no, honeybees are very unique. They're the only living organism that does not harm another living organism. When they make their nest, they secrete wax and they build it. When they visit a flower, they pollinate it. They do not eat that flower like that pretty butterfly does and then becomes a butterfly. So it does not harm anything. Anything a bee touches, it helps. They're also the only insect that makes food for man. They're also one of the only food that is called perfect food. It never spoils. They found honey in Egyptian tombs. I haven't eaten it, but they claim you can decrystallize it and it would be safe for consumption. Bacteria does not grow in honey. You actually can cover your burns and cuts with honey and it's a healing product. And so now we'll test your knowledge. How many kinds of bees in a beehive? Three. What are they? Yes? Queen, worker, yes. And what else? Drone, that is correct. What is unique about those three individuals? They all have separate jobs, they do that. But now the drone, it has a mother, correct? It has no father. It has a grandfather, but no father. Did you know that? No, I didn't know. A drone comes from an unfertilized egg. I'm not as smart as I look. Okay. So that's very unique in the bee business. It has no father. All the males in a beehive are the same color because it's just the queen's DNA. She does not mix any semen with that egg, and it's an infertile egg. And then it develops in 24 days versus the 21 days. Now, I'll ask some more questions. Anybody know how much a normal bee can gather in its lifetime on average? How much food source can it gather? You have any idea? I don't got a lot of ones to choose from, so you guys are it. How much does your bee gather in its lifetime? 1 pound. You got good bees. What do yours do? 1/12 of a teaspoon. It takes an average of 3 to 4 million flowers to make 1 pound of honey, an equivalent to 3.5 trips around the world. Kathy will get into a little bit about that. So, without me giving you any more clever anecdotes and things like that, I do want to explain one thing though. If you remember anything from today, if you get stung, never pull a stinger out. Always scratch it out. Because if you pull it out, you may look like this gentleman. Well, this was my father in '54, but I got that. He looked okay. This gentleman here, that's 5 days after he was stung in the face. And my other buddy, it's the next morning. So, always scratch, never pull, because the stinger is hollow and it has like a heart, a poison sac beating, pumping the venom into your body. So if you squeeze it, you just shot everything down that stinger right into your skin. So if you ever get stung, you just take your hive tool, scratch it out. You know, you take your fingernail, you got 10 fingers, you got extra nails there, just scratch it out and you won't have these problems. Without further ado, we're going to let Charlie tell you some of our rules and regulations we do about beekeeping. And I will get you a little later then on extraction.
Okay. There's one more slide, right, with a bee beard. So sometimes bees are actually a little more gentle, depending on what you can do with them. So it's all in how you handle bees. Okay. So we're gonna move on to the Pennsylvania State Beekeepers Association. That's who we represent today. So the state association was established in 1904. We're one of the oldest beekeeping clubs in the country. The association is created with a staff, an elected board, but really the bottom line and the roots of it is each association. So there's about 35 affiliated clubs across the state. So if you have a club in your area, that's where you want to go. That's your representative to the state association. So we're partners with the Department of Agriculture and Penn State Extension. We help with research, public outreach, and we also work with bee law. Honeybees they are regulated in Pennsylvania, so if you want to keep bees, you need to register them. They can pass on contagious diseases. So we have a law to register bees. In Pennsylvania, over 95% of beekeepers are small and independent with 25 or fewer colonies. So you can see from this graph that the greatest portion of beekeepers are people like yourself that's just started. We've got a small percentage. The ones that actually produce honey, enough honey to start selling it, are the sideliners and commercial. And commercial is defined by how many colonies they run. So if you have 250 or more colonies, we're considered commercial. Sometimes I don't have that many. I consider myself commercial just because that's all I do. It's my income stream. But Gary represents that's less than 1% of commercial beekeepers. Jordan's grandfather is David Hackenberg, and her dad is Davy Hackenberg. They operate how many? 1,200, thousands? Don't know. Depends on the time of year. So they're one of the commercial beekeepers in the state. There's approximately 6,500 beekeepers registered, and we operate somewhere around 66,000 colonies throughout the state. So today what we want to do is if you wanted to become a beekeeper and you want to know where to begin, we recommend that, just like anything else, you need to learn a little bit about what the animal is. Like if you want to keep hamsters or chickens or cows or horses, you need to know a little bit about that animal before you know how to prepare and be ready for the next step. But we're going to move on with some biology and hive and construction like that. Now, another thing that we do here, the Pennsylvania State Beekeepers, is we have some representatives that represent us across the state. And tonight we have the Princess Jordan Hackenberg and the Queen Alexis Oslat. I will let them introduce themselves and give a little bit of what they're doing here. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Jordan Hackenberg. I'm the 2026 Pennsylvania Honey Princess, and we're here to promote the beekeeping industry. You can find us in the food court at the Honey Ice Cream and Waffle stand, the Learning Center behind the butter sculpture, or at Marketplace where we sell a bunch of honey products. We sell honey, wax. I think are there candles?
Yes.
There are candles. There's pollen. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alexis Ottstott. I am the 2026 Pennsylvania Honey Queen. I am so excited to be here to represent the Pennsylvania beekeeping industry. Like Jordan said, we have 3 different points of contact where you can reach us here at the Pennsylvania Farm Show. You can also find us online if you search in your search engine of your choice, the PA State Pennsylvania, or the PA State Beekeepers Association. We also have a Facebook page, and there's also a Pennsylvania Honey Queen and Princess Facebook page as well. And if you see us at any point during the farm show, please come up to us and start a conversation. We would love to talk to you about honeybees. Stay sweet.
Very good. Very good. So, Kathy and myself, we're from Northwest Pennsylvania. We're in Crawford County. I think it's snowing over there now. We're about 5 miles from the Ohio line, so we've come here for the week. But anyway, what we want to do is we're going to start with a little bit of biology. Kathy's going to walk through some of the biology of the honeybee, and then we'll move on from there.
Okay. When we have a beehive, when we are looking for a very active beehive, okay, in the summertime, in each hive, there's between 60 and 80,000 bees in that colony. That is going to help us. That's going to be a productive hive that's going to produce honey for us. If it gets to be much bigger, we can split it. However, we can have a swarm. The swarm is where my bees are going to leave that colony. The queen bee is going to, one of the queen bees, at that point, they've made 2 of them. The older queen bee, if she stays, she knows they'll kill her, so she leaves, and she takes half the bees in the colony with her. As they go out, they're a big ball. If you see something like this, don't spray them. If you call a beekeeper, they will very, very willingly come out and take them off your hands. We can easily brush them. We can take them, we can shake the branch and drop them into a box, or we can shake them or brush them off and put them into there. But that is a swarm. That are not going to hurt you. They're not killer bees. They are looking for a new place to go. All right? So that is the beginning of, well, that is what we can get with our swarms. Okay, the first bee, somebody down here, you said the queen bee is the biggest, is the one of the bees in the colony. My queen bee is the biggest bee. She's about 3/4 of an inch long. She has a long tapered abdomen. All right, she has one job and one job only. She doesn't wear a crown, and that job is to lay eggs. In the summertime when she's out there, she's laying eggs. She lays between 1,200 and 2,500 eggs a day. All right. It takes her 24 days, 28 days to hatch out. When she hatches out of that cell, she's going to wander around the hive. She's going to let everybody know she's there. She has her own pheromone or her own scent. Every bee in that hive is going to smell like her. All right, as she wanders around the hive, she does that for a couple days, and then she will fly. When she flies, she will mate. And when she comes back, she can lay up to 500,000 eggs. When she starts to slow down, the other bees will kill her, and they will make a new queen. And that's Biology 102, and we're not talking about that tonight. All right, but this is my queen bee. Her job is to lay eggs. That's all she does. She has a circle of bees around her that are called her court. They take care of her, they feed her, they groom her, they keep her warm. Their job is to protect her, and that constantly changes. Now, when we have bees, right now, we have them down at the observation hive in the education center. Our bees are marked. Jordan will show you that marked queen has a dot on her back. All right. We use a system that we have 5 different colors. My queen bee can live from 3 to 5 years. If that queen bee, we have a system where we use 5 different colors. This year's color is white. So if I go out into the hive next year and I see a queen that has that white dot, I know it's a year old. All right, So we have to be observant. We have to see when that queen hatches out. We have to be able to mark that queen. We mark her. It's easy. Down in our observation hives, we have one that is marked with a bright pink dot and one that is marked with a blue dot. They'll be down there. We can show them to you if you want to come down, different things like that. But that is my queen bee. The next bee in that hive he's another big bee. It is the drone. My drone is the boy. He's big, he's hairy. Look at the size of his eyes. He has huge eyes. He has those big eyes for a reason. When my queen bee goes out flying to mate, he has to be able to see that queen bee so he can follow her, and if he's successful, mate with her. When my queen bee goes out to mate, all the guys will follow her because of the pheromone, and she will mate with 15 to 30 drones. When she comes back to the colony, she doesn't leave again. She's gaining weight, and that's how she gets those, that's how she will begin her life. Okay, my drone is big, he's hairy, he doesn't do any work. In the colony right now in the wintertime, if you go down there, there are very, very, very few drones in that colony because when it gets chilly, the girls will kick all of the guys out of the hive. As Gary was saying, what's really cool is the worker bees, when they want to get rid of that queen, they will take and they will lay more eggs. My worker bees are not fertilized. My queen bee is fertile. She can lay fertilized eggs, and those fertilized eggs turn into worker bees. Unfertilized eggs, like Gary was saying, have a mother but no father. Okay, that is my drones. They don't do any work. They have to be fed, they have to be groomed, they have to be cleaned, all by the girls. The guys, the only thing, their only job is to mate with the queen. So if they don't need queen in that colony, they're not gonna make them. So there won't be as many men in that colony.
Excuse me, Kathy.
Yes.
You were talking about her going out to mate. Here you can see different fathers. That one's different color than this one, and that one's different. You can see the different colorizations. That's from the multiple different breedings.
Yes.
This one's different than that one.
Okay, so that's the genetics. What we're doing is we're trying to get a straight genetics out there. So anyway, the most important bee in my colony is my worker bee. My worker bee is the female bee. It's the smallest bee. It's about a ½ inch big. Okay, her job is to work. When she hatches out of that hive, or when she hatches out of that cell, her first job is to turn around and clean her room. She cleans her cells, she cleans her cells, she cleans the surrounding cells, and for about the first day and a half, 2 days, she cleans cells. Her next job, she's going to graduate at that point, and her next job is she's going to become, she's going to be cleaning, and then her next job is she's going to be a babysitter. When my queen bee lays that egg, that's the last job she has to do there. My worker bees are going to come in. They've cleaned the cell, she's laid that egg. They're going to be feeding that egg. They're going to be keeping it warm. They're going to be feeding it and keeping it. So then they make that and they cap the top of it. All right, that egg, when it develops out, that worker bee or drone is going to chew her way out of that cell. She's going to wander around that cell, and she's going to continue to do her job. Next job my honeybee does after she's a babysitter, she's going to turn around and she's going to continue on. When she's 6 to 9 days old, she has 8 wax glands on the underside of her body. She eats a lot of sugar and she makes wax. She's going to sweat that wax out of the glands on her body. The other bees are going to take that, chew that, and they're going to turn it into honeycomb or the cappings for the cells, for the wax. From there on, she does a couple other jobs. One of her last jobs is she's going to be a guard bee. She's going to stand at the entrance of that colony, and she's going to smell every bee that comes in to make sure that they smell like she does. When they come into the hive, then they're allowed in, and they're going to deliver their honey or their wax, whatever they have. If they don't smell the same, they're going to be chased away. My queen, or my worker bees are the only bees there. The females, they sting. Like Gary said, be very, very careful when you're around them, but really you have the last word or the last laugh, because once a honeybee stings you, she dies. My honeybee's last job is called a forager. When my honeybee flies out of the colony, she's going to fly 13 to 15 miles per hour. She can fly 3 to 6 miles a trip. And when she flies out, she can fly 50 to 55 miles a day. At the end of that time, when she flies out, she's flying for maybe a week. When she's coming back into the hive, she's bringing nectar and pollen, and she actually wears her wings out. Her wings will get all tattered, and they will not support her weight, so she'll drop to the ground and die. My honeybee, like I says, her last job is to forage. When she goes out, as Gary said, she makes 1/12 of a teaspoon of honey. She lives for 3 to 6 weeks. I think that's about all.
Okay, thank you. So that gives us some idea of the biology. You've got the queen, drone, worker. So honeybees are a cavity dweller. They want to live inside of a cavity, generally a hollow tree, a log, or a cave, or the side of your house, who knows. But they're cavity dwellers. So used to, back in the day, they made a straw basket upside down, was called a skep. In 1852, the modern hive was introduced or was discovered. They understood what we call bee space. So the modern hive is a wooden construction, and we start with a bottom board. It's just a simple entrance. And on top of that, we set a brood box. And in this, they'll tip it up so you can see the frames. So these are spaced correctly so that when the bees add comb to this, they'll have a travel space. If it's too big for a travel space, they'll make extra wax. We don't want extra wax in there. It's also one of the reasons that we have a beekeeping inspection. So we can take these apart. The modern hive, we can take it apart and inspect it for disease and control, but it also helps us produce more honey because they don't have to reconstruct it every time. But in the bottom box will be introduced the nucleus colony or a swarm. It'll have workers and one queen. So the queen, as Kathy mentioned, she can lay over 1,000 eggs a day. Each frame has about 3,500 cells on each side. So over the course of 30 days or so, she's going to be able to fill most of that. And so once that hive grows to a point where they have enough bees to produce honey, then we want to add an extra box. However, we don't want the queen to lay eggs in the box that we're going to produce honey from. So we have what we call a queen excluder. The queen excluder has a space that the workers can freely go through, but she's bigger and fatter, and she can't go through there. And drones can't go through there either. If the drone is up above, he's not getting out, unless we have an upper entrance. But that keeps the queen down, so we separate her with the eggs, and then we can add our surplus box, which we affectionately call a super. It's short word for surplus, and it's the same configuration. But you can see it's a shallower box. The bottom box, this deep box, when it's full, can weigh 80 or 90 pounds. So we don't want that much. Oh, we have a spider. There's a spider. Everybody's scared of spiders. So they're concerned with the spider. He's just fine. He just has to live. The shallow box is lighter. So when it's full, it's going to be maybe 30 or 40 pounds. So it's easier to handle. So it doesn't beat us up so much. So we can have different configurations depending on the strength of the hive. You can see you can just keep adding and adding. As long as if they're strong and they're making honey, we just keep adding boxes till they. We take advantage of the flow. The flow doesn't happen all the time, but that's the concept is the same. So on the top we have an inner cover. It's just a flat with a ventilation hole in it, and that goes on the top. And then we have an outside cover. It's called for the weather, so that keeps the rain and the snow out. But the reason we have an inner cover and an outer cover is because the bees, they also bring back what's called propolis. It's tree sap. So tree sap is antibiotic, antiseptic, but it's very sticky, and they'll seal the entire inside of that hive and every crack and crevice with propolis. And if we if we just put that other cover on without anything else, we would never get it off because they glue it down there. So we use a hive tool like a pry bar to be able to pop this one off. So this gives us an overview of our construction of how modern beehive is. There's different configurations of this. Some people are making them in plastic, and we can have narrow ones, less frames, more frames, different configurations, same principle. We have removable frames that we can inspect. We'd also like to thank Man Lake, who provided all of our props for free. So the other thing we want to move on. So now we have our hive constructed, and our beekeeper, we need a beekeeper. We need a beekeeper. We have a beekeeper. So obviously one of the biggest things that we understand about honeybees is that they sting, and we want to avoid being stung. So this is a conventional jacket, piece of safety wear that we would wear. This is a heavy cotton weave. There's different configurations. They can make them out of nylon. They can make them with multiple layers of breathing. They zip up and they're tight. There's elastic around the waistband. You can make them full. You can have full length if you're concerned. We usually then we have a veil on top. Now we do recommend a ball cap, right? So we recommend the ball cap while you're wearing that because if you're looking up, the bee can sting you right on the end of the nose or on the forehead. So, and then we also have some gloves. These happen to be leather gloves. That seems to be the old standard. I don't think a lot of people use leather gloves these days. They're nice, they're heavy, but they collect stingers. Over time, you end up with stingers, and then you're actually attracting a defensive reaction from the bees, and you have the potential of carrying disease from one hive to another. A lot of guys will use, they'll use nitrile. We have a nitrile glove, which is also available. And then sometimes we'll just be barehanded. Sometimes we're comfortable. It all depends on your level of experience and comfort. But as we recommend as a beginner that you do have some sort of protection gear, because that's pretty essential. And then we have a smoker. We have a smoker, and that is, we build a cool fire. We don't want a hot fire, we want a cool smoke. And the idea is so the bees communicate with pheromones inside the hive. And we're gonna interrupt their communications with smoke. We throw some smoke in there, it interrupts their ability to smell and communicate. So then they think their house is on fire, they start to consume on honey, they'll start to engorge on honey. At that point, they can't curl around to set their stinger as easy. Plus, they're just satisfied because they got a full stomach, just like after the football game. And then So we get a little smoke in there, then we're able to handle the bees. Okay, I think that's good. So then you've had a successful season, and you have some honey, and then we want to know, the next question is, well, how do you get it out of there? So we're going to turn that over to Gary.
All right, how we remove the honey, until the late 1800s, primarily most honey was sold by the comb. We would weigh this, so it weighs X amount of ounces and pounds. We still sell honey by the pound, not by the volume, because a gallon of honey weighs 12 pounds. What does a gallon of water weigh? 5 gallons is about 60 pounds. So that's right. So 12 times, or divided by 5 is 60. So a gallon of water weighs 8 pounds. So honey is much more denser than water. So we sell honey by the pound today. Legally, we have to have pounds, ounces, and grams on our bottles. Okay. So the reason being, we sold it in the comb. We knew then it wasn't adulterated. You know, with this method here, you'll see how we remove them. We'll show you how the smaller operator does it, and you can interject. You can tell me how you do it or whatever. But first thing we have to do is get the bees out of the boxes. How do you get your bees out? You never took them out. Well, you must have had bees everywhere then when you were extracting. There's traps. You can trap them out. A lot of people will take a bee brush and brush them out. But that's like taking a garden rake across your back. It's not very fun for the bees. How do you think Mr. Carnes does it? How do you think I do it? No. So I get the leaf blower out, 20, 30 seconds, everything's out of the box. I just blow them out, they make a U-turn, they go back in the hive, I didn't harm anybody. That's what I do. So now, we got the comb. One nice thing about that is they build combs together sometimes. When you take each comb out, you break it. And then you take it into your honey house, your kitchen, you're dripping honey everywhere. If you just set the box up and blow all the bees out, you don't break any of the burr comb apart, and you don't have all that leakage. So, we're going to show you how the young ladies here showed you a comb before it was drawn. This is after it's drawn. Now, there's several ways of getting the wax capping off. You must remove the wax capping or the honey will not come out. It takes 8 pounds of honey for the bees to produce 1 pound of wax. So there's a lot of energy in that. I can then, in return, if I extract 100 pounds of honey, I normally get 2 pounds of wax. Now, this method, you can take a scraper. The word is scraper. You two, they think they're pitchforks. You don't go like this. This is for hitting areas you don't hit. This is a hot knife. So, you any good with these? You're not. Well, look, it's a piece of cake. You just go like this, and it's off. You want to give it a whirl? You don't want to give it a whirl. You ladies want to give it a whirl. Yeah. Do you? You want to try it? You want to try it, Jordan?
Yeah, I will. I've never done this one.
You haven't done it. I've known her father since her grandfather since I was 5 years old.
I have a big machine.
Yeah, I have a machine. Nope, harder angle. I have a machine where I pull a handle down, there's chains flying. It's like lawnmower blades. It takes the capping right off. That actually is not bad at all. Now, what you do now with the scratcher, she missed a few up here along the top, so we'll just take this, we'll knock the cappings open. Now, before you know it, you can run for Honey Queen or something, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, now we have a little centrifuge. We're going to put 2 of these frames in here. Any other volunteers or not? Go ahead.
I'm new to the game.
There's a sticky rag. Oh, thank you. So I like to set it up. I personally prefer the top bar away from me.
Top bar away. Thank you.
Then I put it on a slight angle and a sawing motion down across. I like to use 9 frames in a honey super so they make them a little bit wider so it's easier to remove. Now we want to get the job done before it crystallizes here. You see me doing that? Just put it on a little bit harder angle. Now this is, as Charlie was talking about bee propolis, this is the bee propolis. That's the most valuable thing in a beehive. They've actually found that it stops prostate tumors. It heals other cancers. It's good for many. If you want to find something interesting, Google health benefits to bee propolis, and you'll be shocked.
Okay.
I'll give you about a B for that, okay?
B,
A B.
okay.
Okay.
I like bees. I'm the honey queen.
Okay. So you got a B, all right? Let's see what I get.
handle the other side.
Oh, I got to handle the other side. Now you stand on this side. Well, you're the better side. Okay, what are you going to give me?
Oh, uh-oh.
Oh, see.
We missed a little bit.
No, that's because of the curvature of the comb. One nice thing about these are, bees were one of the very first recyclers. This can get banged up, chewed up, and the bees will redo it next spring, and you'll never know the comb was ever injured.
Oh, that's strong. I guess I'll give you.
Bee,
Oh, it's so good.
bees. This was actually the first. That's spotted lanternfly. This is actually spotted lanternfly honey. That particular one was.
You could tell, huh?
Absolutely.
Doesn't taste very good.
I do taste tests. Spotted lanternfly has 2 more antioxidants than Manuka honey does. They claim it's extremely healthy for you. I think it tastes like burnt maple or a smoky bacon. I don't care for it. Well, you want to do this?
Sure.
All right. See, my daddy was a good Dutchman. When I was 5 years old, we did this. Now, wait, you got to put your foot on there. You're going to bounce like a pogo stick. Well, go ahead. And your hand on the other corner. There you go. You're good to go now. So what my dad do? Said, Gary, that's enough of that. He went and got a wash machine motor, 2 pulleys, and a light switch, and we were in the electric business here. We had automation.
Can I go too fast?
No,
I don't
this is exercise equipment.
Oh, okay.
Got a lot of kids or somebody you want to keep busy? Let me.
Spin
Here.
class.
Yeah, let's.
What?
Now, since this is a centrifuge, but only exterior is being removed at a time, so we have to turn the frame around.
Now it's your turn. Hopefully you do less.
So that honey's out of that side primarily, so we switch to this side. And then we'll spin it out of this side. That's completely full yet? Now I have a small extractor at home. It holds 45 of them. And I just purchased another one that holds 80. So it takes, basically I'd say you should probably crank that for about 2 minutes to remove all the honey.
Crank it.
Now I think her grandfather, last I was at his place, he had like a 120 frame extractor or so.
And just as a side note, if you want to sell, if we want to sell honey in Pennsylvania, we're also food safety inspected, so that we have a good product going out to the public.
All right, we'll try
In
a
this
strain today.
particular case, they should
We'll try a strain a little bit again today.
but they're not.
So there's, yes, we have to be food inspected. If you sell off-site, if you're selling from your house, you need no inspection. You sell in the local grocery store, you do. And that inspection's only $35. It's just pretty simple. Honey doesn't grow bacteria, so the inspection is a lot lighter. You got to have clean water, clean facility, just a bathroom. You can't have animals running around in your property. So it's not really that invasive. But it's to protect the consumer. All right, we'll give it this. Lady, we'll try to give us. We used to be upstage here, but we're going to try to make do being down here because we got these fancy products from Thermador now. So we're going to strain. Now we are going to strain this. We're not going to filter it. It's run through a basically like window screening. I'm sort of on the wrong side. So that just came out of the comb. Yeah. Well, when we were on the stage and we didn't have the fancy stuff in the road, it was much easier. Now, in my home operation, it runs out of my extractor into a clarifier and goes through baffles with the wax floats to the top. The honey proceeds through, and then it's pumped into a 150-gallon storage tank. We're okay. All right, just set that up there a second. Now, I got it. Yep. Now, what this is doing here is removing the wax particles. So we have basically the top particle is a large screen, sort of like your window screen, and the honey's going through that. Below that is a much thinner screen, which takes a while to get rolling through there, but that takes out any finer particulate. But we don't screen it far enough to take out the pollens, which gives it its natural flavoring. So, and honey is very susceptible to heat. So being chilly like this, it wants to go through the screen very slowly.
This honey, we want to thank Gary. Gary's bees produced this honey back in probably August, September. So he's been holding it on storage just for the farm show. So he brings his honey in here and we're able to extract it.
While we got a little time here now, does anyone have any questions about bees? The mites? They're a problem. If you do not, and I'll be honest with you, I know I got au naturel people and everything else. I use organic chemicals. I'm also testing some, I'm testing them to see what their mite level is, because some bees have built up the ability to, I won't want to say immunity, but keep the mites out of their hive. You know, like we'll say they're super hygienic or whatever. They see a mite, it's history. So that's what I'm trying to breed out of. But as right now, I'm using organic chemicals, formic acid and oxalic acid. No, those two do not bind with honey. Synthetic chemicals will bind with honey. And that's where you can get cross-contamination. I haven't used synthetics probably since 2000 maybe. But even here 10 years ago, I had some comb checked that was 15 years from being used. It was still in the old comb, could find traces of that chemical. So I am officially an organic beekeeper management. So I also, I'll test bees, so I'll breed out of ones who are very low in tolerance of mites versus anybody. So my criteria is you have to be calm, you have to be a good honey producer, and you have to be a low mite count. And if you don't treat, I can work all summer long, and my bees are really clean. Your beehive starts to die, mine will go rob your bees out and bring your mites right back to my hive. So it's sort of, we all have to rely on each other to get this taken care of. But now there's another one. It's not in the United States yet. It's called triple alaps. So,
triple alaps.
Yeah, they're about 1/4 the size of a regular mite. And they're even worse because they don't like to be on the exterior of a bee. They hatch and go right back into another cell. So, but the problem with mites are the viruses they bring with. They bring over 26 different viruses with them. And that's what really kills the beehives. I mean, last year I think we had a 60% loss in the country, 65, something like that, because of the mites. When I was a small kid a few years ago, not that long.
Only a few.
Yeah. If we went through the winter and had 100 hives and we lost 3, oh, you had a bad year. Now if you go through the winter and you lose 40 or 50, wasn't that bad for you, was it? I was like, no, I only lost 50% of my colonies, which to me, losing the colonies is bad, but losing the equipment is far worse. I can start new beehives very easily. It's replacing the equipment. It takes so long for them to build back up and stuff. So that's my biggest loss, the loss of the equipment. Man, we got hive beetles too. They can be a problem. You know what they are? You don't want to know, but they look like a little black ladybug in a beehive, and they'll lay eggs in the brood, and they'll eat. And you don't have to destroy the hive. No, that's American foul brood. But the hive beetle can destroy a hive, but most hives are strong enough to basically keep them under control, but they can get out of control. Any other questions? Yeah.
I've seen it somewhere, online or something, where they have new hives, where they have spigots right on the hive.
How much money you got?
There are such things, though. I mean,
Oh, yeah. I tell you what, I've never put a bucket of honey out behind my beehive and didn't have everybody, his brother and sister and everything else trying to rob it out. Yes, it will work, but yes, it makes a terrible mess in you're basically, each frame, every cell is being cut, and then the fluid runs down into a little trough and goes out the back. Well, all those little cavities give place for hive beetles to hide too. Yeah, it looks great on paper, sounds good, but you still have to regulate and maintain your beehives. And it's plastic. Plastic in this kind of weather is bound to break. You know, I mean, if you want $1,000, you got more money than I know what to do with. But everyone's trying to always reinvent the wheel. You can go down to our catalogs and you can buy thousands of dollars worth of stuff that I could do for 15 cents. You know, a good beekeeper is a resourceful cheapskate, I don't know. But no, you got to think like a bee. You got to use products responsibly, just like treating. I am trying to, the first time I ever did it, vaporize here a month ago. So I bought a chemical mask and eye mask all in once because I don't want to get the chemicals, even though organic, into my eyesight or my lungs. So we're going to try to give you a little bit here.
So we're going to, as we start to close this up, we're going to have samples. We're going to have honey samples over here on the side, as well as we have some queen brochures about the girls and the Pennsylvania State Beekeepers Association, information for that. And for anybody would like, we have a coloring book. You can have a coloring book. Learn more about bees there, yeah.
No, actually, it's a coloring book, but it is a very, very good, resourceful information book. So things you didn't know about bees, it's in there.
Then on Tuesday, if you're in the area, on Tuesday evening, we're going to have a celebrity extracting contest in the Lancaster Farming Hall. There's a there's a stage over there. We're going to have some celebrities, some state police, Fish Commission, TV stations. They're going to see who's good. So,
I know if it's crystallized, a certain temperature you can heat it to where it doesn't harm the honey.
what was the question?
He wanted to know what temperature you can heat honey up to bring it back from crystallization.
Okay.
I think it's from 110 to 140 can bring it back pretty easily.
Yeah.
Now I did hear one time in the summertime a guy set a bottle of honey on his wife's dash of her car, and it may have expanded and ran down across her dashboard. And he might not have said nothing until winter when she couldn't turn the knobs anymore. Not that I know anything about that. So always put a paper plate underneath it if you put it on your wife's car dash.
Yeah. And just for another side note, so you see different colors of honey. That is depending on what the bees are working. It's totally dependent on the floral source. We've got some most generally we have a medium amber. We can get lighter honeys and darker honeys. So when Gary spun that out, it's a little darker.
Yeah, it's a lanternfly.
Lanternfly honeydew. The bees are picking up waste from the lanternfly. It's sweet, just like nectar. They're picking it up and bringing it into the hive. It's kind of a two-edged sword. Some people like it, some people don't. It's supposed to be higher in antioxidants. A very healthy product.
Yeah, I was very shocked. When I do taste tests, half the people love it, and I don't understand why. Maybe because of my mind being with bees, honey should come from nectar, not the backside of a bug. But it all depends on what trees they eat too.
Right. Yeah. So we're gonna let this stage crew go because they've been here all day, And thank you for your attendance, and we'll see you another day. Thank you.
Remind them when to sit